All right, we're live. Thanks for everyone who's watching. Just a couple words at the beginning. There's gonna be like an inaugural stream for this channel. We'll see if it becomes a weekly thing or not. Nothing too crazy. Just gonna talk about some metal origins for a little bit, and yeah, see what happens from there. Got some people already on, which let's see. Where are they at? Oh. I think they're muted. Are you guys there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey.
Sorry, I had to. My dad misplaced his fucking car keys like 3 hours ago. We've been hunting for him everywhere. I asked him, "Did you look through your pockets? Did you look through all your coat pocket, your pants pockets?" Yeah. God damn it, I'm gonna have to go buy a new car key and blah blah blah. And those keys cost like $300. Blah blah. I'm like, Dad, did you look in your breast pocket of your button-down collar shirt? I never do that. I'm like, well, go look. Boom. There they were. As I suspected they would be.
Yep.
I should have went and looked, but I didn't know what shirt he was wearing. So
how often does the glasses on top of the head or something in your hands happen, like
that's happened occasionally, not that often, but the key thing is starting to become an issue.
Mm-hmm.
He's 80, he's on his way to 82. The irony is he's gonna live longer than me. That's the crazy fucking thing. Ha.
Stubborn.
No, just with my situation, he's gonna outlive me unless he dies in the next couple weeks. I don't think there's any there's no what's the word I'm looking for. There's no question in my mind that's how it's going to go down. I mean, I'm really in bad shape, dude. Like, it's getting very, very fucking scary. I really thought long and hard about going to the hospital today. The problem is that they can't really do much other than give me painkillers and anxiety meds, which would be great, except for once I kind of start those, that's kind of the slippery slope downwards, I think.
Yeah, some of that stronger stuff.
Well, it's just, once I'm on opiates,
yeah,
I'm not going to be able to function much. And I know how I am because how it's been for me in the past with opiates is that I don't have a good. Now, granted, they don't give them to you willy nilly, like you can just take them whenever you want.
Mm-hmm.
But once I start that, I just feel that's going to be the quick path down. So I'm having all kinds of stomach issues bad the last 10, 12 days. My anxiety is really bad, which it wasn't till about the last 2 weeks. I can just tell, my breathing's really labored. This fatigue, I have fatigue that's like mind fucking blowing. Like, just getting up, going to make something to eat. I ran over to the grocery store tonight and I had to get some gas and I had to run around, do a couple errands, and it just took literally, I was maybe gone 45 minutes. Felt like was out on errands for like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Just, yeah. So,
well, man, thank you for,
well, I mean, there wasn't
at the
much,
very least,
Yeah, there wasn't much else. It was either this or the hospital. So, and I just really,
I think you made a wise choice, I guess.
Yeah, I personally don't want to.
The cheaper choice for sure.
The cheaper choice, yeah. But I don't want to. I'd prefer not to die there, anyways, unless I'm right on my end moment. And same thing like you said about hospice. I'm not, I mean, when my stepmom died of cancer, they had her at hospice a couple times. They ended up sending her home.
Yeah.
They were just like, they can only do so much, So, anyway, what time's Rick popping in? 10?
Not sure. I thought it was gonna be around between here and 10. So
okay,
I'm sure he'll be around that time, and then Brian will be after 10 probably at some point. So I like the topic for this stream is kind of like what specifically kept pushing you further down, the rabbit hole of, I guess, music overall, but mainly like extreme music, because this is like a genre that you don't just wind up in, it's something that's you have to follow like a trajectory of sorts. And I think depending on your age and like what kind of music you grew up listening to from either parents or other people around you, it affects.
Well,
So I thought it'd be interesting to kind of like just sit and talk about it for like the first more official stream on this channel, which
well, when it comes to my parents' taste in music, it's
yeah.
been nothing but awful, topped with more awful. I mean, I guess maybe all of the Barbara Streisand that my mother listened to, sort of, I guess me getting into extreme music was a form of rebellion against Barbara Streisand and all of the fucking musicals and show tunes that she listened to.
Dude, I think that's often what it does, right?
Melissa Etheridge, like, oh my God. Like, yeah. I mean, one thing I can say though about my parents is that I came from a family that appreciated music. And they always had stereo equipment, and on the weekends when we were cleaning would always have the music cranked up loud, and even though it was Barbara Streisand, or well, there was some good stuff too, like maybe Prince or
Jeff,
whatever.
are you gonna hop out or something? You all right?
I'm gonna hop out and come back. I'm having all kinds of fucking audio issues. What a joke,
I
man.
know.
Comcast is the worst piece of shit. I'll come back.
All right, bro. I got you.
But yeah, like when it comes to my parents' taste in music, it's just been so awful. Just
what
awful.
was your dad into? Was he just aping whatever your mom wanted to listen to, basically? Or no? Sorry,
Well,
yeah.
Because my parents are lesbians.
Yeah, I forgot for like literally half a second.
So yeah, so it's always just been like lesbian music and gay dance music, like all these compilations, like how in the metal underground we have metal comps of like sick bands and
Oh, yeah.
like record labels. In the gay dance music world there are these comps of gay dance music, and playing that around the house, and then like all the Melissa Etheridge and just all, I mean that stuff came later in life, but yeah, always, at least I can say, at least I came from a family that appreciated music, even though we weren't anywhere near in the same ballpark of taste.
Nah,
Yeah.
like for me, I remember, we talked about it last week, Chris, or Saturday, whenever that was. My mom was listening to James Taylor, fucking Carole King. God, what else did she listen to?
Oh God, Tapestry.
Yeah, I love that album.
I don't know. Oh, is that the Carole King album,
Simon
or?
and Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water.
Is Tapestry, is that the one that You're So Vain? Or no, I think that was Carly Simon.
No, that's
Carly
Carly Simon. Yeah, no, Tapestry's I feel the earth move under my feet.
God.
And
I mean, let's stop in a minute.
It's Too Late. It's Too Late was another one. Yeah, I love that shit, man. I love that old 70s stuff, man. It just brings me back to when I was a kid. But, I like, for me, no doubt, my introduction to heavier or what I would call heavier music was my next door neighbor kids that they were, it was like a family from like, I don't know, the youngest is probably 2 years older than me now, maybe 3. And the oldest is probably, man, he's got to be 70 something, 75 maybe. He's probably good. He's a good 10 years or more old. He's probably 15 years older than me, because I was probably like 10 then, and he was, he's probably 10 years older than me, mid 60s, late 60s. And those guys were always listening to, fucking Zeppelin 4, Zeppelin 2, Sabbath, Yes, Jethro Tull, and then the greatest of all, George Carlin, and what was the other one?
Nice.
Up in Cheech and Chong.
Up in Smith.
I remember very, like, just distinctly listening to them while they're shooting pool, listening to the look like dog shit. Good thing we don't smell, taste. Good thing we don't step in.
That was the walk around it.
Yeah, right.
No.
Good thing we don't step in it. Taste it, smell it, eat it. But those were, that's a lot of.
Yeah.
For me, man. Well, you'll find out in a minute where I think my hard rock stuff came from pretty easily. It's pretty simple for me. It was 70s, and there was one major hard rock band that kind of took over every kid in the 70s, like
we have to have Rick for that one, right? Is that the
Rick has that album. I don't actually have the album, and ironically, I hate to admit it, I don't think I own anything. Well, no, I don't actually think I own anything by them now. Had a lot of stuff on album that I don't know where it got to. I just sold it probably years and years ago. And then I had a CD box set, which I don't recall getting rid of because I don't like getting rid of box sets much. But I had the 5 CD box set, and it's gone. So I must have sold it.
Of who?
Kiss.
It's a mystery band. You'll have to wait.
I was going to keep it a mystery, but I mean, I thought by saying in the mid 70s, who got you into hard rock? I mean, for every kid that was 8 or 9 or 10 years old, that's kind of where it started. I don't listen to them now. Haven't listened to a Kiss album and fuck God knows when. But I still acknowledge there was some good. I thought there was some decent albums there from the the debut through Love Gun, maybe. Although I didn't see him until Dynasty, which would have been the year after that, and I was already kind of over him by then. The solo albums came out, and I was like, eh.
Yeah, I can say that I've never liked Kiss, but I did like their disco album.
That was Dynasty.
Yeah, like
that was the one.
I was made for loving you.
And really,
baby.
really, it's only that song. That's the only song like that. The rest of them aren't like that.
Yeah.
Man of 2000 Man's on there. What's the really good one? Shit. Jan. God damn it. That's where I start getting fuzzy on Kiss songs.
Is that where
I
they
know
did like a ballad?
Yeah, but I know the hits. From that point forward, I know like Creatures of the Night, which actually is a good tune. And the Like It Loud.
Yeah, I saw that there is a box set just released of Creatures of the Night.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's brand new. Like I don't even know if it's out yet.
Damn it, man!
What are we on? Is this the 50th or getting close to the 50th for those albums, or 40th?
I don't know. I don't celebrate any of Kiss's discography. Or catalog. I don't celebrate any of their catalog.
I own Destroyer, and that's all I got. So drop it down. And real quick, if you're in the chat, say what's up. I see there's 6 people. There's 3 of us here, so I guess there's 3 people.
Oh right, 6 people joining us for the first stream ever.
We're doing like 6 times more than on last Saturday.
Yeah.
So, progress, I'd say.
Yeah.
But real quick to answer the question about what my parents were jamming to, I only came to find out after the fact that they had more legitimate quality musical tastes. But growing up, and it was a conscious decision on my mom's part to only listen to country and Christian rock music. So that was the main thing I got, and no wonder I ended up rebelling. Oh shit, we got
Okay,
Marty
so
and Brian. Cheers,
yeah,
guys.
okay, so you grew up on the country and Christian rock. I grew up on the Barbara Streisand and the gay infused dance music, and that's how we got into extreme metal.
There we go.
That's our form of rebellion.
Stream done. Yeah, basically, it was the whole time. I never liked music. I didn't think growing up I actually legitimately liked music, because that was the music I was exposed to and stuff. And but like the whole time, there was something I knew I wanted, and it was just like a guitar tone, you know?
Yeah.
That none of that shit had. It was that just guitar tone and energy that came along with it.
Yeah. Did you ever notice that, like, who's
1 sec.
making something in the microwave? Okay.
Yeah,
Like, did you ever notice that there aren't any Christian rock bands that were known for shredding or anything like that? Like, they never had a shredder.
Striper.
well, I was about to say
Okay,
maybe
maybe Striper,
when you dive in deeper and you're actually like into like the Christian extreme metal scene, there's some.
Okay, yeah, all right.
But like when it's like literally Christian radio rock, it's the anti that. This is what they want. Not, not
Right,
that.
yeah.
It's all about like feeling it up here in some nebulous space or something.
There was another Christian band called is it Leatherwolf? No. Leatherwolf is more of a hair metal band. Oh shit, what were they called?
Well, there've been Christian hardcore bands, and
plenty.
There've been, I mean, there were, I think Sons of Abraham were like a Jewish hardcore band. There have been plenty of Jews in the music scene too, and
there was. Oh, I know.
I've never listened to The Message in any music at all, so I couldn't really say, unless if a band comes out and says we are a Christian rock band, then I wouldn't have a clue because I never listened to The Message.
Well, did you ever hear Believer? Did you ever hear Believer?
See, Believer. No. I was thinking Believer? Tourniquet. Do you know Tourniquet, Jeff?
I know the name, but I don't know what they sound like. I've never checked them out. Believer is actually
they're thrash.
Believer's right up the road from me. Like literally maybe 30 minutes up the road. They live there. Or two of the guys do. I don't know if I know Jeff lives up there, and I think what's his name? Kurt, I think Kurt. He's in the band. I see him every now and again at local. Well, I did a couple years ago. I used to see him at local shows, and he's kind of trippy because he's like an older dude my age. He's probably even a little older than me by a year or two or three, and he's got dreads and they're gray and they're long. So it's just weird seeing a dude with dreads that age. You know what I mean? That's not a Rasta guy or something.
Yeah.
What's that band? The dude has massive dreads, and I think they were a Christian band or maybe straight edge. Shadows Fall.
Shadows
I'm
Fall.
actually that's one of my picks later, so
okay,
that's all I'm gonna spoil. But
all right,
Brian Fair is his name. He was from
that's it.
I think he was from the Massachusetts scene. He was originally part of a hardcore band called Overcast.
Yeah.
I still follow him on Instagram. He's still got those same fucking dreads that are probably longer and a little nastier, or I don't know how you clean them. Maybe they're clean. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. That's one thing I've never understood.
He's still got the dreads though, so I guess he didn't sell out, or he was in a metalcore band. So I don't know.
I never.
So drunken. What was, since you didn't get into like, what was the first album you went out and you bought and you were like, yeah, I'm gonna rock this shit?
Dude, I didn't pull it. I pulled the band, but the first album I like hunted and actually bought was Black Gives Way to Blue by Alice in Chains.
Okay.
Their comeback album in 2009.
Wait, that's the first album you bought?
No, that's the first one I was like, I honed it, like I waited at like for the release date and stuff. I bought their greatest hits and stuff beforehand, but that was like the first one I like hunted for.
Oh.
And I'm gonna talk about them in a little bit later on for sure. But,
yeah, first album I bought with my own money, I believe, was Rock and Roll Over. Which would have been 77, 78, 77.
I guess my first album would be their greatest hits, Alice in Chains, and it's the one with there's like a boxer, and the other boxer getting like the shit knocked out of him.
Yeah, the standard one, because they have the other one.
I guess it's the standard, yeah.
The other one has like the little thing inside the the man down in the box, I guess, kind of almost like the orange,
Shit.
right?
Who's
Isn't that what it's called?
Dirt.
Baloney and Zaloni? Is that Phil? What's his
It's
name?
Phil.
It is Phil. All right,
What's
cool.
up, Phil?
Sorry. Thanks, Phil.
Well, did you guys want to wait till Rick got here, or did you want to actually get started?
Yeah, I was trying to wait at least until Brian.
Let me see. Let me check
in.
what's going on with him real quick.
Okay. And we can I have a whole like a couple of albums of just like now listening, and I actually have a metal and beer pairing. I want to open up a beer, so
Go for it.
How about why don't you go through some of what you're listening to now?
Yeah. So I did a metal and beer pairing on my Instagram earlier. If you want to check it out,
Which,
same name.
by the way, you're a very good writer in describing your album pairings.
Yeah, you do a nice job.
You should
Thank
submit
you,
those to Beer Advocate for for a submission.
You and Peter. Peter's really good at that.
Oh God, Peter!
Peter's
a legend.
Yeah, when I'm not lazy and feeling like death, I used to be pretty good at that, but lately, man, I just can't. Too much thinking.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see what I come up with tonight.
Dude, I'm here for whatever you got, man. But here for the album beer pairing, and I hope Marty's still in the chat. I don't know if he still is, but this is what I was talking about on my Instagram. The latest Nachachuin. I'm a part of
album.
Like it's my favorite of the year so far. I do like these vinyl tags on Instagram. It helps give me inspiration for what actually I want to listen to, you know? Or well, not what I want to listen to, but what I want to post about, I guess. And the tag for today was the best of 2022. And without a doubt, it's this album right here. Like, for me, the perfect synthesis of like atmospheric black metal, folk music, and there's even like some death doom in here, along with like a lot of like traditional heavy metal.
I think we're getting some feedback from Jeff. Can you mute him and see if that's coming from him?
Yeah, I believe it is, but
why? I'm not even talking.
It sounds like a fan blowing.
I do have a fan blowing, dude. I have to. I don't have a choice. It's my dad has diabetes, so he runs the heat high. It's like fucking 86 degrees in here, and if I don't run some air, while my phone's charging. Yeah, if you want to mute me, hang on a minute.
I mean,
But are you?
Well,
I'm confused about something. Are you live? Because I don't see it on your.
Yeah, no, we're live.
Oh, it is live. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once Rick gets here and Brian gets here, I'll put my headphones.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, But no, yeah, this is a great album, and it's been one of those that I've been listening to it probably like once a week at least.
Since
it came out,
discovered Necro Shrine. Necro Shrine, is that how it's pronounced?
No, Nachachuin.
Nachachuin, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's like a death doom band you're talking about.
Nachachuin. I discovered that album where. All right, dude. Yeah. Can we mic this? It's like the fan blowing into the mic. It's just.
Well, he's gonna put on some headphones in a little bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna put headphones on once. You really can hear that because
it's really loud. It's really distracting. Yeah.
That's bizarre. All right, hang on a minute.
But Nachachuin, I discovered that album that at Lunchbox Records, the CD came out, and it was of the one of like the Tribe, like on the cover.
The Heart of Akamon, I believe, was the last.
I think maybe that was, I think it might have even been before that, but I could tell it really had that DIY artwork look to it, where I could tell like the logo was distorted in a way that someone just was like, yeah, fuck it, just get it on and send it to the printer. And then on the back there were two dudes, and for some odd reason I thought that they were like Scottish, or like like I thought they were from that region, and then I discovered, oh wait, they're from Michigan or something. But it was a really good album. It was really good, kind of like
West Virginia, I believe.
West Virginia, West Virginia is where Aaron is from, and Well, Marty's in the chat, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the guy from Iron Flame, what's his name?
Oh,
Al?
he was
God damn
on
it.
the heavy metallurgy a little bit
Yeah.
ago. Fuck, I
Oh, was
forgot.
he?
Well, it's
Is it Alan? No, it's not Alan.
I was gonna
That's
pull it up, but it's got both of their like Nachachuan names. Like his name is Pohanet. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to say that.
Okay. as if the Scandinavian names weren't difficult enough to pronounce.
Now we got Native
now
American names.
Now we need to do First Nations.
And
We're
his name's
really screwed.
his name's Andrew. His name's Andrew, if I remember correctly. Andrew DeCogna.
That's it. So Andrew's from Ohio, and I guess the other guy,
Aaron.
Aaron is in West Virginia.
Yeah.
But I'm pairing that album, which is killer.
Is that better on the sound now?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you're good, Jeff. Thanks for.
So
yeah, I'm surprised Rick's this late though, because
a killer Imperial Milk Stout, 10%.
Oh man,
with
holy
a little
shit.
bit of coconut, a little bit of truffle in there.
I'd be fucking hammered
Nitro.
after one of those.
This is
I'd
my
be hammered
second,
after one.
so we shall see.
So
oh boy,
what is it
how the
about
night
that?
goes.
What is it about that beer that makes it a good pairing with the album?
Oh, it's heavy, but like super smooth, and it's got like a couple different styles like in the beer. Just like this album has a couple different styles like thrown into it, and it's a slower sipper that I think it works better with an album that you're actually trying to listen to versus one where you're just like pounding beer, you know?
Right.
Which I might get to some of those later on. Chris, what are you imbibing upon over there?
Beer or music?
No, the beer. The beer. I saw you beer and.
Well, I am a big fan, and now that I live in the Midwest, I have access to Three Floyds Brewing.
I am fucking
and I
jealous.
have Gumball Head.
Mm-hmm.
And a few years ago when I drove to Michigan to see my grandfather before his time came to an end, when I was driving back, I picked up some cases of beer to bring back to North Carolina. Like I was like a drug mule, but of craft beer. You know, like, well, yeah, you saw when I came back and I had like the back of my car was just full of beer that we couldn't get in Charlotte. And I was like, man, Gumball Head is really damn good. And so now I can get it here. I'm a big fan. Little pricey. A 6-pack is $15, but I know that's also adjusted for inflation. But
yeah,
also I like that I can get it in bottles. I really want to see like a return to bottles. I'm really tired of beer in cans. Let's bring back the bottle.
You know what's cheesy about fucking canned beer now?
What?
I mean, and I don't know, you know, I don't drink a lot because, well, I like to
Brian.
Drink. There he is.
Hey.
You let me in. I've been back there.
Yeah, sorry. How long have you been back there for?
About 20 minutes.
Holy shit! For real?
Like 3 or 4 minutes. I'm just kidding.
Okay. Well, Jeff was back there.
Like,
for
holy
like
fuck!
10
I was
minutes,
back there
think,
for about 10. Yeah, I'm like, hello.
My peripheral vision is really like shitty.
Yeah,
so
you got to be on your game. All right.
Apparently,
is Scott? I wasn't
almost
on the
Chris.
Jeez, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Chris.
Hey, nice to meet you, man. I've seen you around online, and I think I even follow you on Instagram.
Oh, what's your is it Depeche Commode on Instagram?
No, it's my
Not
cat's Instagram called Naughty Benny. So,
all right.
So it's just pictures of my cat.
Your cat
That's a
next to,
common theme for metalheads. I see.
Okay.
These fucking cats.
No, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's weird. We really are. We're really into the feline kitty cats.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Brian?
Hey,
What's going on, man?
I don't have any cats. No cats here.
No cats? You have a dog?
I got a dog. Yeah.
What kind of dog?
Boston Terrier. This is our third Boston Terrier.
Those
short
they're
hair.
pretty
it's,
little.
It's one of those situations. It's you got to keep keep it going.
Yeah, they're pretty. My wife is a little bit allergic to like long-haired dogs, so this is a breed that doesn't mess up her allergies too bad.
Okay. So
Little dogs,
now, Brian, let me ask you this,
sir.
and I want you to be honest with me.
Okay.
What happened to the ironing board?
I moved it just before we got on.
Yeah. Were you just like ironing some shirts? Like, I'm gonna iron like a motherfucker.
I'm gonna iron all my black t-shirts. Actually, it's not in here. But the kids have those little, I don't know what they're called, but like they'll make a little design and then they'll iron it and it'll become like, hardened.
Yeah.
So that it was out for that, but I put it away. I mean, I put it off to the side.
Well, it's a really sick looking ironing board, very metal. So
the door looks naked now.
Maybe I should get like a Slayer cover for it.
Right? Yeah, definitely.
But
all right, so what were we saying? Oh yeah, so I'm drinking Gumball Head. Brian, are you a beer drinker or?
Yeah, I like mostly sours, but just drinking. I'm not drinking any alcohol tonight.
He's a pussy, in other words.
Thursday night, I got Gatorade, I think.
Gatorade. All right.
And some water.
He's not. Do you guys? Any of you guys watch like what they call LawTube on YouTube?
Oh yeah, I watch LawTube.
Who do you watch?
I don't. What's the LawTube?
Who do you watch? Excuse me.
Nick Rekieta.
All right, so that's what I want to get into. So Nick is this dude that I don't know how long he's been around. I would say several years.
Is he one of those dudes that does those First Amendment audits?
No, he's not First Amendment. No, he's a lawyer that decided to turn to YouTube and turn, basically doing live streams of, in particular in the last 3 years because of COVID, live streaming has become this big thing that it wasn't really like what it is now, 4 or 5 years ago, right? I mean, there just wasn't.
Yeah, for sure.
There just wasn't a necessity for it. But this guy, Nick Rekieta, he's funny. I got to admit, he is funny, although there's a few things he says are a little offensive for me. But he is funny. And he basically does like a lot of live trials. And then he does like chats at night for, he basically starts at like 11 o'clock. He's out in Minnesota and he goes to like 5 or 6 in the morning. This fucking guy's making like $700,000. No joke.
Damn.
From
doing live streaming events pretty much every day of the week on YouTube. But he did get
like he's in the courtroom and he's like
no, he's like live streaming and then commenting on it as the trials are going on. And then it's
kind of like well, there are a lot of lawyers on YouTube who basically take like whatever is happening in the news, but then give a legal breakdown.
Right. Live.
Like the news will cover a topic for 4 minutes. They'll spend 45 minutes of like the legal implications of something, or Harvey Weinstein is back in the news and they'll go through like, the legal process of everything. Right. I mean, it's entertaining. It can become like a hole that you got to pull yourself out of, but
and it's also it's a lot of drama too. There's a lot of drama amongst the people, kind of like the metal community on occasion. Sometimes the metal community gets a little dramatic, like somebody doesn't particularly like somebody else, or not that I know anything about that, Brian. You know what I mean?
What could you be talking about?
Before I got into like metal music, I was watching a lot of like people that are into comic books, and that was super like dramatic. Like people like would take shots at other people.
Oh, big time.
Make like rant videos about certain other YouTube people. It was super toxic.
Yeah, I don't think the metal community is awful about that. I mean, I think the metal community is generally pretty good with that for the most part.
For the most part.
There are a few people that are kind of a little pompous.
Never mess with a nerd's passion.
Yeah.
That's the first rule, because the music, metal, everything. There's a comic book guy for every interest out there. There's a gatekeeper standing there waiting, and they need to give their nod of approval for everything. And
that one Simpsons character, right? For every
yeah, there's a comic book guy everywhere. So
that's very true.
But all right, cool. Yeah, so Brian, we were talking about, okay, so sours. So you're into sours, then. Okay, now here's my thing with sours. They taste too much like juice.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
That's part of the joy, though.
A ghost in particular.
Oh, okay. All right.
So the ghost that's kind of ghost.
What is it about that? Because I've had one of those, and it's just like a really sour,
salty.
Hence the name a sour. But it's like, ooh, I want hops. I want a beer flavor, not
right
a juice.
It really reminds me more of like a wine almost sometimes.
Right.
I like it. I like the ghosts, especially maybe because of that saltiness.
Mm-hmm.
And I never liked anything hoppy at all. Like even like or the porters or the thick, stouts. I just never could drink those. And I found that I did like the sours, maybe because they're a little lighter. And there's a brewery around here called Distill. It has a really nice wild sour series that they do.
Yeah, dude, I love that.
They just released or re-released one called Sour Pickle, which is like a seasonal sour. I'm kind of interested to try that one. I don't know how I will like it though. Sour, so it's like pickle juice.
Oh, dude, that's like one of my favorite sours. Is the pickle sours.
Oh, really?
It's like a whole subgenre of sours that I love. We're just like pickle juice.
Yeah,
it's fucking awesome.
Super crazy, right?
So it's like you've gone through every different type of beer. So now you're just into the really fringe, like soon it's going to be hot dog water. That you'll be into. Like you'll be pickle tasting gozes. Those are yesterday. Now I'm into the hot dog water.
The hot dog sour.
Wefferweissing
like milk steak. You got the nitro. You got I want the milk steak sour.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's be honest here. Tasty. Brian has one favorite song in all of pop music, and it goes a little something like this: "If you like pina coladas,
Rupert
and
Holmes,
getting caught in the rain."
Yeah,
that's Brian's favorite drink right there. He just doesn't want to cut daiquiris, banana daiquiris,
beer.
And pina colada.
That's a pina colada. He's just looking for that pina colada beer.
Yeah, they make a pina colada sour, but I just don't like coconut too much. I don't like coconut.
Oh, so you would not like this coconut stout right here.
That sounds. I have had the nitro. I think it was actually milk stout by Left Hand.
By Left Hand Brewing.
Yeah,
that one's killer for sure.
Nice.
Okay, so and then that's another one too, where it's like you have a beer like that and it's really filling. So after two of them, you're done for the night.
Which is kind of this. Like I'm gonna rally somehow since this is beer number 2 of these. But
the porters, man, those are.
I'm feeling a little fat for sure. A little
Yeah, they're definitely filling.
Yeah.
I used to. That's pretty much all I drank was porters and stouts and milk stouts and after I got over my early cheap old mud Coors Light crap from that era, when I could afford booze, it was like, oh man, I'm drinking Guinness. I'm drinking. This was quite a bit before the craft brewing thing kind of came about. We're talking
Guinness,
the 2000s.
Okay, so if we want to take a step back in time of craft beer, I remember in like the early, let's say maybe the mid to late 90s, there were craft beers.
It was like
oh my god,
it was like the hell?
Who's that?
Not me. That's Rick.
Jeff.
No, it's not me.
It's not. It was Rick.
It was Rick when he popped on. He had a
All
If
right.
something was going on, it was going. It was
was-
like. That was
Yeah,
weird.
so-
We were stuck in a time warp or something.
So
we're
like
Try this again.
It was like.
Yeah, see?
Oh shit!
As soon as Rick turned his audio on, it fucked up.
It was like.
Rick,
like
Rick,
Rick,
pop out.
Go back out. Come back
Rick,
in.
pop out and pop back in.
we're rave dancing.
Or you're good now.
There's
I figured it out.
some kind of
Oh.
loop in Rick's audio. We almost always have issues with Rick's audio or my audio for some damn reason now. I don't know why. It didn't used to be that way a couple months ago. It's been the last couple months been a pain in the dick.
Oh, now it's an official stream, I guess. You know, you
There you go.
gotta have it come up at some point. Do you remember that time that Chuck froze like this?
Oh yeah. He kept doing the fucking max headroom thing.
But he was still able to move. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like
So always
That
gotta
was
have
hilarious.
something, you know.
That was
here we go.
hilarious, man.
Let's try this again. Rick.
there we go.
All right, is it working?
There we
Yeah,
go.
you're good.
All right, this is my. I got a new machine, so I got like a new setup. So I don't know, maybe it's screwing with the
Audio.
connection. Yeah, whatever. So,
Son of a bitch. I was not gonna do this, but it looks like I'm gonna have to. Fuck. All right, sorry. I'm out of batteries and my light source is dying. I don't feel like turning my
All right.
light on, so I'm gonna turn my TV on.
hello.
Looking good.
So yeah,
Got long hair going. I
real
wasn't
quick
sure
shout
if-
out to Mr. Dreadful on tap with the beer.
Well, somebody
the
mentioned
beer
sour,
nod.
so I got this nice monkey, berry monkey right here.
I still have to try that.
I looked at that one, but it's like it's got the high alcohol, right?
Yeah,
Oh, they all do.
sometimes they do.
I
Yeah,
got
yeah,
I'd
it'll be a
say
little
like
deceiving.
five,
You get something a little fruity,
five,
so
five
you
and a
kind
half.
of you let your guard down. Next thing you know,
Yeah.
What's
Jeff's
high
in a red
alcohol
light
for
room.
sour?
what's up?
What's high alcohol for sour? Is it like 7% or 8%?
Yeah.
I'd say anything above 5 or 6. You know,
Yeah,
Okay, so like an IPA, pretty
this,
low.
this
Yeah.
seven,
because sours typically range lower, like
Like
between like 4
Fives.
to 5.5. You know,
As a matter of fact,
4.5.
this shit right here is 9.5.
yeah,
that's what I thought. I thought the victory
'Cause-
was really high.
Wow.
because they do that golden monkey, which is like a Belgian triple, which is automatically like an 8.5 or some shit like that, and each one gets higher just by a little bit.
Yeah.
So
I remember looking at those, Rick, and I remember I was like, they're a little high for me to be slamming down at
I feel a
night.
little obligated, man. I was born year of the monkey, so I kind of like, I'm
there you go.
stuff like this,
And I have to give a quick shout out to Rick for that. Dude, that video you made, that little announcement video.
It's back again.
Wow. Damn.
Man, Rick, what's going
God
on?
damn
You got a time warp in your place.
What was there like what were you using in the background music for that
Take
teaser video? Was that like harsh noise or what was
hang
that?
on, we're having issues with Rick. Just everybody hold on a second.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, you got something going on, Rick. I'd go out and come back in.
He just
Now
did.
you're muted. Now you're
Well,
muted.
I muted him. Rick, I'm gonna kick you out, my friend. I'm sorry.
All right, so this is the first stream.
I like it.
First,
I like
first
it.
stream audio difficulties.
Wow,
gotta
how about
have him.
that? No, but we've never had that kind of difficulty with
It's
Rick.
been a while since he's had to put on the
Yeah.
humans. Not I don't know.
Well,
if
he
the new
no,
phone.
you were away. He just said he got a new laptop,
Oh.
so he might be having some sort of looping issues with the audio. He'll have to figure his audio out and pop back on. But
Sometimes it just takes going out and come back in.
Yeah, usually-
Let's see.
usually
And I don't
that
know,
works.
like, could it be something on my end? Oh no, he's still there. Rick, could you jump out yourself?
We're not here. Rick, hang on. We're
Even
not
when your
hearing
mic's on, we can't hear you.
I muted his mic. I could only listen.
I know,
to
but
two-
if you
Well, put his mic back on. Rick, can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Okay,
can
hang
hear
on.
you.
Don't say anything. Don't say anything. We're having this echo thing where it's just basically regurgitating a line. we're not hearing you at all. We did hear you when you first popped on. We're not now. What I would do is get all the way out of, if you didn't do it already, maybe you did, but if you didn't, get all the way out of StreamYard, go the entire way out and reload the link and see if that works.
Damn.
Just drink that triple and see if that
Yeah, that might help.
Now, did he bail out or did you send him out, Logan?
No, he bailed out.
Okay.
Last time I sent him out.
Yeah,
so
let's see what
might
happens
help.
there. See if that works. That ain't gonna work though, obviously. That's the first time that's ever happened.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if it's something on my I don't know how it would be on my end. But
No, I think it's his new machine. He's got something set up in the he's got something in the setup that's gotta be defaulted or something. So
well,
all right, do we want to get
Brian,
started?
I guess while Rick's figuring out his thing, we kind of all answered like one question already, which was like, what was your initial backdrop? Like, what were your parents into music-wise that might have set you up to want to get into metal? For us, it was all from like a point of rebellion, like, fuck you, I don't want to listen to what you're listening to.
I don't even
kind of thing.
Like my mom
it seems like
my mom at that point when I became a teenager was like the early 90s. And this was her, she was into music. Like she was borrowing cassettes from her friends and dubbing those. So there were she had a decent collection of like dubbed cassettes, everything from Elton John, Garth Brooks, and Reba McEntire, Beatles, classic stuff. Yeah. And then she got into new age music. And that was, I don't even know how to describe it. It was like, what you would sometimes just be like kind of slow acoustic stuff, like music of the forest and folky type stuff. It reminds you of stuff you'd walk into like a massage parlor and have playing.
And yeah,
that stuff at the time it drove me crazy, and now it's funny because
you love that shit.
I do kind of like it.
Oh yeah.
And when
my dad was into Enya, so
yeah, that kind of Kenny G. She had that kind of
stuff. Kenny G.
It is different, but I mean, when I got her like collection from the garage of like old cassettes, I found some like 90s Tangerine Dream in there.
Oh, wow.
Well, Optical Race and
good for her.
Lily on the Beach. And I'm like, I guess I've been listening to this stuff for a while. Just didn't know it. But there was
probably informed your like of electronic music that I kind of threw at you. And then you were like, yeah, this shit's killer,
Oh, yeah, definitely. And that, and just being a, kind of having the cable TV as the babysitter kind of thing.
Right.
Where a lot of soundtrack for sci-fi and horror movies.
I'm sure that all of us gotten more than our fill of late 70s, early 80s soft rock.
Sure.
Especially yacht rock. And, I go through a phase once a year where for like a week straight I'll listen to yacht rock. Is
that where your initial name came from?
That was my screen name that I had for a long time, but then after
real quick,
a while,
I'm adding Rick back, by the way, just to see. So sorry, go on, Chris.
Oh yeah,
hello.
Like
it should work.
Hey, look, there he is.
Oh, right.
There he is.
I thought you guys were fucking with me, man, because every time I came on, I didn't see any of the shit you guys were talking about. So
it was
all right.
So there was a loop of
we had a loop
Logan saying anyway.
I kept coming out. Whatever you said, come back. I did that multiple times. Yeah, but here's the deal. Weird. So the issue was, I got a new machine, right?
Yeah.
So the ports are all different. So I got this nice little Shure mic, so I know that's not the problem. So I had that plugged into a hub, like I had with my previous setup, but I guess apparently it doesn't like the bandwidth. I ended up plugging the mic directly to the computer itself. So that means, I'm gonna have to probably do that going forward.
Yeah, the mics, you got to plug them right into the computer.
Directly, it doesn't like the bandwidth, I guess.
It's just like, I see, like a feedback loop. Well, I mean, that's what happens.
Drop $2 or $3 grand on a machine, you're expected to fucking be light years better, and then like, no, right?
dude.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know
exactly.
about I don't know about you, Rick. Are you on Comcast down there, or what do you want, Xfinity or whatever?
Where I'm at, shit. Okay, so at my old place, I had Fios, right, which was great, and since I moved to Jersey, Comcast is the only game in town, which I'm kind of pissed off about that because I've been trying to avoid them like the plague, but they're the only player here.
I think that's just what happens no matter what market you're in. Like over here, it's fucking Spectrum. That's all we got. It's Spectrum or Spectrum. What should I pick? Basically, so
yeah. And if you're out in the country, it's like you got that satellite, internet, which is pretty rough.
Well, you guys remember when I moved in here and I was like, man, I got the greatest fucking signal and everything's cool. Last 2 or 3 months, it's been shit. Like tonight, I notice it's raining hard here and it's coming in and out. I have no idea why. It's Jesus Christ. We pay more than enough fucking money for our goddamn cable here.
I remember like my grandparents way back when they lived out in the boonies in Michigan, like way outside of Battle Creek, and they had a satellite dish, and I thought it was like the coolest thing.
You
like,
fucking
wow,
idiot.
they have a satellite. It's so high tech and all that. It's really the shittiest way to pick up any signal.
Oh yeah, if the wind's blowing or it's snowing,
sorry about that.
There's all kinds of interference.
Yeah, if it's cloudy or whatever.
I never had that here until the last 2 months. It was perfect the first couple of months I was here. Now it's been shit. Sorry about that. I'm chasing my cat around. He just freaked the fuck out. I laid him on my bed and he my headphone thing got wrapped around his leg. He started freaking out and hissing at me, man. He never does that shit. He probably thought it was a hostile takeover.
It's a bad kitty.
Also cats for you. They'll do that shit. But I guess real quick, Chris, why are you a yacht rock guy, or why were you a yacht rock guy to begin with? That's what
Well, because I went through this phase like 5 years ago where I was getting into the yacht rock. I was kind of burnt out from metal, especially because most of the metal that I was listening to was through headphones at work and just my ears. I needed to give my ears a rest.
Yeah.
And so I was like, and I've always had a soft spot for like late 70s, early 80s soft rock. You know, I mean, let's face it. It was a good time for top 40 music.
Steely Dan, man, Steely Dan.
Yeah, exactly. And so then I created the screen name, and then I sort of built a reputation on some message boards. And they were like, "Oh, you're that yacht rock guy, aren't you?" And then I once a year, then I started listening to less and less yacht rock, but I still like the identity or sort of the aesthetic of yacht rock, because who doesn't have fun hanging out on a yacht, you know? And
I don't know about you, but
and then also that time
that's a foreign experience to me.
You know, that time too when it was like, you know, cocaine was everywhere and nobody used condoms, and the wife swapping was like the big thing, you know, and it sounds like it was a great time to be alive and have some extra cash to throw around.
That's still shag carpet.
Yeah, shag carpeting.
Wait. Do you mean shag carpet on the floor? Do you mean shag carpet on the floor?
Everywhere.
Or you mean elsewhere?
And a yacht helped facilitate that.
Oh yeah,
man. Still do to this day.
Sometimes I like to bust out my PlayStation 2, go back to GTA Vice City, and just kind of experience that lifestyle for a little while.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're like
Tom
a millennial, if you're like
it.
a millennial or whatever, those people must think that people back in the day must have been like colorblind because everything just fucking was just intense, fucking
Everything
turquoise, fucking puke ass green.
Well, because the TVs were on mute, right?
Yeah, people were happy and you know, they were partying all the time and there weren't any consequences to their actions. If you got pulled over for drunk driving, the cop escorted you home. You know,
you got a slap on the wrist. Just don't do it again.
Here's the other one, man. Here's the other big one you're overlooking. No DNA for serial killers back then too. So serial killers were everywhere, right, Brian?
Oh yeah.
Serial ejaculator.
I mean, it was a hell of a time to be alive.
Night Star.
Right?
You went right to Brian.
That's why I've always said late 70s, early 80s, the best time to be 25. You know.
Oh yeah. Well, I'd have been 25 in mid 80s, mid to late 80s, yeah. But yeah, I mean, you think about, oh god damn. I mean, it was a simpler time, you would assume. I think we romanticize it a lot,
I was
though.
about to say,
I
there's
mean,
some rear view.
Chris,
like,
you're 40. How old are you, Chris? You're
rose-tinted.
45, right?
46.
46. So you were born when? In the late 70s?
76, yeah.
76, yeah.
So I was too young to really take it in. You know, I wasn't blowing lines of coke and wife swapping or anything like that.
I was. The weird
swapping?
thing, but I was, and the weird thing was I was only 10 years old. So figure that one out. I don't.
Okay.
You know what screwed me up, man? Like back in the day, I before you got your license, right? So when songs came out, like I Can't Drive 55, that sounded like it was fast. I'm like,
oh yeah,
well,
they
made a song about it. It's got to be fucking ludicrous, right? And then you looking back at it today, you're like fucking, just going to like run the corner, pick up eggs. Like 55 is like, it's like a golf cart to me.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I know it sounds like Sammy Hagar. It sounds so rebellious and so like I can't drive 55.
Going
57.
Like
how dare they impose limits?
It's like every dad rock anthem, like in their Camaro. 55 really like that's the cutoff point to being a badass is 55 miles.
I got like fucking 400 horses in this thing. Can it do 55? Like let's find out.
Right? Yeah, you paid to have that exhaust and all that just to do 55 miles an hour. But yeah,
what a time to be alive.
So how about we do this, Logan?
Yo.
Do you want to kind of re-kick the idea about start out with each one of us and show like an album that we think was kind of pivotal for sending us in the direction that we ended up going in?
I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. But while I do that, I want Rick to answer the question of, like, what were your parents listening to that might have started you down the path? Because then after that, I think we should get right into like our initial steps into extreme metal music. And I guess real quick, how many picks do you have? Like I have like 6 different things I want to show. There's like it's 2 albums per pick, but each one is like a different subgenre that I want to talk about.
Is that is that the deal? 2 albums per pick?
Well, it's whatever you want. Like I
don't really go too.
I don't really know what I'm doing.
Not everything here is metal. Some of it's like
likewise.
Whatever.
Likewise.
The gateway.
The first couple are not for sure. So
all right. So the premise tonight is what got us into just music.
Like what was the path that led you into like especially enjoying the genres that you like the most?
Well, my
like the genres that you still listen to. Like I went through like a new metal phase, but I'm not going to be pulling a Korn album right now because guess what? I don't listen to Korn currently. But there are albums that I listened to during that time that I still do listen to that I would pull because those genres are still important to me as a music fan. So I guess, but first, Rick, what were your parents listening to that might have set you up? And I will be right back.
Let me see if I can pull something here. So, as you guys know, I'm Hispanic basically, right? So, a lot of Spanish speaking stuff in the household. So there was a lot.
I thought you were Polish.
Mexican Elvis here, man.
Oh man, the sombrero.
Mexican Elvis, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so
Rick would own that.
There was a lot of that kind of stuff, and just a lot of like, Puerto Rican rhythms, Dominican rhythms, Mexican rhythms. So I think after a while, some of it clicked on me. Some of it just like I need an escape, Yeah.
And yeah.
You eventually latch on to what your friends listen to, and you stay up a little too late, and Headbangers Ball comes on. And so that shit. And when that stuff came on, you were trying to find what you were gravitating towards. There was a lot of the radio rock stuff, but I think like a lot of us here, when that extreme stuff came on, we were like, ooh, like. I don't know if you guys had a religious upbringing or not, because that plays a major factor, man. And the reason I say that is because of the tabooness of shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you're one of those like very liberal parents and free and none of that shit, like what's
It
extreme?
doesn't mean
Oh,
it doesn't
relative.
mean the same thing. Doesn't mean the same thing. Yeah.
Bingo. So there's a bit of that Buddha. So it's kind of like, am I supposed to be listening to this kind of thing? Like I think you might have some essence of that with movies. You know what I mean? Like if you weren't doing that with music, that was happening to you with movies. That's why they have a rating on this stuff. But music didn't really have a rating. Yeah, they had those explicit stickers. Yeah. It wasn't really like
parental warning, the Tipper Gore stickers.
So
So
Rick, were you sneaking into the X-rated theater to see Debbie Does Dallas 3?
Oh,
only
damn you,
twice.
Brian. That's...
Only twice. Okay, that's what I figured.
So, but
That's
it was but it was the worst football movie I've ever seen though.
Okay, Brian, I have that same CD EP. And the OG with the original logo too, not the corporate logo.
Oh, is this in a little slipcase too?
I love these little maxi singles.
Yeah,
I do too. I wish they put all
Here we go.
in those.
Boom, you got the solo.
And
I'm getting so good at this.
The Zero the Hero cover that they do on that is so good. I love it.
Yeah, it's got the Exorcist on there too. It's really good.
Yeah. Nice.
But that's. I think that's going to be a big one. That's a big one for me, which I will talk about later. But
so, Brian, was your dad or your mom listening to that one that influenced you?
I just pulled that for the sticker. That's just an example.
I know.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was a Catholic, but I never was really much of a practicing Catholic, even though I took communion. Religion was always kind of that fucking thing that. Our family was pretty religious. My grandmother was pretty religious, but she went to see the Pope over in Rome and at the Vatican, and it was like, but I just never, it just never meant anything to me, and my mom never pushed it.
Yeah.
So we rarely ever went to church. We were like a Christmas Eve night church family on occasion, and then by the time I got into my mid-teens, I was like, yeah, fuck that, I'm not going to church.
Easter Sunday.
Yeah, I never went.
They weren't
I
the
stopped
sticker,
going.
man. Like, Catholics were like the more watered down out of all of them. Like they weren't really like the the sex before marriage, all that shit.
That depends on the Catholics that you know, my friend. That's
Nobody
all I'm gonna
really
say.
I mean, yeah, we had the
all I'm
Nat
gonna
Flanders
say.
types. I mean, I knew some Nat Flanders types.
I'm dating
were
one
not-
that was not from that kind of Catholicism, and it was rough in the beginning. Is all I'm gonna say.
Now, I'm not talking about Christianity in general. There's different branches of that. I'm talking about Catholics in particular.
And that's what I'm talking about.
Okay. So
intense Catholics.
now, if you go down to like Mexico, that's a whole different kind of attitude.
Yeah.
And again, we're talking about the Guadalupe division. And down there, it's a different flavor.
All right, Rick, did you answer the question? I might have missed.
I forget what
Mexican Elvis.
Huh?
Yeah, he showed us the Mexican Elvis.
I showed him Mexican Elvis, man.
What were you exposed to in the early days that kind of like you did?
From your parents and stuff that we were like.
Oh yeah, again, it was a lot of Spanish music, man. Like it was a lot of like, Placido Domingo. You know who he is? That was a lot of that.
Herb Alpert and the
Tito
Tijuana Brass.
Puente.
How about some Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass there, Dreadful Rick?
Oh, that is probably, and you can see why I needed to gravitate towards what was, on MTV and everything else at the time. Like I said, I mentioned Hamburger's Ball. Fucking, whatever Cortez and those guys were VJing at the time.
Dan Cortez.
Yeah.
MTV Sports.
Pauly Shore.
Dan Cortez. There's a name I completely forgot about.
Ricky Rackman lives in Charlotte.
Yeah.
No shit. He does.
Yeah, he's Charlotte or like just like north of Charlotte.
Wow.
Ricky actually seems like he might not be a half bad dude to run into somewhere. Like he'd actually be fairly cool.
I never minded him. I thought he was always like harmless.
He's just another
cool. Yeah.
He's another goober fan like we are.
Yeah.
It's just he just happened to know people, and like there's other guys now that I see, like Adam Curry was the other dude that I remember big time from Ed Bringer's Ball with the perfect hair. And I don't know what his deal is now. I think he does podcasts, and he's like, is he somehow involved with weed or something like that? Like,
well, Adam Curry was the guy who created the whole idea of a podcast. from like the very beginning of podcasting,
Right.
when
Really?
you had to download it from like
Yeah.
iTunes, and it was strictly audio only and all of that, and analytics and all that didn't exist yet. He was the one who really, I think the term podcast was, I think he created that name.
Well, he got definitely Podfather is what they call him sometimes because of the
Podfather
administering. So you know that dude's fucking swimming in cash now.
He still has that great hair.
His hair's short now.
with enough money. Oh,
Yeah.
It was very nice hair that he had. Very,
He was quite
a lot of flow,
Yep, quite the well coiffed human being.
a lot of volume.
But I mean, you know, those old days of Martha Quinn and Mark. What was that Mark guy's name? Mark.
There's Loader, Kevin Loader,
Kurt Loader.
Kurt Loader.
Yeah.
And then Alan. What was the skinny blonde haired dude? Alan.
Well, you can't forget, like, Downtown Julie Brown was
Yeah.
my first my first my Jungle Fever with Downtown Julie Brown.
There you go.
Ooh, you want to talk about Jungle Fever?
Dr. Dre and Ed Lover. Young
Yeah. Let's jump into some albums, dudes.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm trying to figure out when I need to like rein try to rein it in, but
well, let's just get talking about albums. And then
here.
We'll just
So first off,
you go first.
I'm just gonna jump in because this is a beer pairing as well. Surprise! This is actually just one of my YouTube videos where I pair a beer with everything I pour or show off. So I'm pouring a wit beer, which is a light, flavorful beer. It's what you want to start with. It's not where you want to end with, but it's like a nice, easy start to like a night of drinking. And for my musical taste, I would say Led Zeppelin 4.
There you go.
Like,
that was on my list.
Okay. A little overlap. So I'm gonna jump this and do another one real quick. But
no, that was just one that was in my list. It's not one I'm talking about, but it's definitely one that was there. I thought about it.
Like this one was just always on through my high school years, not necessarily through me, but through like all my friends. I definitely ran in like a nerdier circle which enjoyed just 70s hard rock and 60s hard rock basically. And this was always what we're listening to. It's definitely one of those albums I could argue has probably been burnt out the most. Oddly enough, I would say Stairway to Heaven I'm still cool with. I can still listen to it and enjoy it. It's more rock and roll and Black Dog that I'm a little more burnt out on.
Oh yeah.
When the Levee Breaks though, I'm still huge
when
on.
the Levee Breaks and Misty Mountain
Going to California, Misty
going to
Mountain
California.
Hop, even the Battle of Evermore. I like that.
Fucking gorgeous song with Sandy Denny on it, man. I still like Black Dog. Rock and roll I never loved. And I will be honest with you, man. I can always avoid Stairway to Heaven. Even though I think it's an amazing song, I can always turn it off.
It's the second half that always gets me, that I'm like, the first half I'm like, eh. And then the second half, I'm there for like the guitar solo and when it picks up. So this was like what people were like listening to around me. And I was like, let's see what else is there. And that led me to this album.
Ooh.
This is actually my least favorite of the big three Yes albums. And Jeff, I love that stream you guys did of the Yes stream.
Yeah, it was okay. I would have. It came off kind of impromptu, like a lot of my streams have lately because of my illness. But yeah, it came out good.
I thought it got the job done. And for me, I pitched my opinion in that stream was that this album was dragged down by the interludes in the middle.
Exactly.
The opening song, Roundabout, and the closing song, Heart of the Sunrise.
Oh.
Just pinnacles.
South Side of Heaven.
Like the actual like songs themselves are good, but just
the songs are killer. It says little
interludes
just
drag it down.
Yep.
And so for me, this does not rank as high if I were to rank Yes, but this was just the first Yes album I got that kind of pushed me forward, just into wanting to buy albums and listen to music and stuff. So I always
what year did you get that? Do you remember?
Probably 2010 or 2010.
So how old would you have been when you first heard it?
16, 7. No, yeah, 16. So
Okay.
And
Nice.
I mean, mainly because of Roundabout, but Heart of Sunrise was big for me.
Ah,
for
what a
sure.
killer song!
What a great.
You know what's
it's
crazy?
It's got some metal parts to it too. Honestly, like when it really picks up speed.
Oh, sharp, distant. Oh man, so good. Into the heart of the sunrise.
All right,
you know what's
I'll
crazy
let the
to
next
think about?
person jump in.
What's crazy to think about though, Logan, is that back in the 70s, man, early to mid 70s, Roundabout was on the radio all the fucking time, and that's what an 8-minute song, right? Roughly.
Shows you the difference of radio, I guess.
Right.
So I'm just gonna move to, I guess, my right. No, that way. I'm just gonna put Chris. You're on next. All right.
Mute.
Chris, you're muted.
All right, here we are. Okay, so now there are two albums that are crucial to exposing me to heavy music. One of those is Van Halen, 1984.
Yep.
I have the record somewhere. I have the CD somewhere. I just couldn't find them. I haven't listened to them for years. Mobile Fidelity is going to put out a one-step that I'm going to buy, whenever that comes out later next year or whatever. But 1984, Van Halen, classic album, absolutely.
For sure.
But another one that not only introduced me to heavy music, but also introduced me to Black Sabbath is the heavy metal soundtrack. Now, like this is an original cassette that I bought way back in the day. I also have it on CD. I have the double vinyl, and I have the music on the movie on Laserdisc.
Yeah, it's a killer soundtrack, dude.
And and then this has, from the Dio era, Mob Rules, which is probably my favorite Dio era Sabbath song, but it's also a different mix that's on the soundtrack. It's
weird.
It's more raw. It's
I didn't know that.
It's not as polished as the one that's on the album. However, the album Mob Rules is and as I've out of the Dio era stuff, this is my favorite Dio Sabbath album. And as I've gotten older, I've listened to so much Black Sabbath where it's like the first 4 albums, I can't even enjoy them anymore because I've heard them so many times.
Right.
Once we get to like Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, when they start to kind of become dysfunctional, Sabotage is my favorite Sabbath album. And I really enjoy Never Say Die and Technical Ecstasy. I really do. I really like those albums. And it's because it's Ozzy Sabbath. It's dysfunctional. The band isn't who they really were, but there are still some good songs. And it's
all high all the time.
Right, exactly. But then once we get to the Dio stuff, that's when Sabbath really took a turn, and they really fit into that late 70s, early 80s sound that, it's, I mean, we all know the sound from that time. And Mob Rules, great album. The title song from the heavy metal soundtrack is what introduced me not only to Sabbath, but the whole idea of heavy metal. So
that's fucking awesome.
That's my introduction to metal in a nutshell.
I will say, I think that has become my favorite Dio era album. Like originally it was Heaven and Hell, but like Sign of the Southern Cross and what's the opening
Falling
track
off,
on that
Falling
one?
Off the Edge of the World.
Oh, yeah.
Killer.
What? Open the Night, or what's the opening song off that one?
Turn Up the Night.
Turn Up the Night.
Yeah, that's such a killer opening song.
Wow, I tell you, I can't remember. Did Heaven and Hell came out the same year as Long Live Rock and Roll, or was it Mob Rules that came out at the same time?
I think Heaven and Hell came out, I think, in 70.
That was 80, I think.
No, 80.
That was 80. That was 80.
Mob
Rules was 81.
Yeah, when was Long Live Rock and Roll? 81?
It's the Rainbow, right?
Yeah. Let me look.
He just
78.
got done with Rainbow, I think, at that time.
Yeah, 1978 was the Long Live Rock and Roll.
Now, was it out 2 years before then? Okay, wow.
Because he was
You know-
he was on that album, right?
And I was going to say, man, that it's hard, but that and Rainbow Rising, for me,
Ooh.
Dio's, which I don't have that, and I didn't pull that. Fucking A, man. Are you kidding me? I didn't pull that? Oh, shit. Okay.
Which one, Jeff?
Rainbow Rising.
Rainbow
Rising.
That one just dawned on me. How did I overlook that? And that one,
Rich
Rainbow, Long Live Rock and Roll, is
Yeah,
damn near
talking about
as
that,
good.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I mean, that's damn near as good. Those are two of, I love the two, the three. Dio, not the fucking Heaven and Hell stuff. I'm not crazy about that, but I like the three Dio Sabbath albums.
Dehumanizer. Yeah,
Dehumanizer.
Yeah, that's a
Dehumanizer
killer.
is awesome,
That's a
too.
killer album, man. Killer
Yeah,
album.
the
I have
Dio
to-
Sabbath stuff is flawless. It really
But I
is.
still-
It's all solid.
I still contend though that Dio's greatest moments on record came on Rising #1 and maybe on Long Live Rock and Roll, man. That album is so fucking
You're talking
good,
about
man.
that magical combination of Blackmore and
Yeah,
Dio,
that
man.
definitely
Dio.
helps.
The way they work in tandem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
mean-
still a sucker for Shame on the Night off of Holy Diver.
Well, Holy Divers, another one of those albums. Like, really, Logan, I mean, this could have been an all-night project. We could have done this for like
This-
40 or 50 albums.
This really is. So
I mean,
I'm
right
like-
there, I overlooked
King,
Rainbow.
man. Fucking Vivian Campbell, man. Like, too bad he didn't last.
But I'm just sitting here thinking, how did I overlook Rainbow Rising? Like, how did I even
Yeah.
manage to do that? And there it is, right on my wall. Like, how
yeah,
did
you're
I?
right. You have the flag. I forgot about that.
Yeah, and I've got.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got one I'm going to talk about here, but
Oh, fuck
that
yeah.
one should have been in there, and I didn't pull it. So,
Well, I honestly, at the end of the night, as long as we have like a small, because I feel like we all talk about what got us into it, but it's like all
Well-
spread out throughout like different streams and stuff. It's not
All
on
right,
one
so-
concise stream. So Jeff,
Yeah.
if you want to go, you're up next.
yeah, like,
so
cohesive.
I'm a
all right. So here's
blow you
the
up.
two.
And you
I'll do two
go for
albums,
it.
kind of like you did.
okay?
That were kind of pivotal to get me into heavier music because, as I said, I listened to Carole King and Simon and Garfunkel and James Taylor and started listening to Rod Stewart and definitely was listening to fucking Peter Frampton Comes Alive. I love Frampton Comes Alive. What a killer album. Great. One of the great live albums of all time, even though it's not live
Mhm.
fully. But all those bands, I mean, and of course, Led Zeppelin 4, Led Zeppelin 2, those were all pivotal albums that I was starting to take into. But I would say that where I kind of really I would say where I kind of fell hard was Rick. Can you show Rick first?
Oh, okay. This is
Rick-
that one. I
Rick
should
has an
realize.
album.
Give me a sec.
Oh, you talk about the naked man, or you want the makeup people?
I want
I
makeup
think he wants
dudes.
the makeup
I want the
people.
makeup dudes, yeah.
All right.
This band,
I got two of them, so just show
Okay.
both of them.
sure. Although Kiss Alive 2, which I like, I don't like nearly as much as Kiss Alive 1. But Kiss Alive 1, 75, I believe that came out in late 75, like October of 75, September of 75. I remember very, very, very vividly Tom Vernally and Joe Vernelli riding up on their bikes with their banana seats, and they're carrying that album. They're like, dude, you got to hear this, man. And we throw it on my little fucking, Sears
I just like the
shitty.
expression on their faces. I mean, look at that shit.
Paul Stanley. It's so
That's
terrible,
the-
isn't it? So
The
cheesy.
demon with the arms is what gets me. He's like,
So cheesy, man. With
You can tell they set that up just in like a back office
oh yeah.
somewhere.
Probably just some shitty fucking bar somewhere where they just took over a stage for an hour and threw some smoke bombs off and set off some pyro and yeah, man. This band, I mean,
They're just smoke
say
bombs
what
and
you
shit.
will about Kiss, man. I get it. They're kind of
This was pretty much the roster of albums that was out at the time.
right.
oh,
And
yeah.
those three albums were I went backwards and grabbed all those three, and then of course from Kiss Alive forward, my first album that I actually bought was not Kiss Alive; it was Rock and Roll Over in '77. I think that was '77. And then of course that's a
really
Love
cool.
Gun came out, and I still and it was my first concert I saw in October of '79. So for me, Kiss was the deal. They were the real deal.
Look at that crowd, man. I mean, just fucking at that time, just already.
Right. And then I would say the next album. Actually, Rick, why don't you pull the Naked Guy? I have this album, but what's that?
You just want him to pull it while he's up?
Rick's getting naked while he. No.
Okay. All right. Let's see the butt.
My ass is good.
that is chiseled.
So I remember buying this album vividly in 1978 in Foley's department store in Greenspoint Mall in Houston, Texas. I don't remember exactly when this album came out. I want to say April. I could be off. Might be September. But this album was a game changer, man. I mean, a total fucking game changer. This album, man, I would go so far as to say this might be my favorite album of all time. All time. As everybody knows me knows, I'm a massive Rush fanatic. And this is the album that, while I'd heard a little bit of Farewell to Kings before this one, this is the first one I bought with my own money. I'll never forget, I'm walking through the store and I see it on the, this is a department store. So it's, there's a little hi-fi album area in the basement of this place. And I'm like, Mom, can you please get me this? I'll do whatever you want me to do. Or I'll mail the lawn all summer long, that kind of shit. And she picked it up for me. Had to have been wondering, like, what is up with the artwork on it? Because it is a bit trippy for that time period. But the
digital artist to me is going like, there was no Photoshop or nothing.
No, not at all.
This must have been fucking pain in the ass.
Oh, yeah. I bet. But so just to quickly summarize the two albums, I feel very strongly that some of the best, if not the best, versions of Kiss songs are on Kiss Alive 1. They fucking kick ass live. Better, they're more energetic, they're more intense, they're more heavy. And that's the first time I'm hearing stuff like Black Diamond, man. Out on the streets for a living, pictures how we become. Ooh. I mean, just like, Peter Criss's voice on that. Holy shit. Paul Stanley's voice on that when he could still sing. Amazing. And great riffs, man. Great riffs. Are Kiss a heavy metal band? No, but they're a hard rock band that relied on riff-based songs, and that's where my love of riff.
They had that look, man.
And the look. Absolutely. So, and then turning it on to Rush real quick, obviously Rush turned me into a prog dork, and that's the band that, was probably proto. I would say Rush is without question the proto prog metal band of all prog metal bands. They were there before pretty much,
they were there. Metal, yeah.
No, I mean, they were there, but what they did, the groundwork that they laid set the table for bands like Fates Warning and Watchtower and, Dream Theater and Symphony X and all those bands that we know now that are fairly, prolific and have solid fan bases. They all have Rush to thank, I think, for creating that genre in a large extent, because Rush was doing, think about it. Who does a 10-minute song that's basically an instrumental? That's just riff after riff after riff after solo after solo after solo. Rush does. La Via Strangiato.
That is one of the best Rush moments, just overall, I think.
To me, that's,
Jeff, I would agree that I think that's my favorite Rush album.
Yeah, it's just sure. It kills.
If you're talking about metal, like adjacent kind of stuff, then
right.
Yeah, I mean, because before that, you had you had Crimson, Jethro, but those guys were using like flutes and bombs.
Yeah, but they were real prog. They weren't.
It's because Rush came from the Power Trio.
It was the Power Trio.
Prog. That's what changed it up, was the Power Trio.
And more than that, too,
that was their saving grace, I think.
Well, even more than that, it was a little bit that their songs were a little less obtuse and a little more approachable than some Crimson stuff. I mean, Lark's Tongue and Aspic is not an easy trip. Red is not an easy trip. I mean, it's great stuff, but you really have to immerse yourself in it and kind of breathe with it a little bit. Rush can still have something like a Closer to the Heart or a Cinderella Man or on that album,
Hell,
the
even the
Trees.
circumstances or
Circumstances,
trees. Yeah.
exactly.
Probably
Yeah.
why
So
I worked
those,
with the arena stuff, man. Every one of the other big arena, because they weren't so highbrow that regular people just couldn't get into it. You know?
well, here's the irony too. Here's the
Yeah.
not irony, but interesting note about Rush and Kiss. They toured a lot together in the 70s. Rush opened for Kiss like hundreds of times especially on the Caress of Steel tour, 2112 before they kind of blew up. And I could have thrown 2112 in there because it's a genre creating album, whole album side, all that stuff. But I threw my favorite one in there. But
You got to.
and I would say too from I would say from God damn it.
2112.
No, the second album. What the come on.
Oh,
Fly by Night.
Fly by Night.
Fly by Night on through Power Windows, man. You'd really have to look hard to find a group that put out incredibly awesome albums like that, one after the other, for damn near a decade, or over a decade, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a 9-album run there. That's just now they did slip after that, no question about that. But yeah, so those are my two that kind of I think set the course, and ironically, they're my first two concerts too. So
that ties in. All right, so I'm gonna jump to Brian now.
Sweet. Oh,
You're up.
big screen.
Big screen.
Yes, I talked a little bit about my parents and what they were listening to. I also had like an aunt who kind of exposed me to some of this back then, like the late 80s. It was she was listening to a lot of Van Halen, like Chris brought up, 1984, OU812.
How do I know when it's love?
oh,
That's a good song.
Guns N' Roses was blowing up at the time, so that was everywhere. But the first kind of rock album I got into was Hysteria.
Oh,
That's the one.
So this is the one, and it was
I was thinking Brian's gonna pull that one.
nothing
I
wrong
wasn't
with
sure
that.
where Brian was going to come in. That's why I was curious, because I probably vibe with the stuff you might show later.
Yeah.
Versus this one.
You got to have it. I mean, and I was in fifth, sixth grade.
Okay.
So and we Rick was talking a minute ago about the religious kind of looking down upon heavy music at the time, and there was the Satanic Panic going on, the PMRC,
Oh god,
and all that stuff put a stigma on heavy metal, Ozzy Osbourne, Slayer, Judas Priest, that made it a little scary actually for me when I was younger. It was something I was interested in, but I was kind of scared to approach. And so this one was like, it had a little bit of sci-fi, but and MTV was at its height,
apex.
And I mean, there's tons of, and a radio too. These songs were all over radio, so it was very accessible. And they obviously had moved away from their new wave of British heavy metal roots to the pop.
Super overproduced. Highly overproduced.
Sound, big choruses.
Mutt Lange, man.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. There's some good songs on that album.
Yeah.
What still stands out?
It's pretty much the ones that you don't hear ever that are good.
Yeah, Gods of War.
Gods of War.
Actually,
Women.
side one is pretty much all radio hits. Women, Rocket, Animal, Love Bites, Pour Some Sugar on Me, Armageddon It. Side two is a little less overplayed.
Right.
But yeah, this was it. This was the first one I really got into. It just stayed in my
Did you go back and grab Pyromania or the other?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This as I explored their catalog over the years, I like that one. I mean, that one I think is one I go to listen to more than this one.
No, yeah,
For
I mean,
sure.
High and Dry is still their
High and Dry
to
is
me.
great.
High and Dry is still a
On to the
killer
Night.
album for them. That's still their hard rock new album. That and the first one.
Yeah, but I like the sci-fi kind of imagery here. You know,
That is cool looking.
it would look cool on a back patch.
They always had really creative, unique album art. Even starting with their first album,
with the guitar on through the night, yeah.
And High on Dry was kind of crazy looking, and Pyromania. They always had really cool album art.
Wasn't High on Dry Hypnosis? I'm thinking it was, wasn't it?
What was there a song?
Hypnosis. The
Bringing Out a Heartbreak was the song from that one.
No, High and Dry, the album cover. I'm talking about the album cover, Hypnosis, the guy that did Pink Floyd.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm 99% sure it is.
So anyway, and then you get to so that was like my entry point, you know. And MTV was like, you know, I get home and I turn on MTV and they do the music video countdown, and my older cousin did expose me to Alice in Chains for the first time, and
there it is.
This is my favorite album of all time. I've talked a lot about it. I think
I didn't know it was the number one though.
Absolutely,
for everything. That's awesome.
I think Man in the Box is it still like gives me goosebumps when I hear that opening riff. You know, I don't know what it is about that song, but I will never get tired of listening to it. It's
which one, Brian?
Man in the Box.
Oh yeah.
I think these songs are I enjoy these songs more than what's on Dirt. I mean, I realize that Dirt's probably the better overall piece of work, but this is the one where I kind of
it's just so much cooler. It's just so raw, man. Like
so many good songs on there. Bleed the Freak.
Sea of Sorrow is one of my favorite songs.
Sea of Sorrow's killer.
First time I saw them.
Love, Hate, Love. Oh man, holy
Sunshine,
fuck.
dude.
Sunshine
is a good one.
Sunshine's great. It Ain't Like That. Did they play It Ain't Like That when you saw them a couple weeks ago, Logan?
No. So
they play.
I'll talk about it a little bit more. But they off of that one, the only one they played was Man in the Box, and I was a little disappointed.
No shit.
Honestly, yeah, I was.
No,
honestly,
didn't they do? Are you sure? I'm pretty sure they were doing Bleed the Freak.
Not on the tour I saw, man.
Okay.
No, they did not.
Where'd you see them at?
I saw him in Charlotte at PNC Pavilion. I'm gonna pull up the set list while I guess Rick is up next.
Yeah, so grunge was just hitting it big, I guess. Because I remember getting into Man in the Box, and I found this album, and I think the video for Wood came out like really soon after that. So I think I got in on the tail end of this one before they kind of blew up with Dirt. So
because it was We Die Young was the first leadoff single, right? And then it went, and then Man in the Box was after that.
Correct.
Yeah, you didn't get I'm looking at it now. You didn't get Bleed the Freak because they did Bleed the Freak in where's that here? You also didn't. It looks like you didn't get Nutshell either. Is that right?
No, we did get Nutshell. We did, at the very least.
Yeah, so, I can't imagine them not doing that.
You're right. They did some good ones that I was maybe not expecting, but they did not do some ones that I was expecting. So I don't know.
I see Grind on here. They haven't done Grind in a long time.
That was one of the ones I was impressed about.
They did the one which they hadn't done for a while. I don't think.
We got the Record Store Day EP. Yeah. That's good.
Got me wrong.
Yeah, this is the reissue right here that came out like 2 years ago, the Record Store Day. And then I just got.
Did you get the new version of Dirt?
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, I
heard that this sounds really good, and this is like the version to own.
I just ordered that today.
I really wanted to get the box set, but at $300, no fucking way. No thanks.
Shit. That's crazy.
But when you guys were streaming on Saturday, I noticed Logan had the shirt. And I had, and I remember the summer of like, I don't know, 7th grade and 8th grade, I wore that shirt.
Was
pretty
it
much
was that a
everywhere.
copy?
Yeah, it was the white with the.
See, that's why I bought it. I thought it
on
was
the back. It says "dirt" in big red brown letters, and I remember having to buy a second copy because the pit stains on that white shirt.
Oh yeah.
Awful. I had to buy another one.
That's my second Dirt album shirt too, and I was just like, I don't care. It's worth it.
It's a classic.
All right, Rick, you up?
There's a reason why band shirts are black, you know?
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yep.
All right, I'm putting Rick up.
You're up,
He's
bro.
going.
Okay. So one of my predicates to get into, I guess upping the level of heaviness was when I started getting to guitar. And I never really got formal lessons. And if you were to try to do that, you know, they're going to try and tell you, well, this is a G chord, this is an E chord, you know, this is a D minor, so on and so forth. Like, dude, when you're starting out, man, like I usually when people come to me, I'm like, you know, I go right to the power chords, fucking palm muting. You know, you want to learn shit from Kill 'Em All, you know, like that's where you go. But you know, back in the day, it's like I think I got a little too big for my britches, and I was attempting some songs that I'm like I just wasn't quite ready for. And one of the tracks was fucking Lay It Down. And you know, Rat was one of those bands where like they were a little different from some of those other hair bands. They were just a little sleazier in their own little way. I just love them. Fucking Robin Crosby's playing. You know, rest in peace. But Vision of Your Privacy, you know, it's it used to be Out of the Cellar, but I think this one kind of leaped past that one for me. So this one is my favorite. Just fucking, it's got the hooks, man. It just got it's just the production on it, everything. It's just you know, it's like a nice snapshot of that time period, man. To me, it's a fucking, you know, this is gold right here.
How old were you when you started listening to that one? Like, what was?
Well, I first knew about Rat from that Golden Child.
Yes, Body Talk.
And with Body Talk. Then you never look back from there. And then, obviously, you know, Round and Round was always on MTV.
Yes,
you know, that was the big radio song. You know, that was on that wasn't on this album. But yeah, like, so, you know, I still like the band, man. Even that last album they put out, which came out probably a decade ago.
Oh, Invasion
or Infestation, I think it was.
Infestation. That's
impossible to find, but it's, you know, the only one I didn't like was their self-titled one. You know, it came out in the 90s. That was kind of a snooze fest, but that one was you know, but they really came back, and that last one was like kind of a return to form. You know, I'm surprised they didn't really do anything else after that, considering how good that album was. It's not as good as the 80s stuff, but you know, given how much time has elapsed, like I think that, you know, it's a really good record. But this right here is fucking, you know, brings a lot of memories. You know, I still can't lay it down as good. You know, it's just you know, another one is, this might surprise you guys, but I think this is one of the great opening riffs of just rock. You know, maybe not the greatest opening riff of all time, but it's just a really great opener for this album. And so I can give it up, man. But Barracuda.
Oh,
very nice.
Absolutely.
That fucking, it hooks you in right from the beginning, man. This is a band who's had a really good career. You know, it's, you know, they changed quite a lot when they moved into the 80s. I gotta say, you know, I mean, they kind of you know, followed the trend, and you know, and they blew up in their own way, you know. But you know, I've been a hard fan for a long time, man. Again, I started with because of how young I was. I didn't start with the 70s stuff, you know, back when that self-titled album came out. You know, I think it's when they started getting on my radar, you know. But then songs like Barracuda were always on the radio, you know. It just never didn't quite the same way until I started getting into guitar. I'm like, man, this is fucking pretty killer. So,
dude, there's some massive riffs on that album, man. Yeah. Fucking Roger Fisher and what's his name? Don't tell me exactly. Roger Fisher. What was the other guy's name? Fuck.
What's his name start with?
It's a weird concept for the photo
What?
shoot.
Like
Photo
Little
shoot
House,
has been interesting.
Little House on the Prairie.
Yeah, just has that look.
That's so funny you bring up the Golden Child with Rat, because that's the same thing that I thought. I think that's the first time I heard Rat.
We're pretty close to the same age, right?
Yeah.
We have the same impression of us. Like, fuck, man. It's like, yeah. It's like, I want to go beat down a bunch of bikers. Oh, man.
Okay. Well, I want some chips.
But, yeah. So, those are my two for now.
Nice. All right.
I think you can move the squares back around. You know, if you want to put it,
What do you
put
mean?
it back the way we were.
Is this
Yeah.
how we were originally?
No, I think Jeff moved. Yeah, there you go.
Wait.
And then switch me and Rick. There we go.
Boom. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we're back to our
It took
original.
me a long
musical
time to figure
chair
that out, man. You can
location.
do that. I'm like, you
Dude,
know.
I'm
I've been
slowly
dreaming.
messing with everything. Like I just figured out. Look, we got chats down here.
Yeah.
That's
I think
cool.
I think Jeff is having an audio issue, maybe.
Yeah, he's been popping in and out.
With
We'll
no
see.
baloney, I've always
Oh, yeah.
wondered, Anzalone, like, is that like an Italian last name or like?
I don't know. Did we ever ask him?
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen him on many
I feel like we did
streams.
once.
No baloney,
I'm sure we've
Anzalone.
asked.
Like it
Yeah, I'm
sounds
sure
like, yeah, I'm you know.
So real
And-
quick
and-
question: did anyone go like this?
Yes.
From like Kellen, hip hop, punk, metal? 'Cause
Yes.
that was not me. I always detested hip hop until
I pulled something
Later
for
on.
that, which I was gonna show in the next round.
This was actually like the first
I almost pulled that one.
Here,
I
I'll
got into.
pull you out real quick.
This was
There-
like when I was in Catholic school. Everyone was looking for if it had this sticker, you wanted
Yeah.
to check it out.
That was the
Yep.
Nintendo scale of quality right there, man. Like,
All my friends were into gangster rap, NWA, Public Enemy, Ice-T, Ice Cube, Compton's Most Wanted, DJ Quick, all that stuff.
Yeah.
So that's where I started.
the categories.
And I still like this stuff, the early stuff, but anything past,
I
911 is
I stopped at
good.
Coolio. Like, well, after
Yeah, I
Coolio.
don't like any of that stuff. Like, dude, I didn't
me-
even really like. I like Digital Underground, but I didn't really like anything Tupac did. To be honest, that was not my thing.
I got into a little like phase a couple years ago with after long after getting into metal and stuff with Illmatic by Nas and
Oh yeah.
Wu-Tang, Enter the 36 Chambers. But that
Wu-Tang, yeah.
that's like besides some like hip hop artists which somehow incorporated like some metal like tastefully. Oh well, of course them. They were actually a big part. Like
This
They
one,
started
Licensed
as
to Ill.
a punk band, you know.
Oh, there's the other one. Or that is that the same
Yeah.
one?
oh, look at that! Is that like a box
Fucking
set?
A, dude.
It's the Check Your Head box set that.
Oh my
that came
god,
out.
beautiful!
Yeah.
I love this because it was so it kind of fit into like the alternative scene that was going on because they actually had some kind of rocking songs on here like Gratitude.
Oh,
What
yeah.
else?
Gratitude's a killer.
Something's
Like
got
tone.
to give is a real like chill kind of easy grooving song.
Yeah.
What else? Gratitude.
I don't know. They've definitely got a
What
couple
you
good albums.
want?
Yeah, that was
Money
good.
with the money that you. Yeah, I haven't
I love that
listened to
song.
this album
Can you hear me?
since it was out in the
Yeah, you're
90s.
good.
I
Yeah, we
haven't
can hear
even opened this yet, so
Really?
it's yeah.
Can you hear me now?
I recently.
Yeah, man, you're
yep.
good.
I don't know what the
recently-
fuck happened. No clue what the hell happened. I was actually hearing music playing through my headphones while you guys were talking. I have no idea. I have one of these fancy iPhone set of headphones. They just don't flaked out on me there. So sorry about
Pow. From Pow. That one's a great kind of rocking track. I recently got reacquainted with this after being separated for a long time. And it's just as good as I remember. And I'm not really the biggest like Beastie Boys fan. I like License to Ill. like Paul's Boutique, but I don't really like anything past this. I guess Ill Communication is pretty good. But I don't know. There's something that just clicked all the right boxes for me.
Jeff, I'm hearing the music now too. I don't know.
Oh, sorry, that's my TV.
Okay.
I don't know what's
I was
going
like,
on
I'm-
with my audio, man. I can't, like, everything was cool for a little bit, and then suddenly I couldn't hear anything, and it said my browser was disconnected from my audio, my mic, and I'm like, what the fuck does that even mean? Like, my browser? So you can hear me okay, and the volume's okay?
Yes,
You're not hearing the fan?
We've had enough boomer audio problems.
Is
tonight.
the fan?
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
you're
All right.
okay. So apparently, No Baloney Anzalone is
Oh, I didn't know that.
Danzig. So now we know.
I never made the connection, man.
I
knew
did
they
not
were
realize
dancing,
that
but I never
either.
made the connection.
Yeah. So, all right, I'm gonna jump in. So for my second set of pairings, I officially kind of got into music or started finding music by myself because my uncle basically brought me a bunch of CDs that he was trying to get rid of, and a lot of it was early '90s stuff. Of course, Nevermind was in there, but one that actually kind of really stuck out with me, and I saw this band open for Alice in Chains just last week.
Oh.
You guys can laugh at me if you like. I
yeah.
got
No.
Bush,
I had that one too.
16 Stone. I actually really like most of the songs on here. Everything's in. Which
That first
they play
album's
live.
the only one that's like tolerable for me, man. That first album, like that's it right there, man.
It's the only one I have. I'll see their whole discography at Goodwill, like almost every time I go. I will never pick it up.
It's like I'm not
It's
getting
the only one I own and never listen to.
It's good for an occasional listen. Like to me,
I
it's
just never pull it out.
important.
I just never
You
pull it
know.
out. You know.
I remember seeing I think the tablature for Everything Is Zen and kind of figuring out, playing that one of the first songs we played on guitar.
that Machine Head song.
Machine Head, maybe
Machine
that
Head.
was
Drop D. Right?
bet.
Drop D, Brian?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's down tuned. I know that
Right.
one.
Drop D, I believe.
So yeah, everything's
get it.
in.
No,
Comes
no,
down. Machine Head.
Little Things That Kill.
Little Things is
That's the
honestly it's the best song.
That's a
in the
good
whole
song.
album.
That's a good tune, yeah.
That's a good song.
It's all about the lyrics and just the chorus is
Yeah.
one of the catchiest choruses.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but because of this, I bought that Alice in Chains Greatest Hits, and then after I bought that one, and before I ended up buying Black Gives Way to Blue, I found this one.
Oh yeah.
So this was my first Alice in Chains, and it's
Wow.
not my favorite. In fact, it probably took me a little bit to get into. This was like the slowest burner.
Oh, yeah.
for my Alice in Chains albums. Like,
I'm still trying to get into that one. It's never quite click with me all the way.
Here, I'll tell
I
you.
love that. I love that album, but
ones.
it's definitely a slow burn. You're
It's
right.
quite somber,
It's
man,
a
from their other stuff.
Super somber one, dude.
Sludge Factory.
Sludge Factory.
is fucking killer.
Sludge Factory. Head Creeps, which
That's
is savage. Like Head Creeps is
See,
absolutely
that album.
savage.
The crazy thing about that album is that, Dirt is the heroin album. Where
Yeah.
Lane is talking about falling down in the hole and not being able to get out, and on that album, he's openly talking about shit like
He's like
nothing
after
better than a
right?
dealer that gets you high. It's on Sludge Factory, it's like just crazy, man. I mean, the openness of what he was talking about there was pretty intense for that era.
I
A
feel
lot
like
of
he's
people were
almost
on there,
talking
but
about
they
the
weren't
end.
talking about it.
So, these might be some of the songs that you guys have had issue getting into, but I really like Nothing Song.
Oh, great song.
Nothing Song sticks to your mouth like peanut butter on the brain.
Peanut butter on
the yeah. What a weird chorus that is.
Frogs is really trippy.
I
and-
was about to mention Frogs because that shit took me forever to get into, but I really like that one.
so
now.
dark.
And then Goddamn.
Yeah,
fucking
that's
Killer song.
fantastic.
That's
one of the
like
best
that's like the Ripper, I would say, for the album.
And then-
That's almost
and then
like a
Jerry
throwback to
throws-
Dirt.
And Jerry throws kind of a country tune on the end that's Over Now.
I love
Great
Over
song
Now.
though. It's beautiful.
I think it fits the overall attitude of the album perfectly.
Oh, I agree.
I think like the whole album is so somber, and then it ends on this almost optimistic and happy. Like it sounds optimistic and happy, but is it actually?
Not really.
Not really.
Not really.
And I think that's what makes it the perfect final song, you know. And it was the last song they recorded, so it was over.
Well, actually, there was some other stuff that is on the box set, like died.
For like studio album wise, you know, like
no, right.
This is how they ended their studio.
I love that album, and I don't think I needed as much.
Me too.
Coaxing as maybe you guys. It just kind of connected once it happened.
It's my second favorite of their full length albums.
Oh wow!
Like for me, it's Dirt, then this one.
Yeah, it's probably still third for me.
I got it.
But I love it.
It was the first one I listened to.
No, it makes sense.
Yeah, that does make it.
All right, Chris, I'm back to you.
All right. I have a big baby in my lap right now.
I see. That's fucking Naughty Benny right there, I believe.
He is. Yeah, this is the Instagram account, Brian. It's for this guy right here.
That's awesome.
So what are we on now? Because we for this round.
Just the next album.
Yeah, like the next step in your progression. Because you were like heavy metal introduction, Black Sabbath. Then what got heavier? Like, how did you get into like thrash or, you know?
Okay,
like
so
the next thing after that, Heaven and Hell, or Mob Rules. I mean,
yeah. After, oh man, you know there was a lot, but okay, so sort of my introduction to Sickness was MTV Headbangers Ball. It really was. I mean, but at the time too, all of it was like such a blur just because I was learning of all these new bands all at once. Obituary and Slayer and all of this. But one thing that I can call out is that, you know, like when you get into metal, it's not just, you know, because later on, like in the 90s and stuff, when you got into metal, it wasn't like, oh, this, you know, it wasn't just, oh, this is metal. No, this is death metal. This is thrash metal. This is, you know, hardcore, whatever. Very important album to me is, all right, let me get, he has to go. He just woke up from a nap, and
nice.
Let me just put him on the floor. So, okay, here we go. This is a very important because this is the album that introduced me to Uncontrolled Chaos.
Oh shit!
Yeah, there you go.
That's a huge jump, Chris.
Yeah, from like when I heard this album, this was just like, and what I have here, this is a first press gatefold. And then I have, this is a very early repress. It's from the original master tape. And then this is one of the earache, the digipacks, the FDR reissues that they do. And so with this album, just the whole blur and noise and just blast beats and just absolute chaos, I was like, I don't even know what I'm listening to, you know? I mean, this is just absolute insanity. And I consider this to be the greatest grind album ever. It's not the most enjoyable to listen to, but it's, when you look at the time when this came out, which was, you know, late 80s when this album came out, who was making music like this back then? Yeah, there were some bands, but you know, and even Scum. Like I can't listen to Scum. The first half of Scum
is tough.
The Nick Bolin stuff when they were just sloppy crust is just unlistenable. It's absolute garbage. The second side,
it's really two albums. Like that's the way I look at it.
Yeah.
Smash into one.
Yeah. Because the second side where it's bleed organ stuff, it's like, okay, now we're getting somewhere. But this album is like, okay, it's that blur, blast beat, which blast beats were brand new. You know, I mean, it's that blur noise, but with some structure to it. Oh, no baloney disagree. Oh boy.
Yeah,
We'll get to you later, no baloney. But I really do. I think that this is. I think that Jeff, can you put yourself on mute, man? I'm sick of it.
Yeah, I'm Jeff.
Sick
I'm sorry,
of
man.
what,
I'm gonna
dude?
just turn down the.
Dude, your fan.
I'll see you guys later.
Okay. So this is like to me like the OG grind album. And then another one too that let's see here. Okay, so right here I have okay. I think Seasons in the Abyss.
Yeah.
Probably War Ensemble. The video for War Ensemble was just like the way the video was shot, the black and white, and just, you know, the way it was shot, but also just the opening riff was just so just chaotic. I was just like, oh my God. I mean, it's like hearing something like that. I mean, I had heard some of South of Heaven, but War Ensemble is what really pulled me into Slayer. And I mean, those are really like the two albums that kind of just like really pulled me into like underground metal. And then also Butchered at Birth, which I have a pressing of that around here somewhere. I just can't find it right now. But Butchered at Birth, that late 80s Slayer, and then, of course, From Enslavement are like the two that are just crazy.
I think from Enslavement too, man. That lineup was just Bill Steer. I think that was the last one he did with them, right?
Yeah.
Fucking Mick Harris is an animal.
well, that was the last one, also with Lee Dorian, because then after that he went on to do like Cathedral or whatever, and but then Bill Steer. Then that's when they went on to do Carcass. I don't know, the whole Napalm Death family tree. It's just so huge, because then also Justin Broderick and everything that he did, you know, Godflesh and Jesu and everything like that. I think Napalm Death really are one of the most important metal bands ever. I think if we were to come up with a new big four, Napalm Death would be in that.
I would probably lump them along with Carcass too, man. Like when they started, you know, if you were talking about influential bands, especially that dirty sound. I mean, putting Bill Steer in front of it kind of just puts everything kind of front and center. You know, he was kind of in the midst of all that.
Mm-hmm.
I got to agree with your Seasons in the Abyss pick. That was a big one for me. And exactly for the reason you were saying, seeing those music videos on Headbangers Ball, War Ensemble.
Yeah.
And more for me was the title track where they're out, you know, in the desert, you know, Seasons in the Abyss, that music video.
That was filmed in really, Egypt, right? Like, it's just the production on it. Like, for a band of that caliber, you weren't used to seeing like, you know, that much money being put into a video, you know, which is usually them out in the, well, I don't know, man. Like, I remember when Dead Beyond Excels. I remember when I first saw that. I mean, I remember like they put this much money into this, like, but I mean, it's not like they were in some weird, like, kind of crazy over the top thing. They were just kind of in the middle of some desert. But for a metal video, you know,
it wasn't just in a.
Well, also Dead Skin Mask.
Did they have a music video for that one? Did they have a music video for that one?
They do. I never saw it.
But I think what they had was a live clip of it.
Okay.
So, you know, like back in, you know, Headbangers Ball, I think that, you know, they would do clips that were just like from like a live show.
Oh, right. Okay.
And I remember Dead Skin Mask, that whole album. I really do. It's like, for a Slayer, for me personally, I know Rain and Blood is considered, you know, the, you know, sort of like the gold standard, but I've always loved Slayer, Seasons in the Abyss.
It's got a ton of great songs, other than the kind of the three big ones, you know, Skeletons of Society, Blood Red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the very end.
Yeah.
Yeah. Season of the Abyss.
Cool.
Yeah, that's my second favorite Slayer album for sure.
Yeah,
it's
up there for me.
Yeah, we weren't like we didn't come on when all the really early stuff was coming on. You know, it's like
No,
Bill of AIDS. I don't know. I didn't know about any of those albums. And I got the shirt. You know, so I'm like, but I was gonna pull Slayer, but you know, maybe a little much.
That was one I did not pull that one, but it was on my possibles. I couldn't pull them all.
Yeah, too much for sure. I guess Brian, you're up.
Okay. Well, I remember because I'm looking at the back of this one, and I'm seeing a BMG direct marketing sticker or tag, and I'm pretty sure I got Seasons of the Abyss and this one in one of those BMG Columbia House CD Club orders where you would buy, or you get 8 free or something like that, and then you got to buy 6 for the next 3 years or something. So I got a lot of CDs that way, and this was like one of the first kind of. It was actually this one and Metallica's Black Album, which I really can't really stand anymore. But this one actually, I still think it holds up. I know it's. I remember going to like I don't know, like summer camp, and the older kids would be wearing like the Metallica and Justice for All t-shirts and the Megadeth Rust in Peace t-shirts, and I was always kind of interested in the artwork and the logos, and so when I first heard Symphony of Destruction, I was like, okay, maybe I'll finally give this a shot. So I just kind of filled in the cards, and I got this one, and yeah, I think it's got great songs. I mean, I think this is the last one I really like Mustaine's lyrics. I think after this they get a little cringy, even though there's some stuff on here that's pretty cringy, like Sweating Bullets, maybe even Psychotron. It's not the greatest lyrics, but I still think the music.
That was like the last time they were really thrashy before they went all melodic, the melodic 90s, I like to call it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, there is some melodic songs in here, like Foreclosure of a Dream, Countdown to Extinction.
Yeah.
Maybe even Captive Honor.
But you can already hear those semblances kind of creeping in, when Euthanasia hit, we're like, oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I see where they were going.
To Le Monde and Train of Consequences.
Yeah.
I think they did that transition. This is a great lineup too. This is like one of the classic lineups. It's Nick Menza, it's Marty Friedman, and the Daves. So production on it. I mean, I always thought it's got a real big, thick, full production. I think these songs stand out. I listened to it. I pulled it out and listened to it again today. And I'm, This Was My Life, Skin of My Teeth, High Speed Dirt. Yeah, this is a big one.
Yeah.
One, I feel like this and the Black Album get kind of put together a lot. And just for that fact, I kind of, I think I would always prefer this one. And I got this. I didn't see them on this tour, but this is the first time I saw Megadeth.
Oh, cool.
At this little club in the St. Louis area called Pops. Not an arena. I think every time I've seen them since has been like an arena. So it was kind of weird. 2004. So I don't know if they were. I'm not sure what album that would have been for.
That sounds about right. Is that 12 Stones on there? Like that band lasted like 5 minutes.
Yeah, Earshot too. I think they had a hit song for a minute. Yeah. The other one from that time period or a little later was Undertow by Tool.
Oh, nice.
Another BMG CD Club pickup, and again, getting into music videos sober was really weird and interesting. And the other Prison Sex, they put out a video for those still in that kind of same claymation kind of vein, if you guys remember those.
Yes.
Yeah.
Those music videos are a big part of
for sure. Yeah.
Of me getting into heavier music.
And it was interesting during this time period where I was listening to different things. I was listening to some Rollins band. I was listening to some Rage Against the Machine, and you start hearing like I think on Henry Rollins makes a voice appearance on Bottom. And then if you're listening to the first Rage Against the Machine album, you'll hear Maynard on I remember the track. But they this kind of alt metal scene kind of wove together. Lollapalooza, a lot of these bands were on Lollapalooza that first year. So is this metal? I consider this one metal.
Oh yeah,
for sure. I mean, I think all Tool stuff's metal. Same way with Alice in Chains. I mean, I think they get lumped into some.
That was before I got acquainted with the term like progressive metal. Even they weren't even like quite progressive yet, like the way they got to be later on.
No, this one's a lot more. I don't know, straightforward. I guess you could say compared. God, my glare is terrible.
No.
Whatever.
I think
whatever it looks like. But have you ever? I remember
it was the time signatures, man, that kind of lumped them sort of in that.
Yeah.
I guess that territory.
Yeah.
Of
the deep kind of dark bass tone.
Dude, yeah, that like there's Swamp Song and then the song Bottom.
Yeah, Bottom especially
killer.
Intolerance too.
Yeah.
The opening to fucking Prison Sex, man, like that.
Yeah.
The first time I heard that, I was like, holy shit.
Did you guys ever take off the tray card?
What do you mean, like behind the tray card?
Did you ever look?
I don't know what we got. Oh yes, I did. Yeah.
Wait, is that in Seasons of the Abyss?
No,
that's on Tool's Undertow.
Oh, okay.
I think I don't think that after I saw this, I started going through my CDs and like, is there any other hidden kind of shit?
Yeah.
I only found the one and ended up breaking a few cases, I'm sure. So
to find it.
Just being there.
I wanted to say I honestly, they did the Megadeth stream on the Marty or Heavy Metallurgy.
Oh yeah,
and I thought disservice was done to Countdown to Extinction. So I'm glad you mentioned it.
I think some of the older,
everyone had it super low down.
Yeah, that was like it's too commercial. And they waved it off. And
yeah,
and
they were like Megadeth's Black Album, which I think there's more to it than.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think
just the Black Album for Megadeth.
Right. It's definitely a little bit slowed down, a little bit more commercial than, Rest in Peace.
Well,
but I still think it's got some teeth.
It definitely does, and I think just the songwriting and the variety in the album is better, a lot better than I think the Black Album. And
for sure.
And the video for
Sweating Bullets?
Oh no, well that one was the videos were cool too because that was also back when they put effort into back when people watched music videos and what was it? It had all the lighting effects and it really kind of fit with the rhythm of the song of and they were all just like headbanging and stuff.
Well, the music videos really helped with the record sales. It's like before MTV became fucking a reality show network. And by that time, it's like we were moving to the digital era. So I don't know how long. I mean, I still enjoy music videos. It's but I guess you could see the tide changing.
I don't know. I think it's. I wonder now, like if they brought back like a Headbangers Ball type show on, say, MTV, would people watch that? I probably would.
You know what they did instead? Those multimedia CDs became popular. Like I still have all those like fucking CD-ROM things, like
QuickTime.
It's like
QuickTime videos.
It's those really low quality shitty MPEGs. Put it in there. It's like CD-ROM. It's like
I could never get them to work.
You need real player to play it.
Yeah, it fucking ran some shit, or you needed like you know, I mean, it was great for its time, you know, but after a while, you can't put that shit on today. It's gonna look like crap.
Right. Yeah, Pierce from Within, I'm sure, is a gateway for a lot of.
I almost pulled Pierce from Within. Like that was close for me.
Yeah.
Didn't make
well, Kellen was just talking brutal death metal Wednesday, so totally appropriate.
It's still in his system, I guess.
Through Silver and Blood, yeah, that's another one, man. Like we were talking about like
close.
Progressive metal with Tool and stuff, but like Through Silver and Blood, and then you started moving more into that sort of loud and fucking post metal, and you know, then you started getting to that more side of things.
I like that Kellen keeps mentioning the Inalienable Dream List, because that is my all-time favorite grind album, but in my opinion, the second greatest grind album ever.
Behind the Napalm Death you mentioned?
I own 13 different pressings of the Inalienable Dream List. So, yeah. So I have an attachment to it, I guess you could say.
Yeah. All right, Rick, I'm gonna put you up.
All right. Well, Brian brought up Rage Against the Machine at some point. I know he didn't show it, but it got me thinking. Like, you know, people were talking about like the sort of I mean, what did you call it at the time? It was like very had a funk element to it. You know, it wasn't quite. It was kind of rap like. It was kind of you know, you had that the kind of crazy experimental guitar work and all that stuff. But I remember being a kid at the time, and people were talking about like NWA and all those other groups, and then there was one odd bird, and that was Body Count. And I remember this being one of those hardcore extreme albums at the time that didn't quite fit in a clear peg. You know, I know that again, there you go. Just had the explicit sticker. That was appealing to me at the time. And like Rage Against the Machine, it talked about a lot of social issues and all kinds of shit. You know, I mean, it didn't move into the Native American stuff, but you know, in their own way, you know, they talked about all kinds of stuff that was going on in the streets and just general society. And Ernie C's like guitar playing, you know, it's his own little signature, man. Between this, I mean, I kind of lost interest with, you know, over the years. It's just kind of, but the first two, this and Born Dead, you know, it's the ones I latch on to. But this debut, pretty hard hitting, man. You talk about hard hitting. This shit right here, man. Like, so again, I don't know how big and into Ice-T you guys were back in the day.
Yeah, well, the first Body Count song is on OG Original Gangster, I think, right?
I believe so.
On the Ice-T, yeah, he put a Body Count song on that on his OG Original Gangster.
I just remember it didn't sound like anything at the time that was, you know, everybody was listening to gangster rap and shit, but this one had like guitar solos and had a bunch of other stuff going on. Yeah. It was pretty much a hardcore album, you know.
Was Rocky George in Body Count? I can't remember.
I remember Ernie C was the guitar player.
Yeah, okay. He's pretty much the guy. I don't know
about the other members.
But yeah. So this one, this is one that, you know, we talk about like, quote, extreme stuff going on at the time. You know, you can jump onto things like, you know, gangster rap and, you know, stuff with explicit stickers, and you had stuff with an actual message, right? Like this that,
yeah,
you know, was pretty hard hitting. You know, I couldn't relate to gun violence. I didn't have that. Fortunately, I didn't have that issue, you know, where I lived.
But that was so that one had that huge controversy though with Cop Killer.
Yeah. Well, you had this at the time, and then you know, well, at the same time you had like NWA, fuck the police, right? Like,
yeah,
like, people really don't like cops. Like, you know, like I don't know, like it was.
Well, it was. I mean, if you think about the time period, you know, the Rodney King incident.
I was just gonna say, yeah.
Rodney King being what happened.
It was
And then the
when
riots.
did it happen? Did it April 26, 1992? Wasn't there a song about that?
I'm sure it was.
So another one that kind of moving towards heavy music, and just because, and there was a reason why I showed the rat earlier, and that was because there will come a band that would kind of move into a territory, and some would say it's like this was the last kind of hurrah before grunge came in and kind of killed everything, and this right here, and
Yeah.
No doubt.
this was a hit machine, man. Like this came in at just the right year, just at the right time. It's like, had they waited another, if they put this out when Use Your Illusions came out, it would not have had nearly the same impact. These guys were young and hungry, and they weren't quite glam. They weren't quite heavy metal. It was kind of, they were kind of in the middle of all this other stuff. It's like they were aggressive. The lyrics had quite a punch to it. And Axel had a different kind of voice than some of those other bands coming out of LA, those other places did. And I remember this is, and I remember this is one of the ones I had dubbed on tape forever. I just listened to it over and over, that, and Welcome to the Jungle, and it was just one that followed me for years. I was too young to go to any Guns N' Roses shows. So I was too young to be disappointed with their band being 2 hours late, and Axel's antics. Original cover, which is the one. This is pretty much the one everybody's looking for now, right? It's like,
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Do you guys have a particular favorite or one that kind of I mean, you got some earworms here.
Oh,
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brownstone.
Yeah.
Brownstone.
Mr. Brownstone.
I thought Mr. Brownstone was about a person, like Counting Crows or Mr. Jones. Like, this is about a guy.
Isn't it about their drug dealer or something?
Well, again, 9-year-old me didn't know this.
Okay.
He was not
I
able
listened
to
to Paradise City. I knew what the girls were pretty. I knew about that one. That one was
there's the original album
Yeah.
cover too over there.
Rick he hadn't learned how to read between the lines just yet. He had some growing up to do.
Yeah. Night Train. I mean, fuck, man. This was a hit machine, man.
Yes. Something about
iconic.
80s.
Child of Mine.
It's one of those albums that you could argue got played to death, but somehow still survived being played to death.
Yep.
Like I would still listen to Mr. Brownstone. I would still listen to Welcome to the Jungle. I think Sweet Child of Mine is the only song I would like skip.
Yeah.
Like Paradise City, I'd still listen to that.
Sweet Child of Mine was a good guitar practice song. It's like, okay,
I bet
I can get this thing, kind of get that. But
I mean, that Slash guitar solo is killer.
It's so easy.
Is it?
Yeah, and think about you. It's kind of like, I've heard this so many times that I only really enjoy the deep cuts on it now.
Yeah.
Is your favorite still Mr. Brownstone though, Chris?
Yeah, I've always liked that one. It's so easy.
Oh yeah.
Think about you. Those are probably the three.
Mr. Brownstone, he just won't leave me alone, and so I just keep putting it on.
Yeah, right, Mr. Brownstone. All right, so I'll jump in. I think I'm finally starting to get into like metal music at this point. This is after like getting past the music that was around me like growing up and like that my friends were listening to, and that initially my uncle was like, here, you should check this out, and then I took the first step into Alice in Chains and Soundgarden. For me, the next step after that was still very riff heavy. It was NOLA.
Oh yeah.
It's Down. This is one of those albums that I listen to every year around the same time between late August through the end of this month, probably. Like this is at least spun a couple different times. And this is just Riff City. I think this is one of the best riff albums ever recorded. It's got Kirk and it's got
Pepper?
the I Hate God drummer Jimmy
Bauer,
on guitar. Just
Pepper.
Oh, and Pepper. Yeah. That's why it's Riff City. I mean, like, I go through these songs, every single one of them has a killer riff in it. Temptation's Wings, Lifer, Pillars of Eternity, Hail the Leaf. I mean, there's Jesus Christ. Eyes of the South, when that song drops.
For sure.
That album was like Phil needed an outlet. Be like, look, I'm tired of talking about Texas, man. I'm from New Orleans, damn it.
Dude,
I need to do
this blows anything that Pantera ever did out of the water. Like no contest. Cheers, Kellen. I think this is like far superior. And I didn't even get to my two favorites at the very end, which is probably most people's favorites: Stone the Crow and Bury Me in Smoke. Like,
it's a good stoner album, man. Like I don't think they would call it a stoner album, but to me, like if I wanted to listen to something kind of that's not quite Electric Wizard, and I put that on.
It was my proto stoner, I guess. So I was lucky enough. I found this.
What's that?
This is just a single.
Oh, cool.
Stone the Crow single. So all that's on it is Stone the Crow.
That's really cool, though.
That's it. This was awesome. I bought it for $1 from some like record store that was trying to get rid of it.
Wow.
And my max number of times just listening to it in a row was 6, just leaving it in and letting it replay.
Oh yeah, I could see that.
Because Stone the Crow,
it's great. That was the
fucking killer
single off it, I believe, if it had a single.
Yeah, because it's the only one that they have a music video for.
Yeah.
And
I don't think I ever saw the music video, but I remember when I got that CD, once that song hit, it was like, okay, repeat.
Yep. Because it builds up beautifully into the chorus, from the bluesy verse to the chorus, and then to the guitar solo. It's probably one of the best songs I think ever. I don't know.
No,
I've listened to it hundreds of times.
I almost pulled Nola for sure.
I was wondering if you might pull that one too. That was the other one I was curious if you were gonna pull with Brian. So real quick, I need another beer. So this is
what pairs well with Nola?
It doesn't pair well with Nola. It pairs well with the next one I'm going to show real quick because I don't want to talk too much. It's almost midnight. This is Harvest Time. It's the pumpkin ale, but it's also got a lot of the harvest spices and stuff you would get around the fall season. And this is my ultimate fall sludge album right here.
Oh shit,
good one.
Red by Baroness.
Red album.
I absolutely adore this album. To me, it's also Riff City. You can't go wrong with Rays on Pinion, The Birthing, Isaac, Wanderlust, Teeth of a Cogwheel, Grad. And it's just one of those albums that just flows beautifully all the way through and is really, it's just a mood. It's like a mood album, And I wish Baroness would go back to this. I think we all do.
Yep.
If you're a Baroness fan, this is what you wish they would go back to.
Yeah.
Like, I still have multiple of their newer albums, and I saw them when they were touring for Silver and Gold and had an okay time,
Yeah.
But all I'm going to say, when I saw them live on that tour, they closed with Isaac, and the whole crowd went from just like head bopping to every single person was jumping. It was their final song, and everyone was jumping and moshing for Isaac. So this is what people want. That's all I'm gonna say.
It's one of those bands where, like, the classic era, man, it's kind of what you pine for. Like, I feel like what's that other band? The Sword is one of those bands where, like, if you can go back to like that Age of Winters days. Like,
holy shit,
man! Like,
I could do a stream bass for the Sword because they're one of my favorite. Like, I could have pulled them instead of either Nola or Red for sure.
Yeah, I saw Baroness when they were touring for that album. Great lineup. It was Genghis Tron opened it.
Oh, that's
and then
weird.
Baroness on the Red album. So they played all songs off that. The Red Chord played next, and then Converge. I think they were touring for Jane Doe. I think.
So that was probably around like
yeah.
2005-ish or so.
Yeah, I was out of college.
Yeah.
Reggie's Rock Club in Chicago.
Okay.
That was a good show. But I honestly went primarily for Baroness. It was like I saw Baroness was playing. I was like, yeah, that's the one I really went for. I was really into them at the time. I liked Blue. I liked the Blue record a little. I liked it okay, but that album for me was really where.
This is just the peak,
Yeah.
you know. Yeah. And I would definitely implore you to check out their 2 EPs, first and second, and they're split with Unpersons too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
I have not.
All that material is before this, and it all is in a similar vein, if not more raw. Especially that EP, they almost sound like ISIS at times.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Just some of like the build-ups, and I think the vocals by Baisley are almost more ISIS-like too, you know. So, yeah.
The Red album, the Red album and the Blue ones are like where they really peaked, and then was
Yellow
it Green and Gold was like the double one that they put out, and that was kind of like the second half of all of that kind of was just a little too just like it felt like album filler in a way, but yeah, Red and Blue were really good,
dude, for sure. All right, Chris, you're back.
Okay, so what are we looking for here?
I mean, like the next step. Did you like dive further? Because I'm still not even like at death metal yet. Like,
oh man,
you know,
well, you know what? One album, and this isn't like anything that really. This is just an album that is just incredible, and I absolutely love it. But it introduced me to a new style of metal, sort of like shoegaze, sludge, and that's the self-titled Jesu album. And
nice.
So now this is the 5 LP box set that they just released last year. I also have the first press as well. But this album, the self-titled Jesu, is just incredible from start to finish. This album, just that whole melodic, shoegazy, sludge, doom, perfected here. Everything after this started to become just a little too cheery, or I don't know. Everything that he released after this started to sound a little more dreamy. I guess maybe would be a good adjective to use for it or whatever. But this album, just from start to finish, the first time I heard it to this day, I absolutely love this album so much, and it just introduced me to that whole different style of metal, and I can't say enough good things about this album. It's just Justin Broderick, whatever he was doing at the time. Excellent album.
That ties back to your Napalm Death pick earlier.
Well, it is. The Napalm Death family tree is, I feel like that could be like you know how there was the Chicago Bulls, The Last Dance, and it was a 10-part series. I feel like the Napalm Death family tree could be like a 10-part series when you look at all the bands that spawned from, you know, the very beginnings of Napalm.
What label did that Jesu come out on? Was that on
the original was Hydra Head.
I thought it was Hydra Head. It really fit into that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Now this one, the reissue that they did last year, I think this is Avalanche. I think, which is his label that he does like his other projects on.
I was gonna ask, who put that out?
I had to have this shipped to me from the Netherlands, like from his his thing. So I think it was they sent me because I got 2 copies of this, and then they sent me because also the Godflesh box set, this one.
Oh man, like that's awesome.
This is another really good one to get to. But like I was, because they sent me the wrong order. And so like I was talking to his wife through email, and so she like threw some extra stuff in the box and sent it to me. But yeah, I think Avalanche is his label.
Okay. I saw Jesu open for ISIS. That was one of the loudest shows I've been to.
Who was louder?
Honestly, I think Jesu might have been louder. I don't know.
That's crazy.
It was just so much. It was just so much coming at you, but it was really great.
Yeah, the
I'd be
Jesu,
jealous of that.
yeah, that self-titled album, man, it is, especially if you listen to it through headphones.
Yeah.
Oh, it just sounds amazing.
There's just some bands where you got to bring earplugs, man. Like Neurosis is one of those bands, like Primitive Man.
Primitive
Man for sure.
Oh yeah, and Vermin Womb.
Yes,
both.
Same dude. So
no, I think
he just hates the eardrums, I guess.
Very loud.
He's like, "Fuck your ears. You don't need your
He's
ears."
got something against you hearing properly. So,
all right. So I guess it's my turn.
Yeah, go, Brian. You're up.
Okay. Okay. I don't even know which one actually came up first. Okay, I'll just go with this one. The Bleeding. I saw, it just seems to be that MTV was the gateway for all of this for me. And for a time period on Headbangers Ball, they had this like kind of a segment called Into the Pit, I think they called it. And so for the last half hour, they would play like death metal and grind. And I was always kind of intrigued about Cannibal Corpse because when I was flipping through the CDs, I saw the artwork for Tomb of the Mutilated and the song titles for Tomb of the Mutilated, but I just wasn't ready to like do that blind buy yet. Mm-hmm. It was just a little bit too much for me at the time. But when I heard the song Staring Through the Eyes of the Dead or the music video, I was like, okay, well, maybe I do need to check this out. So I got this. It's probably my favorite Cannibal Corpse album. I mean, it just does not stop from start to finish. Pulverize, The Bleeding, Force-Fed Broken Glass. I love that part where it kind of slows down toward the end and you can hear someone like gurgling,
It was the first time I heard Cannibal get into such a, I guess what you call a groove, for lack of a better term, more of a groove laden in a state than they were previously. I'm like,
right.
They were more memorable.
Oh yeah, they definitely had a little bit more of that groove. But I mean, you could tell that they were starting to do that on Tomb of the Mutilated for sure.
Yeah.
But just kind of refined it here. And this is I always thought Rob Barrett was a great guitar player. I think he brought a lot to their sound.
Did he leave right after that one? I think he did. Or he stuck around for Vile.
He might have been on Vile. I don't remember.
I'm trying to remember because it's kind of weird because it's a strange crossover because I know Barnes was on the Vile sessions, but which was never released.
Right.
So there was this strange kind of transition period with the band. So I'm a little iffy on what that was like. It just doesn't come to mind at the moment.
I want to say that it's other than Barnes, it's the same lineup on Vile. That's my just from memory.
The only consistent members, right, are pretty much was Alex and Paul, right?
Alex and Paul, everybody else. Yeah, those were probably the mainstays. Anyway, this was my entry point to Cannibal Corpse death metal. I got into Obituary probably first, but this was like a close second, and then Sepultura.
Let me ask: did you feel guilt-free as you were getting into it?
No, man. I had to hide this.
Yeah,
so I had to hide this under my bed in a shoebox. My mother found this I don't know, and I was in high school at the time. I was probably 94. So I was a sophomore in high school. I don't even remember where I'm sure I got this at the mall because at the mall they had like a Music Land and a Camelot, and they weren't like asking for ID or anything when you bought this with a little sticker. you know.
Yeah, there wasn't a real outlet for that shit, man. Like, I don't think Hot Topic was quite as prevalent yet, right? Like,
No,
that
there's
popped
no Hot
in.
Topic. Best Buy was actually a good place to find music in my area, but this one, at the Gates, was another big one for me. A couple years later.
Oh yeah.
This one in particular, it's actually one of those where, speaking of like music stores, I think I went into a music store and actually had to have it like special ordered, and it cost like, I don't know, $20-$30 because at the time, like he said, I knew I wanted to check out At the Gates because everybody in the music magazines was like, they had the ads for like Slaughter the Soul because that had just come out, so there were a lot of interviews in like Pit Magazine and Metal Maniacs for that one, but this is the only one that he could get for some reason. So I said, that's fine. Just, I just want to check them out. And so it's actually like five original tracks and then 3 live. So I guess technically it's an EP, but I think this is some of their strongest material. The Swarm, Terminal Spirit Disease. It's got, it's melodic death metal. It's got a little bit of that peaceful sound with like, there's a little bit of violin here and there, which they had on their earlier stuff too. But I just think some of these songs are just super like evil and sinister, The Fevered Circle is probably my favorite At the Gate song ever. I think it's a great song. Forever Blind. Yeah. So this is a nice like transitional,
because that's before Slaughter the Soul, right?
Yeah, it's right before. So this is 90. This is 94. I want to say at
95.
95. So, they always had kind of that weird riffing style. The harmonies on this is just killer, and so you could kind of see this is a good transitional album between their earlier stuff and Slaughter the Soul. So, I'd highly
like that one better.
This one,
Slaughter the Soul, yeah.
I listened to them back to back today, and I was always kind of like, nah, there's no way. But yeah, I think I do. I think these songs are better. The 6 original track, the 6 like new tracks for this one.
That's one album I skipped for
really
years because I judged the book by its cover, man. Like I was just like, that does not look like. Yeah, it did not look like a death metal album. Like for all intents and purposes, it could be a jazz album.
I likewise skipped it. Like I don't even know if I've heard it, honestly. Like I went from I think The Red in the Sky. Well, I started with Slaughter of the Soul, and then I went back to The Red in the Sky Is Ours. Not really crazy on that album, honestly. Like it's.
I honestly, if you like Slaughter of the Soul, I think you'll like this. It's just a little bit more. What's the word I'm looking for? Experimental as far as how they put their songs together.
Yeah.
So yeah. So that's kind of my next step into the death metal realm.
Dude, 2 good ones for sure. All right, I'm gonna put Rick up there. Yo, Rick.
Well, if you're gonna show Cannibal, I might as well. So,
are we all doing that?
My intro. First of all, the fucking name, man. People are like, you checked out Cannibal Corpse. So I'm like, I think I would have known if I did. Like, and I remember like looking at some of the T-shirts. This one dude that came in who kind of he's one of those who kind of gave me the one-on-one a lot of death metal at the time, and he came in with this shirt one day, and I was just like, all right. So this is a repress, as you can tell from the logo, but nevertheless, man, like there was a period, like then the original pressing had like a slipcase or something with it, for obvious reasons, and I think with this album is when they kind of started getting into what you call their their signature death metal sound. Being that they had their first album had a more thrashy sound. This one had more of a deeper, more guttural kind of approach. It was more intense, and I thought I knew, because before these guys, I got wind of like Obituary, and to me that was like kind of what death metal sounded like. And when I got wind of these guys sounded nothing like Obituary. And I was just like, and finding out like, okay, these guys, now do you guys know, did they write these tracks when they were still in New York, or were they already in Florida at the time?
No, they were in. They were from Buffalo.
That's what I mean.
So was
like,
that was that Buffalo though?
New York when these tracks were written? It's my question. Like,
I don't know when they were written, but I know that they were at Morris Sound Studios for like.
Yeah, the first one was also done at Morris Sound, which kind of had me thinking like, that sort of change and transition to sound, was it because they ended up in Tampa? But shit, man, this was probably gave me a reaction to what death metal really was. I mean, this fucking showed actual like fucking death, man. Like, this was extreme of the extreme at the time, and I could understand why. Also, taking into context, like, I was like 13 to 14 when I first saw this. So that dude who wore the that shirt to school had a lot of balls, man. And
he definitely did, dude. Because I think that might be their most, well, maybe their second most, depending on who you ask. Like, disturbing album cover. Well, shit. What, the Spawn one? What is that one with the
Breeding the Spawn?
Breeding the Spawn. No, that's the Suffocation album.
What we saw on Cannibal.
Yeah, like their most sickening album cover.
Tomb of the Mutilated.
Yeah, which
more than this.
I mean, yeah, two out of, okay, so yeah, Brian brought up the Bleeding. Rick, you brought up Butchered. Tomb of the Mutilated is my favorite Cannibal album.
Because I'm actually, that's my next pick.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Literally, Rick, if you got another album to go for it.
No, I just remember because Brian showed that earlier with Hammer Smash Face.
Yeah.
Because I had a little clip from it.
If you got another one.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna pull a local band.
Do it.
Just another classic, which kind of it's a weird segue, but and this is an album that technically, by all definition, should not have been as successful as it was, given the year it came out. It was the year of Nevermind, and this was not like what people were going after at the time, what the record labels were. By the time like Warrant and those guys were coming up, putting out their stuff, no one wanted that sound anymore. But for some reason, this one thrived. And which kind of, these guys came late in the game. This was only their second album. But by the time it came out, but I remember how over the top the vocals were, and how punchy the guitars were at the time. I was like 11, when when this came out. And I just remember it, just how over the top and everything was. It was quite a. What's up?
Did that have Youth Gone Wild on it?
No, that's off of the self-titled one.
Oh, okay.
That's from the first one. Yeah, kicks off pretty good. I mean, Monkey.
Does that one have "Get the Fuck Out"? Because that's like the song right there.
Yeah, it's on this one. I know that was removed on some pressings.
That was a goodwill find for me. That album with "Get the Fuck Out" on it. Yeah.
Man, I think that if you're gonna find some of those, I mean, it's not. For a while, it was a little difficult to find, but you're not gonna have issues anymore. I think people kind of just chilled out on that, over time. It's kind of stupid to think about it nowadays, just how people would overreact over shit like that, in hindsight. But
Yeah.
given the, I remember I'm old enough to remember like how ludicrous that shit was, man, back in then, how people reacted to that, and it just only made me want to explore it more. So yeah, so it was just trying to wrap my head around that, and during that time period.
Yeah, that's a good album. Quicksand Jesus, Monkey Business.
Yep.
A lot better than any danger shit you can pull, Rick.
I could have pulled it, man.
You could have pulled it. I know.
I spared you that one.
He's got it.
Glad you did it.
I got 2 of them.
Oh yeah. All right. Are you guys up for one more round through? And
Yeah,
then
I got
wrap it
2.
up
Yeah,
after that?
I got one
Yeah.
more.
I pulled a few. I can move into more death metal stuff like
Okay.
at this point.
Chris, you up for one more round?
Yeah, sure.
All right, man. So now as you guys saw earlier, we're gonna do triple Cannibal Corpse because why the fuck not? I think these guys are one of the most maybe the single most important extreme metal bands.
The reason I didn't rate that one as more gross because I think there's something with the babies. There's something, people are just very sensitive to shit with babies, man.
You're right. To me, I guess it's probably when you heard it, right? So this was my first Cannibal Corpse exposure, and I will talk a little bit about that now because I think that kind of just sets the stage why it's here.
Spoiler alert: was it Ace Ventura: Pet Detective?
It was not Ace Ventura: Pet Detective.
I figured that might be too cliche.
Yeah, and no, it was. I was 16. It was just some random friend of a friend, or was just burning copies of this album for everybody. And me and my buddy, we were both into like,
he just felt compelled. Everybody had to have a copy.
Yeah, basically. And we were both into Korn and Mudvayne, and he was like, "Here, take a copy of this album right here." So jumping from like, nu metal as like the heaviest stuff you've heard to this is a pretty big fucking jump, and the subject material alone was a pretty big fucking jump. I was 16 at the time, and I guess a pretty sheltered 16-year-old.
Yep.
To be fair, Hammer Smashed Face, I was fine with. I could live with that. Like, so often I would just put this album on and just listen to the first song and just cut it off because that intro that can get you, no matter what. That intro into the bass solo. And then I Come Blood, whenever I would feel a little adventurous, I would venture on into that one. And then I would feel a little bit more adventurous after that. And then it would get into Addicted to Vaginal Skin. And they did the vocal, the soundbite clip of what you got to do is, snip, snip, snip.
That's a common condition. I think they were really trying to set a little PSA with that one.
Oh, so what that? They were just trying to help out everybody.
Yeah.
So I for the longest time I could not get past the third track, Addicted to Vaginal Skin, for a couple years. That was was it. And this album was only Hammer Smash Face and I Come Blood, and that was all I was able to listen to. But I finally did, and this is a fucking kick-ass album. I mean, Split Wide Open is killer. Necropedophile is extremely creepy, especially when it exits out into like playground noises. Like that shit's just like, oh fuck. And then of course it's got track 7, Entrails Ripped from a Virgin's Cunt. I mean, okay, and then Beyond the Cemetery has some killer riffs.
Yeah,
I don't know. This was my introduction to death metal, whether I wanted it to be or not, and it took me a little bit to finally get back to it. Like, this was not the first Cannibal Corpse album I ended up buying. The first one was actually The Bleeding, and that was a lot better to me. A lot easier to listen to and enjoy than Tomb of the Mutilated. So I had to go back to that one, but it's still like the first album I would say from them. And then to quickly tie into another one, I quickly went into technical death metal, and really I hope this gets a mention in your guys' chat, Brian, you and Kellen. your early 2000s, but Necrophagist with their album Epitaph.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah.
This is killer technical death metal. Like, just it's crazy, but the songs are still there. I think like the individual songs are very strong. Stab Wound, The Stillborn One, Epitaph, 7. I don't know. I love this album for sure. This is an underrated one, and I think Necrophagist, they're going to become very forgotten because they haven't done anything. Like, I think that's a meme at this point. Still waiting on the third Necrophagist album, and that's gonna put them to the history books, and that's about it. So,
I never heard that album.
You
know what I'm saying?
I would recommend
it. I've seen it. I've seen it shown and talked about. It's just, I don't know. I've just never taken the time to listen to it.
Do you think it's too late now? Where like if you listen to it, it'd be like
no. I'll probably like listen to it and then start, hitting myself violently for not ignoring it for 20 years or whatever.
All I know is Stillborn 1 and 7 are they're like honestly slow burners.
Maybe tomorrow's the day.
So, and actually real quick, one more beer. This is gonna be my last one of the evening. Burial Brewing, Brian, I sent you a glass from there.
Yeah, okay.
Metal cool. Brewery. Look at this fucking logo right here.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's cool.
Yeah. This is a good thing to listen to when you're listening to death metal because IPA, heavy in the hops, a little hazy.
Did that Burial in Plaza Midwood, did they make it through the pandemic?
They did. They're good. I like them. Oh,
Burial is like my favorite, like North Carolina beer.
Mine too.
Well, and Wicked Weed, but
yeah, a couple of my other like beer drinking buddies are like, that's the most pretentious brewery I've ever been to, but they just don't get it, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's just because they don't get it.
I gotta say, I never thought that Zombies and The Beach worked so well, but they do. Ever since seeing that one Full Cheek like album cover, I'm like, you know what? It works.
And I watched that movie this Halloween season.
Okay,
I agree. Zombie Shark, best thing.
It's pretty cool.
Best thing there is.
That can reminds me of the cover of Surf Nazis Must Die.
I don't know if I know that. Surf Nazis.
I think it's a trauma movie.
Oh shit.
But that's the cover is kind of similar. It's got some surfboards and some skulls.
Dude, well, I love their can art. They just have the killer can art and killer glassware too. Do you still have your glasses and stuff from there, Chris?
I drink out of them all the time.
Fucking cheers to that, man.
And when I moved, I packaged them so they were really safe and bubble wrap and wouldn't break.
The 5-star treatment. All right, I'll pop you up.
All right. So for me and my thing with metal is, like we all have like sort of that one type of metal that it's like, that's who I am. It's what I identify with. I've always been a grindcore guy. Grindcore has always been my thing. I absolutely love grind. If there's one subgenre that I always go to, it's grind. I think of myself as like a prophet of grind. Like, I do, and I pound my chest. I'll die on the mountain for it. I am a prophet of grind. If you were interested in something, come to me, and then I'll nod my head in approval, or shun it away. So, my all-time favorite grind album ever is The Inalienable Dreamless by Discordance Axis. And I remember hearing this in 2000 when it came out. And I was in college at the time. And I got kind of bored with a lot of metal just because things got stale. And at that time, too, I was kind of listening to more like hardcore and stuff. But then I heard The Inalienable Dreamless. and I was like, holy shit, this is unreal. And to this day, it's that grind sound that I love of single pedal blast beat screamy grind. Like I death grind, I'm not into, you know, like I don't need helicopter, you know, double bass pedals, you know, like I don't need pig snout vocals or anything. Raw screamy vocals, shredding guitars, and single pedal blast beats are what. And Dave Whitty, incredible drummer, and his drumming on this album is amazing. John Chang and his vocals, he's from New Jersey, just like you, Rick, and I absolutely love this album so much. So here's what I own of this album. First of all, I own the book about the album called Compiling Autumn. So I have this. And then I have the OG CD in the DVD case. And then I have the repress CD that just came out earlier this year. And then I have the Picadori, the DVD, which is just a live version of the album, which really, it's unwatchable, just the way it's edited. I ripped the audio from it and listened to the audio, and it's just god awful to listen to, but that's the thing about screamy grindcore. I mean, there are times in this album where the screaming is just so unharmonic, where it's just raw and it doesn't fit with the music, but that's the thing about it, is the lack of harmony is what makes it sound so good, because it just adds to the chaos of the album. And then what I have here are 12 different pressings.
Holy shit, Chris.
So I have a first press, and then I have all of the 2011 represses that came out. One is sealed, and then the other one is the sky blue, which I hate colored vinyl, but for albums like this, I buy it anyways. I like black vinyl. And then last year they repressed it again, and there are 8 variants that were released last year, and then there's also a misprint, so 9 total that were released last year. So I have those right here, all of one album. Imagine trying to explain this to your significant other of why do you need to own 13 versions of the same album, and well, there's a story there. And yeah, so this album is personally, to me, just one of my top 5 all-time favorite albums. It's just incredible.
That's quite a collection.
That is. So you have like almost a quarter of a cube or something like that.
I was gonna say you probably have a lot of duplicates from all the pressings you're buying. Just
do you also go after the CDs and cassettes if they are pressed? For that?
I don't buy cassettes, but I buy CDs of everything. So it's like I buy CDs and vinyl. So it's like, but I'm a hi-fi guy too, and I have like a really sick DAC and a CD player and amp and everything. So I'll always buy the CD of an album, and then I'll buy the record if I feel like I should own it. But yeah, I'm not getting into cassettes. No, I'm not doing that.
It's a bridge too far.
I hear you.
Yeah, two formats is enough for me. I don't.
No,
I need to save some money. You know.
Yeah.
The price is going up on those too, man. It's like ridiculous. It's like it should not be more than $10. Even that's pushing it.
$10 I think is pushing it. $8 and for me is a cassette.
That's becoming the norm.
I think $10 seems like the norm.
Everything's going up now.
And the thing too is it's like, where are they getting the masters from? So it's like if you're buying a cassette, what are they pulling the master from? Are they just ripping a WAV file from a CD and then just pressing that to a tape, which I'm sure is what is happening?
Yeah.
You know, I think that the whole cassette market it's just a gimmick. Like it's, I mean, cassettes in general are just an inferior product. But it's just, it's all about the fancy case and the fancy J card and all of that. It's, you know, I want something that sounds good. I don't need a fucking cassette, you know.
There's a argument to be made that some vinyl is like that too, where like
I was about to say
when you're pulling from digital sources, you know.
I feel like there could be a hot
vinyl
take
is
that
like
could
that.
be turned around on a different format
Just
if you
analog
wanted it.
in general, you know,
Yeah.
anything analog. I mean,
Most all vinyl has a digital step in the mastering process.
This is the best format in my opinion.
CD is, man. I love CDs.
Boom.
I have over 2,500 CDs. And
Yeah,
I love CDs.
but mainly it's big. I look at it from
it's the
mostly
easiest
a
format.
financial aspect, and to me, financially, that's the best. It's
I
the
like
best
looking at
format
the
currently.
big pretty pictures though, you know.
The big
For
artwork
some
is
albums,
plus.
for some albums, it's worth it, and it's worth it to have all the extra stuff, and you know.
But
All
look
right,
at the
Brian, I'll
cost,
pull
though.
you up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Is that my turn?
you got it.
All right. So when I got into college, like, and then around 2000, that was kind of when I got my first like high-speed internet connection, and Napster was up and running, and file sharing was going on. So that kind of gave me access to a lot of stuff that I was only reading about at the time. And so, you know, I talked about, you know, a little bit of grunge, some thrash, some death metal. And so I guess I got to kind of end with stoner, which is
There it is.
A big genre for me right now. And this copy actually was gifted to me from Logan recently, which I really appreciate. I only had a copy of this on CDR. But yeah,
dude, it's a bare bones copy, so it's not like I broke a bank or anything to get it for you.
It's one of these ones. It's like find lyrics at earache.com.
It is. It's one of those cool. Like damn you earache.
Yeah. So yeah, I remember downloading this early on. You know, this came out in 92, but I didn't hear it until like 2001 or 2002. But it just kind of blew my mind. It was just so groovy and so heavy. Very much jam band kind of feel to it. And, you know, Chris was talking about like the Napalm Death family tree. As far as stoner doom sludge goes, like the Sleep family tree is pretty much untouchable, other than maybe Caius.
Yes.
Those two are pretty big in this kind of subgenre. In fact, you know, Matt Pike, like, didn't he win a Grammy with High on Fire?
He did for Electric Messiah.
Well deserved too. And I actually, you know, if I'm going down the line, I probably like Al's own material probably better than High on Fire at this moment right now. That's the stuff I like to listen to. But yeah, Sleep, this one. It took me a while to get into Dope Smoker, but this was very much an important kind of discovery for me back in the early 2000s. And then kind of from there, I went almost immediately to a Marijuana Con by Bongzilla. And Bongzilla, I don't know why or how, but they've become like one of my favorite bands as of late, last couple of years.
So that's a recent thing? Because I think that's almost like a I guess a meme, or it's just like, it's not a meme, but Brian likes Bongzilla kind of
Oh,
thing.
I mean,
like,
I've always liked them, but I just have not been like a crazy collector of their stuff. You know what I mean? Like, whereas now I'm like, I've got a bunch of like original CD presses. I'm starting to get everything on vinyl. I actually just saw them play last week, and I got my copy of Wisconsin signed by all three of them. Got a couple T-shirts. Like, really kind of dove down this like Bongzilla freaking rabbit hole. But this one, because I was really big into Relapse, and this is on Relapse. I really loved kind of their take on this like sludgy kind of stoner doom. It's you could kind of compare it to I Hate God, but I Hate God's kind of like more like desperate and depraved type of sludge, where Bongzilla is a little more like chill and happy.
Yeah. I think God has more of the hardcore kind of bite.
Yes, very much just like down in the gutter. Whereas Bongzilla is just kind of about, a little bit of activism. And I really like when they use sound samples from like the PBS documentaries. I don't know why, it really seems to work for me. Where it's just a guy talking about like people planting marijuana in their cornfields, It's just, for some reason, it appeals to me. So yeah, this was a big one in college. And at first, obviously, it was just like, it's kind of a joke. And in fact, when I saw them last week, there were people coming in and just buying T-shirts and then leaving. I think they just thought it was a joke. You know what I mean? Like Bongzilla, it's like a funny name. There were people that just walked in, bought a T-shirt, and left.
Did you see them at a concert venue or at a?
It was at a bar, like a club.
Yeah. Okay.
Club. Yeah.
Like they thought it was like Max Sabbath or something.
Yeah, something like that. They saw, the name was up on the marquee, so they stopped in for like to like
a Bongzilla shirt.
Yeah, then it was a couple old guys.
Anytime you got a quirky name, people
you
gotta sell some T-shirts. Like that's the one band, Meth Leopard. It's just like
for real.
Meth Leopard, Bird Flesh.
Yeah.
What is your favorite Bongzilla album? Is that it, Marijuanakin? Because I'm a newer convert, so
I would probably say Gateway is my favorite.
Gateway. Okay.
I think they're all good. I think they're all really good.
I started with Stash. Relapse. I started with Stash because Relapse was pushing the shit out of that one, man, when that came out.
Yeah.
That's the one that Brian sent to me. So
Yep, there you go.
All right. Let's blow Chris up here real quick. He's got some shit over here. Chris, you're muted. I'm unmuting you. What are you saying?
This is the box set that Relapse put out.
Yeah.
It's 100 copies, but it has Gateway, Methods for Attaining Extreme Altitudes, Stash, a Marijuanakin, which a Marijuanakin is. Well, God, Gateway is so good too. It's a toss up between those two of which one is the best. And then I know I went on my rant before about how I don't like colored vinyl, but
you got plenty of colored vinyl, dude.
I have a lot of it.
You have a shit ton. You went on that rant too soon, I think.
Ooh, that's pretty.
Yeah, but they did a good job with this splatter. I've seen some really shitty splatters before, but this is a good splatter.
It goes with the artwork.
Very
like
nice.
When it's the ones that go nothing with the artwork, that's annoying, especially when they don't give you much of an option. Because sometimes you can't avoid color vinyl simply because, for some reason, if it's a low run, they don't make a black variant. You're kind of stuck with color.
Yeah, that Dying Fetus repress that they did like 2 years ago, the splatter for that is terrible. This one too, man. This is such a good album. Fucking Brian, good call on this one, man, because this one is sick.
Right, I'm going back to Brian. What you got in the bag? What's in the bag?
So this is they're like live from the Relapse Contamination Festival. This one is limited to 100 copies. I actually bought their last one and it was signed. and it's on a clear. So that was a good pickup. And then the other one that was kind of cool was this compilation. And the bag, and a little tote bag.
The tote bag
you
is
got
killer,
the
dude.
tote bag.
The tote bag
Oh
is
yeah,
fucking
I
killer.
have that one too. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
marijuana.
marijuana.
It's Shake the Singles, but on vinyl, and they they renamed it, but I think it's the same track list.
All right.
It just makes me want to go on vacation.
All
man.
right.
So I can-
Right. So
Teaching
they
Trump,
actually. Oh, look.
there. Yeah.
Very nice.
Boom. Scene
Wait,
double.
and the
God
contamination
damn it.
fund.
All right,
Fantastic.
real quick.
So watch out because
Bongzilla deep dive.
so I talked to they announced that they just recorded a new album
Okay.
last weekend, I believe. I asked Spanky if it was coming out on 420 because that just seems like something they would do. But he said no, probably next summer the new Bongzilla album will be
They're
out.
like, no, we're saving that for Weed Eater. You know?
Yeah.
Sleep
We'll let
already
them
took
have
it. Sleep already took 420 with the
I think
sciences.
it's tentatively titled Dab City.
I bought a 7. They released a 7-inch like a year ago. Sunday
Dude.
Driver.
Brian, show the 7-inch.
And I got that one.
Oh, the Wake Brewing one?
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, didn't
yeah,
you get
yeah.
a 7-inch when you went?
Oh yeah, I can go grab it.
Yeah, come on. Let's
got,
just dive into some Bongzilla real quick. It'll be fun.
man, my 7-inches are they're not.
It'll be great.
Nothing is in order, but my 7-inches, dude. I
Oh, you got
consider.
a good 7-inch.
I don't
Yeah,
have I don't have any bong on vinyl, man. Like you guys, like I that's one where like I have. It's
Oh,
on
okay.
CD.
Here we go. Let's see.
The mixed bag EP.
Ooh.
God
from,
damn it. So what's on that?
Resurrected Blueberry. This has Lighten Up and Smoke Like the Wind. I think this was one of the early ones. And then I got the split with Meat Jack.
Holy
Bud
shit.
Just on black.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah. So this was at a local record store in Davenport, and
That's one of the recent pickups, right?
yeah, the guy who produced Wisconsin actually passed away last year, and so this is part of his personal collection
Oh shit.
that they were selling, and so it had actually been up for. I saw them post like a couple of these like online. I wasn't sure if like it'd still be there by the time I got there, like a couple weeks later, but they were. So I just grabbed them because I'm starting to like really get in deep into this.
Yeah,
band.
you become quite the librarian, man. When it comes to picking
Yeah.
that stuff up. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Dude,
Are you getting the
That's-
cassettes too, man? If they
The what?
as if you're gonna pick up everything, are you getting the cassettes too?
No, I probably I go with cassettes, but
There's a limit, right?
I have been grabbing a couple. If I see I've been picking up the CD versions as well because I like to have those in the car.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Rick, let's wrap up with you, my friend.
All right. Maybe I'll show 3.
Hey, do blow the load. All up to you.
Or I'll do 20. Actually,
Oh
showed
shit.
How much time we got? I've shown this one several times. It's just one of those albums where Relapse is pushing the shit out of it, and this is their debut on Relapse. I know with the first one. So you show Down, show some New Orleans stuff. You show some,
Yeah.
I show some Grind, a little Sludge. I'm like, why not just take the whole kit and caboodle and put it all together and just show one of my favorite albums of all time right here.
Soylent Green, yes.
Now Secrets, man. Like this. I never ever get tired of this, man. I can put it on any time. Just fucking the hooks, just everything. It just came in at the right time in my life, man. When I was hungry for something like this, I was kind of already like just well deep into death metal and all that shit, and then I was exploring Napalm and those other bands, but just going back to like what's going on in the U.S., man, especially down south. Something about this and you know, when I listen to bands like Crowbar and whatnot, like these guys were just pushing an envelope in a different kind of way, you know. But yeah, it's just highly recommend it. Even if you're not really into grindcore, this is just a fucking fun album, man. Just you know, it kind of stands apart from what a lot of those other bands are doing. As far as their discography, like, you know, the one after this one and then so forth, it's just, to me, it's just got progressively not as interesting and chronologically as the band kind of moved along. I think this was the last one with Donovan Punch. But I think Ben was still, Ben was pretty much on all the albums. But by the time, you know, with all the tragedy and shit that happened with the band, you know, and by then, you know, he just moved on to Goat Whore. But great album.
Was that album put out before the van accident?
Fuck. I don't know.
You were on tour for Confrontation when that happened?
Confrontation came later.
Later, right.
Quite a bit later, yeah. So I would say probably before that. It's
Okay.
the timeline.
So the only one I know from them is Symphony for the Beaten Down, and that one.
That's a good one too, man.
That one's great. I have to get
favorite.
more. They're just. It's getting a little harder to find, I think.
Yeah. Well, this one on vinyl hasn't really been repressed, which
No, exactly.
sucks. They really need to repress this.
Yeah.
It came with a 7-inch too.
I think there's been the topic of family trees, and I think the Acid Bath family tree.
Oh yeah.
Could
That's
really
what I was gonna pull out, but
like.
I actually got into them quite late. Soylent Green was kind of first on my roster. That's why.
Oh really? Yeah.
Yeah, believe it or not. So here I'll pull some. I don't know if this is in your guys' wheelhouse, but you know, you guys know, I listen to hardcore too, man. And these guys are, you showed Jersey. So here's another one. So Fury of 5.
I do not know that.
No,
nothing. I got nothing.
I don't know like how much hardcore nuts. I know Brian's not.
No, that one's new to me.
If you're
I've
into
been
the school,
those, but
these guys fall in line with the metallic kind of side of hardcore. And by the time this came out in the mid '90s, and again, local band, I knew of these guys. I've seen them twice, and you know, met with the guys. Pretty cool. You know, they broke up for a little while. I think around 2000, and it looks like they're back together. I'm not. So this is a promotional copy, and yeah, man. Like so, you know, again, it's another one of those victory. If you know those victory bands, you know, Earth Crisis, they kind of fall in that school of stuff. So if you're listening to, you know, Integrity, you know, I can just go on. Like it's just basically, early Hatebreed. You know,
what era of Integrity?
Probably. Well, Dwayne was still in the U.S., so probably that era.
Okay.
You know, if your ears are not like
the devil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that would be killer. It would be up my alley for sure.
And yeah, but definitely, you know, again, it's tough guy stuff, man. You know, I was 16, 17. I was pumped with testosterone, and I was looking for something to punch the air with. And this was hitting the spot. And then, you know, when I moved to Philly, you know, I started getting to more of the Napster shit and discovering new stuff. Death Doom, man. So, you know, getting to My Dying Bride and Swallow, you know, like just Catatonia and those bands, and then I'm trying to find what's also going on in the US. It was really cool to find out about bands I should have known about, but November's Doom. So this is Midnight Hollow Mirth. It's not the OG cover. I think there's another version of this cover. So this is their debut, and it's just, you know, hypnotic, fucking, you know, this is another one hit the spot. This and like Morgion were one of those bands that I discovered early on, US based, that you know, started getting me more and more kind of building a palette for that Death Doom stuff. Yeah,
Morgion's up really good.
Yeah, if you like Morgan, I mean, there's no reason why you wouldn't. You know what I mean? Like these guys, you know, these are, you know, and they're still around. I mean, they're still putting out albums, which is really cool.
They're still playing shows. I was actually just looking at.
Oh yeah,
coming up.
They're from your neck of the woods.
You know what?
They're Chicago, man.
Yeah, I think they're playing with Black Road here soon.
Are they really?
Yeah, that's right. I think I was following Black Road on Instagram or and they made an announcement. That's cool.
an interesting pair up.
Yeah.
They're very different bands. Here, I'll pull another one. So this one's kind of silly, but but at the time, just getting into because we haven't pulled any like gothic stuff. So I'll be the one to break the ice here, and so Cradle of Filth.
Nice.
This is a band a lot of people love to hate, and again, not really a big Danny Filth fan, but teenage me back in the 90s, again, but Cruelty and the Bees and those are classic albums, man. Like this EP is where I just started to get my attention, and From Cradle to the Slave, such an overtop ridiculous video. Just it's such a fucking it's just insane. This is where I found out about that song Sleepless. It's got that cover on there. There's a Misfits cover on here too. So it's cool. So once I found Sleepless, and I found out that was a cover, I'm like, what does the original sound like? And that's when I moved on to Anathema, where they have the original track here. So this is another one, like, which is an interesting pair up because, with Darren White, a lot of people have a very difficult time getting to those vocals. People can say the same thing about Danny, so I thought it was a very interesting kind of pair up, put them together. So depending on where your palette lies with this stuff, so I don't know. This is another band that's kind of very early on with the Death Doom sound. This is one of the early, what you call it, Peaceville bands. They kind of took off, which I thought was really cool. Here's early death metal. So getting into Obituary and Cannibal Corpse, there was another flavor of death metal that really kind of cemented, like, okay, this is for me. And like an early Autopsy, just I saw this. I was already a big fan of Hellraiser, and this right here was just like, okay, this is
that album cover freaked me out so much as a kid. Like when I saw that, the flesh ripping one,
yeah,
I much preferred the one with the medical examiners.
I don't know, that one freaked me out too.
Oh really?
It did.
I've grown to that one. I've grown to like that one better now, but originally the medical examiner one was my preferred. So
because they're all like goblins. They're like green goblins.
But that shows the actual gore. Like medical examiner's like Reanimator. That's like fucking the Hellraiser or Saw.
It's defined like death metal, like with the signature death metal sound. It's like there's a bit of a, you have the horror element, but also that really freakish kind of when you put it on, you're putting on something that's pretty gross and just fucking, without going grind, but still quite filthy and scary. There's just a little bit of all that stuff kind of put in a blender.
A little sloppy, little punk inspired.
Yeah, because there's different schools. Also, just Chris, and the way the vocals. I was coming from the Barnes, Tardy, and and the Van Drunen stuff, but Autopsy had their own flavor, which I also enjoyed. It's just another one that it convinced me very early on. I forget what music video it was, but I know one of the first death metal videos I've ever seen was an Autopsy video, back in the day. And I was just like, this is fucking nuts. And I think it was in a hospital. I forget what video that was.
I didn't know they had any music videos, honestly.
Oh, yeah. But, I think with that.
So Chris has got his Morgion.
There we go.
Queued up. So I'm not familiar with this album or this band, really.
I think I have.
Dude,
give me a synopsis.
It's really early death doom.
From California, I believe.
And it's very doomy. Very,
The follow-up would be more atmospheric. They would go a little more experimental, try different things on that one. But
Solinari,
yeah. That came out about, I think, 2 years after that one.
I think it's like late 90s, early 2000s stuff, if I remember right.
Yeah, you could definitely tell. You put it on, you it's like, yeah, this is some late
Yeah.
90s stuff. You can definitely tell. But it holds up, man. It's like putting on early Agalok and stuff. Like you just, you just, I don't know. I just never get tired of it, even though you can tell it's from that era.
I remember going in his shop and I found the like Relapse 2 CD like compilation of, I think it's most of their work, or at least the two albums. I think that one's pretty easy to come by if you want to check that out, Logan.
Which one?
There's like a 2 CD like compilation that has pretty much everything they've done.
I think I have a spare Morgion somewhere back here, man. Just give me your digits, man. I'll send it your way.
Oh yeah, and then they put out Cloaked by Ages.
Nice.
That one's good too.
I know, yeah. I remember seeing, I believe it was that exact album, Chris, at a record store, and just passing up on it because it's kind of too hard to tell like what it specifically was, you know.
It's one of those ones where at Manifest, like you would pass up like the $7 used CD, and then months later you regret it. Like I still lose sleep over some of the gems that I passed up in the used bin.
Oh, always.
Yeah. Rick,
without knowing what it was.
If you guys knew Manifest Discs in Charlotte, it was a gold mine.
Really?
Especially for used CDs. Vinyl, yes, but CDs, they just priced everything $6-7 a piece. Buy 2, get the third for $1.
That's getting harder to find, man, because everybody's fucking going to Discogs for this shit now.
I know. It's awful. There's no point in going to stores anymore because they're pricing everything on disc based on Discogs now. But and here it's like, dude, I found CDs. Like I got the first Vinterland, the No Colors press,
really?
$7. Like I've gotten so many gems. And there'll never be anything like it again.
Are you in Chicago now?
I live here. Yeah, I moved to Chicago this summer, but I used to be in Charlotte.
Right. Okay. Are you in the city or the suburbs?
I'm in the city, in Logan Square.
Gotcha.
Near Meteor Gym, right? Which you've been.
Oh yeah. Nice.
Oh yeah, they're based over there, right?
What's that?
Near Meteor Gym.
Meteor Gem.
Oh, Meteor Gem. Yeah, that place is like a mile from me. That place is cool. Like, I'm going there next Saturday. They're having an in-store, this band called Choke. They're having an in-store show, and then after that, there's an after party at Kuma's Burgers.
Kuma's Corner.
Oh, nice.
That's cool place.
Kuma's Corner, yeah. So I'm gonna go to that. And the dude who owns Meteor Gem, really cool dude. And
what's his name? Vladimir or something? Dimitri?
Yeah. It's like a Russian sounding name. I forget. Cool dude though. But yeah, it's like seriously like just a mile from me.
Oh, that's awesome.
So yeah, I'm going up there next Saturday.
And I mean, I got some spots here in Philly, man, but I can't compare to Chicago, man.
You got Vinyl Altar, dude.
We got Vinyl Altar.
Vinyl Altar's.
I was just there this past weekend, man. Picked up some stuff here.
All right, this is the show and tell portion.
I'm up for it. Let's do the show and tell portion.
Picked up both Summerlands.
We can just hang out till whenever you guys are game.
Okay, so this is the absolute garbage.
Oh, is that the shitty? That's the shitty splatter.
This is just such an absolute waste of vinyl. I think they were like, 135 copies were pressed of this. Absolute bullshit. I should have just gotten black.
What do you call that?
Just a pile of shit.
Clown bar. I was gonna say you just don't like clowns.
It's rainbow. Rainbow
clown in a
cotton candy processor splatter. I don't know.
A little rainbow vomit.
God. Anyway,
someone was vomiting for sure. I think my favorite Dying Fetus is Killing on Adrenaline.
Do your record stores do this? They got this outer sleeve, and then they got an inner sleeve for everything, for all their shit. Like some record stores don't do that.
Nice Summerlands though, Rick.
Yeah, I walked in there, man, and
God, I love that album. That's a killer
album. It was playing when I walked in. I'm like, well,
yes,
there you go. That's all the reminder I needed.
Dude, the Sentinel.
You got the new one?
Shit. I really like the new one.
Picked up both of them. So really,
I'm gonna end up, I think, buying the new one for.
I know. You don't like color, but I went with the purple.
All right, I'm blowing you up. Let's see what we got.
Got a nice grimace color here.
Oh yeah.
So, for that one,
I guess I didn't realize they were on Relapse. Or were.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Dude, Heavens Above, Dream Killer, Edge of the Knife. Wow. There's so many catchy songs in that one.
So this one here, this is on their first album. This one's a little more interesting.
Oh.
There you go.
Yeah, that's cool.
So I would say goes well enough with the cover, especially the blue side. There you go.
Yeah, the
could have used a little more of this on this side. Oh well. What else did I get?
Dude,
so
I really like that.
What's up?
I really like that Sumerlands project. Like, I think if you look at the new wave of traditional heavy metal, which I think will be called, I think they're going to be one of the bigger bands. I feel like looking back, at least in the American scene. In the American scene, like
I got something else too that might pique your interest if you're not already familiar with this band. So
okay,
Pharmacist.
I'm having a hard time.
Oh god damn!
Yeah. Have you heard these guys, dude?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
they're sick, man.
They're freaking insane.
I have everything that they put out. I absolutely love these guys.
Yeah. Fuck, what was that? Was the album that they showed on the Heavy Metallurgy? It was the most recent one, where it's got Adam Schellenbach, you know him from.
Oh yeah, Schnell's channel.
Schnell. He's in their most recent album.
Okay.
You guys know about?
Oh, Afterbirth? Are you talking about what they did on?
Any fans?
No, Kellen. Someone showed him off. No, yeah, Kellen showed him off in a Now Spinning episode. What was that, Rick? I'm sorry, I didn't.
No,
I didn't see.
Any Sanhedrin fans?
I don't know them.
Do not know that band.
So they're another heavy metal band, man. They're from New York.
Okay.
So female fronted, and amazing talent, man. Good vocals. As a matter of fact, one of the members plays in Black Anvil. If you know that band, Black Anvil.
Oh yeah, I do. I saw them open up for Immolation one time.
This guy, I believe.
Oh, nice.
So pretty cool. I picked up a blind buy from something I've never seen before. Maybe you guys are familiar. So it had a combat label on it. So like, okay, I gotta see what this is about. So it's a
green camo.
Green camo.
Is this new though?
No, it came out in 1990.
All right.
It's a 12-inch single. So it's a band called 2-Bit Thief.
I don't know that.
Never heard of them.
2 songs called Love Hate.
Is it that Combat Boot Camp series? Is there a cover to it?
Hard Times. So it's got two tracks.
Really?
It's kind of like it's thrash metal, but it's got leanings towards hard rock. It's kind of weird.
All right.
It come out in 1990. So I don't know if this is one of those bands that probably were looking to get a lot of push from the label and shit. It probably never happens. So it ends up with this, as far as I know. But cool pickup nevertheless. $5.
So Rick, since you're from Jersey, I'm sure you're familiar with these guys.
Oh
yeah.
God damn.
I have plenty of their other stuff. This is all I could find right now.
That's another one where like that shit, man. I know they repressed some of their stuff on vinyl. I got a few of those. But there's another band. You're familiar with Massacred? That's like a new band. It's kind of if you're into that Mortician worship stuff, man. Like, they're a really good band. They're kind of like almost doing like if Mortician at their prime was still doing that kind of stuff. Like, check out Massacred. Like they're,
dude.
Their logo even looks like Mortician. Like,
I'm gonna be honest. I just recently got into Mortician, and this is the wrong time to get into Mortician because everything is like CDs are like $20 and shit like that.
Yeah.
But Hacked Up for Barbecue is the one I want for sure. That's
another one, man. Yeah,
I think that's the album that I've got my mindset on.
If you could find it,
I'm gonna try to find it, but
don't even hesitate, man. I'd say if you see it, just fucking pick it up.
I think that one has all like their bigger songs, like they're more fun. I don't know, like life staples and stuff.
Yeah,
like
I mean, it's not a band for everybody, but if you're already listening to stuff like that and that sort of adjacent,
I think you just have to be ready for how obnoxious it is. Like this with the samples and just the instrumentation and the drum machine too. But like, what you got?
I've been listening to this one a lot this week. Inanna, Void of an
great band, man. South America.
Yeah, this is I think their 2022 release. I think they were dormant for a little while. Really cool, like I don't know, like Morbid Angel type technical brutal death metal. A little bit kind of proggy.
It is. It's especially their older stuff. That's the new one, right?
This is the new one. Yeah, it's excellent. It's fantastic. I've been listening to it a lot.
Not as proggy as their new. I mean, if I would say, if you're into Sulfur Ion bands like that, like I would say that would appeal to you.
Yeah, cool death metal. Cassette, just because that's what they had. I think I got this at a recent sale. I don't remember if it was. It wasn't Adirondack Black Mass. It was. Maybe it was.
They're one of those.
No, it was Expansion Abyss.
Okay.
They had like a 40% off sale, so they had the CD copy or the cassette copy. That's what I grabbed.
Oh, I remember. Yeah.
Expansion Abyss. That's what it was. Some kind of crazy sales. Like I'll just try a bunch of stuff.
Let's see what else I got.
I've been seeing that one around for sure.
It's really good, and
I not checked it. Oh,
The Darkest Day.
There we are. These were the Relapse. They reissued these, I think, 2 years ago. It was like right around the time. I also have a long sleeve of this one too.
Yeah.
That's West Bend Scooter, right? Art.
Is that West Bend Scooter?
I think
no
that's
shit.
where the cemetery is.
Dude, he's been killing it this year. I have to say, for art, like one of my favorite art pieces in recent years is that new Autopsy album. Like, shit, what's the name of the new Autopsy album?
That I do not know off the top of my head.
Give me a second. It's gonna come to me. Oh, Morbidity Triumphant.
Yeah.
And that is just a killer album cover.
Autopsy are one of those bands where I've never been able to get into them.
Really? I've never
really listened to them a whole lot either, so I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but I've also never really felt the need to do a deep dive into their catalog.
I really only know their first two for Autopsy, so I would like to get into their more modern stuff because I've heard from Macabre Eternal on, killer, So
it's all good.
I only know like Mental Funeral is just killer. I love Mental Funeral. That's my favorite from them. But I don't know. Here, some stuff I've been listening to. First off, I got to show off something that Brian sent me.
Yeah.
Dude,
There you go. Yep.
I finally clicked with this one a little bit. This came right after their self-titled album and before their Broken Glass, and this is perfect, honestly, in that context. Like when you listen to it in that context, it just fits perfectly. The Only Factor, absolutely crushing. Through Wall of Tears is slow, but I don't know. Just fucking Crowbar, dude.
It's super miserable.
Kirk, man. Miserable.
That's the one I always go back to.
Miserable is a good word for it.
Just such a classic album, man.
Oh yeah.
It is, and this is one that before Brian sent it to me, I hadn't listened to because everyone's always touting either fucking Equilibrium or
Oddfellows Rest.
Oddfellows Rest, or the one with The Lasting Dose. What is that one?
Sonic Excess in its purest form.
That's it. That album right there.
Bam.
God damn it.
And Oddfellows Rest.
Yeah.
There we go.
And Sonic Excess in its purest form. And I have other. Crowbar are one of those bands where it took me decades to appreciate them, and like
really,
I love them. Yeah, But one thing I will say about Crowbar: worst album art.
Oh no! I mean, come on, like
album art, the use.
I
fonts,
like this.
Graphics, everything is terrible.
I like this. This is cool.
I don't know, like Broken Glass, that could be better. It's not the greatest.
I actually like Broken Glass too.
Wait, what about Equilibrium? That album with the big Q on it that looks like a bubble from like for soap or something.
Okay, fine.
They're one of those bands you got to see live. Who doesn't like Kirk Windstein, man? It's such a cool personality, man.
He's a fucking legend, dude.
Once you see him, you're like, dude, how can I say no? Like,
my local shop has had the Live +1 EP in the used bin ever since I've lived here. It has never moved me. I think I just need to save it.
How much is it?
I don't know. It's like $6.99.
This is another good one too.
I actually really like that one, dude. Sever the Wicked Hand. That's when I came in to Crowbar, was that album, because of Cemetery Angels.
Yeah.
That has one of the most crushing, brutal breakdowns.
So we got some Crowbar fans. All of us seem to be What do you think about Kingdom of Sorrow?
It's never clicked. Never clicked. I've not tried like too hard to get into it, besides a song or two. Like I've never purchased an album, but never clicked.
I haven't spent much time with that one.
Okay.
I mean, Jamie Josta. So
yeah, but I mean, Kirk, he does a good deal of singing as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's worth a listen. I like it. I like it quite a bit.
Give me an album and I will download it right now. On my Spotify. That's Chris. That's the fucking album right there, dude.
Yeah.
That's the fucking album. I love that one. I think that's my favorite of the early. Before it gets to Equilibrium.
Equilibrium with the terrible font.
Yeah.
Again. Crowbar with like the MS Paint clip art type of album artwork.
Go back to the self-titled though. Come on, that's a good album cover.
Yeah,
the self-titled is a good album cover.
They finally
Equilibrium is not.
Do their album art. I'll give them that. Well, the Serpent one that they put out,
Serpent Only Lies,
in like 2017. Yes. That's a really good one.
Symmetry in Black, I think. Is,
Symmetry in Black's really
good. Super somber and melodic.
That was one.
For some reason, that one clicked with me. I really
that's an album.
It stands out.
Yeah. I bought and really liked it, but I sold it for some reason, and I stand by never selling anything, and that's one of the reasons why. Unfortunately, like
Right.
I should sell a bunch
I'm
of
torn
stuff.
by that, man, because I'm like, shit. You know, I got rid of a lot of shit. Now I'm like, I look at all the stuff now. I'm like, man, like I just don't want to move anything because I'll get a double before I get rid of something.
Dude, I've rebought so much; it's bothersome to me. Real quick, Brian, what was the Kingdom of Sorrow album you recommend?
Behind the Blackest Tears.
All right, downloaded. Okay, so here are 2 albums right in a row that I recently rebought within the past month that I sold and hated myself for. Boom.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Is that the single version?
This is a single version. I only own this one. So
I did too, and
Jerry Cantrell, Degradation Trip.
I ended up getting the single version too on vinyl though. but it's,
you know what? I did the opposite. I had the single version, and I got the double on 4 LPs.
Holy shit! Really?
Well, it was only like $50, so I mean, it was actually a decent deal.
Yeah.
For 4 LPs, double album. Yeah, it's freaking classic.
Dude, this is killer. I mean, this is the next best thing before Black Gives Way to Blue came out. You know.
Is that like a library copy or something?
It is a promotional copy. I don't know. I found it from like it was a. Do you have Second and Charles?
Yeah, I know what they are. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the Second and Charles copy I found for. It was like $4.
I mean, yeah, that's a pretty good deal for that. Even if it is a barcode.
This one.
Yeah.
I just rebought it within the past week from Goodwill for $1 because I had this back in the day and I sold it. I don't know why, but I think this is Nirvana at their best and honestly at their most metal. I think like.
Yeah, I remember that one being pretty.
That's a great album.
It is like Scentless Apprentice, Rape Me.
Yeah, that got banned for a while.
Dude, there we go. And I remember I used to hate the song "Milk It," but since I rebought this, "Milk It" might be my favorite off of this one. It's just a heavy riff, is what it is. It's awesome. So I don't know. Don't sell your stuff. You might end up liking it. You know,
that is the
unless.
I'm gonna break a bit of an ice here because for anybody watching who's like a black metal fan, we were really lacking there.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So I did want to bring that up. Oh,
first press. This is first press, double LP, and I think it's a Coke bottle. Not sure how many copies they were, but it's definitely very much a first press.
Oh, wow.
That's one of my favorite albums. What do you think of
one
of my favorite albums?
What do you think of the new one?
Iffy.
I don't know, man. Converge.
Iffy.
Well, like
I like it, but I'm like iffy on it still.
I got 2 of these. Like this is the band version that came out, where it's like 300 copies. I haven't listened to it, but I don't know. I'm kind of, as much as I love Converge and they're so important to my musical upbringing, I've just had enough of them. I'll always go and see them play and all of that. But for me, it's like after Jane Doe, my interest started to kind of, the peak for me was when Forever Comes Crashing and then the Poacher Diaries.
God damn, that early? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, Saddest Day, kind of, I don't know, like the one with the hand on it is good, but I'm telling you, man, like after Jane Doe, for me, it just kind of just all started. Well, except for the one with all of the moons on the cover.
That's All We Love
We Leave Behind. This
that
is
one's
a very
killer.
good album.
That one's killer.
I really like this one a lot. But
Chris, do you like this one at all?
Axe to Fall.
Axe to Fall, dude. This is the one that I got into them with. This is my first Converge album.
Yeah,
and this sold me. Like, it is such a moody and especially how it ends too, because Cruel Bloom with Scott Kelly, that guy.
Yeah. This one's really good too.
Yeah, I
like
just got this one in. I didn't even open it yet.
I think you know the thing with Converge is there are so many imposters, like so many wannabes.
But there's only one Converge, though. I mean,
exactly, yeah. There are too many wannabes, and it's the same with what the Dillinger escape plan.
Yeah.
Spawned is that
I
so
almost
many
pulled a
wannabes.
Dillinger tonight, but I was like, all right, I don't know how people.
A lot of relapse love here.
See, if I felt like tons of relapse love. I felt like if we had, well, we're still talking, so obviously we had more time. But I was originally going to pull this as an album, and then where's my over here? This one. It's like my metalcore, my metalcore set.
That's the one with Phil Labonte.
Yeah.
No, this is after Phil Labonte.
Oh, that one is.
This one is. You're thinking of because this is The War Within.
I'm thinking of somber eyes to the
Soul and Sky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That one's a couple. That's two albums before this one.
Is that The War Within?
This is The War Within. So this one has The Light That Blinds, What Drives the Weak, The Power of I and I. I don't know. I actually Shadow's Fall will probably always be like a guilty pleasure.
The bands that kicked off those genres, man.
Yes, good call. Vision of Disorder, dude.
VOD. I have one of their CDs around here.
I didn't start with this one though. I think was it Imprint. That's where I started off with them.
Imprint, yes, I have Imprint on CD.
Actually, I started from Bliss to Devastation. You know that one. That's their new metal one. And that's the Phil Labonte one.
Yeah.
Where all the remains. Honestly, it's funny.
Okay.
I saw parallels like between them and All That Remains in Flames and Dark Tranquility, where they just swapped the vocalist, you know?
Yeah, it was like hardcore mixed with some thrash, mixed with some melodic death metal.
Yep.
Of One Blood is the one that I really, really like.
I don't own that one. That's the last one I really want.
This is their first one with Brian Fair. And
the last one I really want.
I saw them on. I think I saw them on Ozfest, like The Art of Balance. I got it signed.
I do own that one, and that one's awesome.
This one's great. I don't think I have not listened to anything after this. I listened to The War Within a little bit, but it didn't do much for me back then.
See, The War Within was like a first album for me.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're pulling some Killswitch Engage, dude. Alive or Just Breathing. That was one album that I sold and rebought.
Okay, going back to Converge. Here's the first press, the Poacher Diaries.
Is that a split with Agoraphobic Nosebleed?
Yeah.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that is a damn good split too. It really is.
Yeah.
They just reissued that, didn't they? Or they reissued some Converge recently, I thought.
I think they reissued the Converge side of it.
Just the Converge side. Yeah.
Logan, have you ever heard the singer from Killswitch's other band? He's got like a stoner rock band.
Like the Torch or what?
It's called Seamless.
No, I have not. Which are we talking about? Jesse Leach or are we talking about Howard Jones?
No, Jesse Leach.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I have not.
It's really good.
Huh.
I think he maybe was doing that after when during the time he left the band. Killswitch. So
you said Seamless?
Seamless, like SEEM.
This looks like him. They got two albums. What Have We Become and the title album.
Yeah, I think What Have We Become is the one
to get or to check out.
Actually, let me make sure, because I only have it on CDR.
Dude, that's cool. Because I was never able to get into Howard Jones' Kill Switch. It was always Jesse Leach or nothing. Like, and really, that's just alive or just breathing album.
I was
that Rick showed.
I've only seen them in the Howard Jones era.
That's what I found about them, and I was not a fan because it's just too much of the dramatic, you know.
Yeah, and it was just
vocal.
They didn't need to do a Holy Diver cover.
Yeah, that was not good. That was
okay. So going back to Brian bringing up Sleep earlier, I just got this. It's the Third Man Records, the reissue, the 5 LP box set that Third Man put out.
Oh, jeez.
So I just got this.
That's because they were originally on Third Man, right?
I don't think so, because Third Man is Jack White's label.
Oh,
the White Stripes.
I'm thinking of Man's Ruin.
Well, Man's Ruin, and then Southern Lord. Southern Lord did the repress like 5 or so years ago.
Yeah,
and then this was Third Man Vault release last year. And then this is supposed to be like a true analog repress.
Is it weird?
Full analog.
Is it weird, like breaking that song up, like having to flip the album so many times?
Yeah, like how many?
I feel like it would be weird to have to stop and do that. I mean, I guess there's no other way to do it, but.
Well, I like my CD version as long as.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean,
yeah.
It's probably.
I don't even have a turntable right now, so.
What the hell?
But I will for 2023. That's my goal, is to have. I sold my turntable a while back, and I'm going to buy another one soon.
You got your eye on one in particular?
Yes, I do. A MoFi Ultra Deck.
Okay.
Here's a cool reissue. If you guys are into
I've never heard of that one.
Azure.
Yep, don't know that.
It's Swedish. It's like basically it you like dissection, you'll like this.
All right.
It kind of falls in that vein, dissection, necrophobic. It came out in the late 90s. I know they put out 2 full lengths, so this is the first one. And I listened to the second one. I don't have a copy of it though, but it's also pretty good. And the band pretty much called it quits, as far as I know. But if you see this around, definitely
check it out. Artwork.
Azure. Actually, the vinyl that came with it's kind of pretty. It's like this blue.
We're all about that splatter.
Very nice.
It's like an ocean.
Kind of like
the cover.
Gorillas in the Mist.
Probably pull out some of those, like here's one that you probably not familiar with. But it's a cool Greek band called Prometheus, and they sort of play that kind of cosmic Lovecraftian style of death metal. A lot of blackened elements in there. You can kind of tell just by looking at it. It's got a bit of that occultish element. Really interesting stuff going on. A lot of textures and atmosphere. So another one that's, again, another underrated band no one talks about. Prometheus.
Yeah, I've not heard of them. Prometheus?
Yeah, they're not very talked about. I actually got this from Meteor Gem, of all places. So
from their online store?
Yeah. I don't know if they still have copies. So yeah, the moment you see the Eyed Void hanger on there, you already know where the waters this is treading.
That is true.
So
okay. So what I was looking for, 2 bands that I've been into lately are Vomitory.
Nice. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Have you heard
really? Vomitory? Dude, that's like out of left field almost.
Vomitory.
Revelation Nausea.
Yeah, oh yeah, that one, and then the one that came before it. Like, I got those. I just can't find them right now, but they're fucking sick. I mean, it's like that death, but it's that in that vein of that Scandinavian death thrash or whatever. But then I got these classics I got both of these.
Oh, wow.
And here's the thing. I got these on eBay for $15 a piece, sealed. And
where are they?
Well, no. Here's the thing: is that especially with
pieces is hard to find.
Well, with ever-flowing stream, here's the thing. This is an 0691 press, which is the first true first pressing that wasn't brick walled like every other pressing after that. So and it wasn't advertised as an 0691 because those go for like $200 a piece, like authentic ones. But there are so many counter like Russian boots floating around. I got this sealed, and it was like an eBay mom and pop thrift store that posted these just as a lot. Like both of these I got together in just one auction, and I'm like, there's no fucking way that I got these new sealed for under $30 a piece when they're authentic first pressings. So I'm still, and I mean, I've been a print designer. I know how to like scrutinize print quality details to see if something is true or if it's a counterfeit. I completely believe that these are authentic first pressings that I got for under $30 for both of these.
Okay.
Especially an 0691 press for this, which is like I'm still
crazy.
waiting to find someone who can help me authenticate it, but I really believe that these are truly authentic first pressings that I got.
Sometimes that shit just falls in your lap.
Well,
So,
yeah,
I mean,
I've had it saved as an eBay alert for like 5 years to get a notification once, and then something popped up, and I was like, okay, I just did a buy it now, like $25 for both of these, and they were still sealed, and the packaging, the shrink wrap was the same type of shrink wrap that comes from a factory where it's like the fold over, and then the edges were kind of firm, like it had been stored in a box for a long time. The jewel case, the paper, and everything feels like it's authentic, and there is nothing in here that leads me to believe that this is a boot. I took a loop to it, and I even looked at the artwork to see if there was any pixelation and any details or anything, and it's authentic artwork that it was sourced from.
Dang.
So, like,
At that point, if it's a boot, good for them, right?
it's a good fucking boot if it is, or both of these.
Well, I mean, if it's legit and you only paid that much for it, like you almost feel like you're shoplifting. You're walking out. You're like, any moment now, security's just gonna pull me back.
Right? Yeah.
You're gonna get an email from them like, send it back, please.
Yeah. I mean, even the finest details in the printing on the back, like it's, you know, you would, anyone who understands graphic arts and all that would find like pixelation or detail that's lost in like really fine detail.
I see it all the time. Moray patterns, right? I see those all the time. Like a lot of boots. When you scan and you know, cleaning that up is pretty hard.
Dude, okay, well, if you know what a moray is, then you understand digital imaging.
Yeah. I'd spend a lot of hours.
Nothing
cleaning
like
up.
this artwork is taken from the originals.
That's awesome.
Yeah, good find.
I'm gonna have to say goodnight.
Yeah.
But thanks for having me. It was a good chat.
Dude, Brian, thanks for jumping in for sure, man.
I'm glad we got to talk about Bongzilla for a little bit. That's great.
Yeah. This is hell of a relaunch.
That's what it's all about right there.
Logan's channel. So appreciate the invite, man.
Dude.
All right.
All right, Brian.
Guys, thanks.
Brian.
Hopping on,
nice meeting you, man.
Yeah. Talk to you guys soon.
Cheers, man. See ya.
It is a school night.
That it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump off too. It's bedtime for me. So
well, real quick before you jump off, I wanna ask.
And Nick just hopped on. Oh man.
Yeah. We try to loop him in. Rick, if you're up for it. Like, I'm flexible.
I'll stay.
But,
If Nick's hopping on, man, I'll hang out for a little bit.
all right, let me check. But real quick.
He jumps into the chat 4 hours after it started.
Shit happens, man.
Yeah, I think he was at a show.
He was at the Revocation show with Crizian, dude.
Holy shit, yeah.
Yeah, they played here last night, and I totally forgot about it. But
all right, I'm gonna send the link. But real quick before I do that, one of the next shows I want to do with Chris here is a Pig Destroyer deep dive. So, Rick, is this up your alley?
I like Pig Destroyer. I mean,
would you be able to tackle a deep dive, like a album by album kind of thing, or?
I'll think about it.
Okay, you let me know. That's one of the ones I could definitely do. Like I really only have to get familiar with their first album, Explosions and Wars.
There's just a middle period. I need to go back and get reacquainted.
Yeah,
I tend to like more of their early stuff. But although I did like Head Cage, man. So
I liked Head Cage too.
Yeah,
and I listened to it recently, and it's a very un-Pig Destroyer like Pig Destroyer album. You know, it's
probably why I like this. A nice little. Yep. Oh yeah, that's the one with the messed up boobies.
Oh yeah, that's
my favorite.
I've gotten in trouble for that album a couple times. It's been. All right, so Nick, I'm sending this to a Jammin' John. Is that you?
Hey, Jammin' John. Yeah, he's the dude with the tattoos in their streams.
Yeah.
It's the same profile.
But like, is he the owner of the Thralls Metal account?
I think it's.
I don't know.
I don't think there's no real owner. I think everybody just uses the same.
Does it?
It's a nice marriage of everybody using the same Thralls identity.
All right, I'm shooting the. But this album though was like one of my least favorites as a.
Cool. He says he's gonna grab a smoke.
Okay.
So cool. I mean, I guess in the meantime, what can I pull? What are some new acquisitions? What did you get from the thrift store?
This isn't a thrift store, but this is like if we were still doing the video about our trajectory, I was going to talk about getting back into like heavy metal.
Oh, Eternal Champion, yeah.
And this album being like big into helping me get back into like the more traditional and like more like American like power metal and heavy metal, you know, like US.
I've been looking for that one on vinyl. I've been definitely looking for that one.
That on vinyl, I wish you I gotta pick up I still haven't picked up Ravening Iron. I would love to, but to me, this is their masterpiece, I think. Like, and I would say this is the best traditional.
Better than the new one?
I think it's better than the new one. Like, I think the songwriting is just a lot more concise from song to song.
I actually don't have a I guess preference opinion on whichever. I can put on either one.
It's close. It's not like this is miles ahead. They're close. Like, I think what might put it over the top is the opening song, "I Am the Hammer," and then track number six, Invoker. If you know Invoker, that's like it starts off kind of.
I get you. Like, yeah, that's the thing. Like, I felt it was a little more front loaded, and that's probably why
this album. Well, it ends with sing a last song of Valdez, and I love that one. that's like the final track on this one. It's fucking killer.
So what's been your kick lately? You've been more of on a heavy metal kick, or or you just kind of been because I know you were going through a prog rock phase for a little while there, right?
Yeah, truthfully,
Whatever
I'm
you
still
find.
probably transitioning kind of out of that, like, and I'm definitely more just into like the season, if you will. I was telling Chris before we got into the stream, I was really into like a week ago, Fire of Unknown Origin by Blue Oyster
Oh yeah,
Cult, if you know that one, because that was like just the perfect. That was like a perfect album
I
for
actually
this.
pulled that one for tonight, but
You did?
I showed a lot of classic stuff. I'm like, I'll move away from the classic stuff and
Yeah, because I think there's just so much good classic stuff. It's hard not to,
well,
you know.
and I'm like, okay, people are watching. Like, these guys are just gonna show classic shit tonight. When are they gonna get to the death metal? When are they gonna get to the grindcore? And
And that's always the.
I'm like, all right, it's like, so I
I
wasn't
think
sure how
that
long.
pressure is always there.
Well, again, I wasn't sure how long the stream was gonna go on. I know. So, and we try to do this, like, well, like whenever like Jeff or somebody or I host Saturday night, we'll try to do something a little more concentrated, but then it doesn't always work out that way. It just ends up being another just hang out, which is fine,
You just got to write it, right? I think I gotta realize that that's the case. If I want to try to do more of these, it's just you just let it ride, right? You don't.
Yeah, the whole like the thing before when I kind of got a little irritated with Jeff's fan in the background. I didn't mean to snap like that, but that was like the fourth time that I don't know. It's just one of those things, I mean, after 3 years of Zoom calls and all of that, it's
I would not do my work.
You understand the distractions that happen.
I guess I don't know. Like, I've been doing a lot of streaming with Jeff, like for quite a while now. So I guess I gotten used to it. But he has a condition, so
yeah. Like Chris, I was going to talk to you after. Like, if we're going to stream with Jeff, that's just a part of it. It's not like because he doesn't have an alternative. He doesn't have like a setup like what any of us have here.
Okay. Yeah.
So I mean,
he has a mute. He has a mute button, like, and he has headphones, so we don't hear a fan blowing into the microphone. But yeah.
But you know what sucks about the StreamYard thing though is you can't hear it from your end. Like, remember when I first hopped in? Like,
there's another example. Yeah.
Well, because you can't see it, so I'm wondering what you guys were talking, because I wasn't seeing what you guys were seeing or hearing at the same time. Like,
right.
But I wasn't too surprised because I do have new equipment, so I'm like, okay, that's probably would explain it.
I get it, and I apologize for that. It's just one of those things where it's like from working from home for so long and having to troubleshoot so many Zoom meeting glitches and all of that, it's just like, okay, after 4 times of this, but yeah, I understand. I mean,
I don't know. Like get the frustration because but I know the streams and stuff, it's, and real quick, someone in the back.
Who's that guy?
Oh, what's going on, guys?
Cheers. What's up, man?
Cheers. I'm lame.
It's a Coke.
That does not look alcoholic. What's the?
No, it's new Diet Coke for adult people.
It's got his own
the rum and Coke, huh?
Yeah. No, it's not in there.
Okay.
I don't know. There were enough people partying their asses off tonight. We left and
dude,
in the parking lot there was like the biggest pile of fucking vomit. Like Whoever threw that up,
Man.
they're smaller now.
Maybe not much smaller.
But yeah, it was. I think it was the bassist from Revocation's birthday, and the frontman Kevin from Alluvial encouraged everyone. You know, it was like, it's a party night, man. Put your drinks up. I was like, all right, now chug them. And there were a fair amount of people that obliged. I was like, well, okay. But yeah, it was a killer show. Every band kicked ass. We had a local opener, Nethergate, that was really good. Inoculation was insanely tight. Played 2 new songs, so they are working on something new. And Alluvial was awesome. It was just great seeing Wes play guitar again. That dude is stupid talented. And then Christian Christian crushed. They play 1 fucking speed, and you better be able to keep up.
I fucking love Christian.
Have you ever seen Christian?
Who, me?
No,
Who?
I haven't. I want to.
It's be my 4th time seeing him.
Oh, nice. Yeah, because that was one of the main reasons I wanted to see that tour. Apart from Revocation, when they came through, was to finally see Christian live. Just because they're crazy.
Dude, their drummer, he can't skip leg day if you're in Christian. You can't.
I think you can skip many days in Christian.
Yeah, no, that dude's performance is exhausting. But I mean, hell, all of them are just like fucking flying when it comes down. They're playing, and then Revocation, Jesus Christ, they're fucking good. Like Dave Davidson, like his lead work is fucking great. He even did a little fucking skit on stage about like like essentially he played a satanic evangelist. Like, y'all got too much Jesus in you. I'm gonna get the Jesus out of you. And he had a whole fun little skit, and had someone come out in a Satan costume and egg on the crowd a bit. But their set was Jesus, man. Like he is truly fucking remarkable. Like just as a songwriter, riff writer, lead guitarist, dude's just kind of got it all. And accruing talent, apparently. Like his dude, Ash Pearson on drums is absolutely fucking fantastic.
Who went with you, man?
Just John.
John.
We decided to squeeze in a show before he makes a trek across the country. He's he's got a journey he's got to make, and he's going to come back with company.
Oh.
So yeah, no,
good company or
well, he's met a girl a while ago. Actually, someone I've known for a while on Facebook, but she's currently across the country, and she's moving here. So he's going to meet her out there, and they're going to drive all the way across the whole country, even the flyover states.
Okay, so he's met her. I was going to say there's a term called catfish.
No. I know her. Actually, she was actually one of the people that like helped us out initially when we were just getting started. Like she asked us like point blank if we wanted to share our videos on her Facebook group. And no, I like what you guys do. It's entertaining, and you guys seem fun. It's like, no, we're just stupid, but we do like metal. But we became friends a while ago, and then they hit it off at some point. So
see, that's the thing about this channel, man. It just brings in so much good stuff, man, your way. Like you guys,
I don't know. Like for so long, I think people are telling you, listen, don't be yourself because you guys are fucking knuckleheads. And I was like, well, you're not wrong. But I don't know.
You kind of have to be, because sooner or later you're gonna slip and you're gonna be yourself, and then the mask comes off, right?
They're gonna find out I'm just a blur of sarcasm and dick jokes. But I don't know. The connections have still been really, really fun. Like I was gonna try to see if we can get a chance to talk to Christian, because I know the bassist, He actually commented on the review and everything, and really liked the review we did of the last album. I was hoping it would be us, dude. I on stage, like, and actually in person when we met him before, like the most humble dudes. Like they're super fucking grateful for fucking everything. Like they adore their fucking fans. Super nice dudes. It's just, you know, that's like one of those like role model bands. I think.
Well, they're all brothers.
Yep.
They're a three-piece and they're brothers. I mean, how fucking cool is that?
I did not realize that, actually. That's killer.
Well, the bassist took a different name, but they're all brothers.
Camargo. It's like, you know, kind of stands apart. She wouldn't think they're brothers. But
well, yeah, because it's like two of them have their mother's last name, and then the other dude has their father's last name.
Yep.
Something like that. Yeah, dude, Chrissy and are fucking awesome.
It's, you know, they've been doing this forever, man. So it's just one of those bands, you know, they come around.
Just road dogs, dude.
Oh, dude. Just like, look, and they tour the U.S. a lot, too, for, you know, an international band. But, yeah, I would definitely say they fucking.
Oh, dude, that Ageless Venom is killer.
Ageless Venomous. These are the Svart reissues that came out, but then I also have the Hell's Headbanger reissues.
Let me see the Ageless Venomous, because I love the crazy drum triggers on that album.
See, that's the thing I don't like about that one. It's so goddamn clicky.
It's so obnoxious. It's almost worth it just for how clicky it is. I think it's machine gun fire.
See, these are the.
Oh yes. I mean,
especially, dude.
Conquerors of Armageddon. That's the one I go to probably the most.
Conquerors of Armageddon.
But I mean, Black Forest Domain is probably the fastest album released in fucking 1995. I know. I also like The Great Execution is super fucking underrated from 2011. But yeah, I think I got all of their stuff. Yeah. Apocalypse Revelation is pretty awesome. Yeah, Ageless Venomous was just the really clicky drums in it.
Is that the only one that's like that? That's
I can't remember if was it True Works or Works of Carnage. Works of Carnage is a little on the clicky side too, and that's the one that followed it, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They kind of, I don't know. They're one of those bands though where I really like them so much. I overlook their flaws in their later albums. But
and the new one's really good. I do like that one.
I haven't heard that one yet.
Like what's the newest one actually?
Mortem Solace.
Is that of this year?
Yep.
Oh shit. Let me make sure I have it on my playlist to listen to.
I mean, it 100% sounds like Christian.
Oh yeah, no, I've listened to this one. It's Christian, yeah.
Yeah. I know. Scourge of the Unthrone was really good too.
Yeah,
they really haven't changed, but honestly, I think they kind of have this just this unique little spot in death metal, especially like Brazilian death metal. Like it's like, yeah, you can pick out Christian. It's pretty easy. It's mostly it comes down to the drums and the riffs.
Yes.
Yep.
They're just matching each other in the intensity.
like
the whole time.
It doesn't seem like he's holding back on the snare either. Like it's not a light hit. Like he's just like going for it. It's like, dude, your wrist is gonna fucking break.
I've always said, to me, they were like a Brazilian deicide.
Yep, that was like one of my early descriptions for people that didn't know Chrissy. I was like, you like deicide? Oh, yeah, hey, this is Brazilian deicide.
Another really good South American death metal band, Cromorth. Like this is and they're part of that Christian circle where like one of the dudes from Christian was like a producer or an engineer for this album. But this is just unrelenting South American like brutal death metal. Like the drumming is just so. It's one of those albums where it's difficult to listen to unless you really like that one type of sound. This was recommended from Ken's Death Metal Crypt. This was in one of his episodes where he did a review on this label, and he was like, even he said, "Oh, this is too much for me. I can't deal with this." So then I was like, "All right, I want to pick that one up."
I mean, that's enough to make you curious, at least.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
I don't know. Brutal death metal and I are like it's really hit or miss. Like it has to be like a certain way. Like, you know, I'm a sucker for like pretty much all things dying fetus, but like I think if certain elements are overdone, like it can get kind of obnoxious. Like, you know, like the more slammy stuff where the super pingy snare comes in all the time, and if it's that snare and it's blasted, like it just becomes so fucking obnoxious. But that's kind of part of the appeal, I think. It's just like,
or when the vocals just sound too ridiculous,
like they're not even saying words.
Yeah, and it's like too many filters or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you know, different strokes for different folks. That's my thing. Like, there's certain brutal death metal I do like. Like, I like Severe Torture, and they do have like super low guttural vocals, but riff wise, man, it's just solid fucking, you know, death metal.
Well, see, because the thing with brutal death is my idea of what brutal death is. I think brutal death kind of varies depending on like what you're into. What I think of brutal death is like Brodequin, Disavowed, especially the first Disavowed album. I fucking love that one's awesome. But like Brodequin, where it's those really deep guttural vocals, which even the vocals, but it's just more about the percussion, and where it's just nonstop riffing and just nonstop, you know, blast beats, helicopter, you know, double kick bass, and just the constantly. But then it's like other people think of brutal death as something more slammy, which I'm not into. But or even brutal death, maybe like Origin or something, where it's more.
It's more like technical death metal, right?
Like, well, Origin, like, I mean, they definitely have brutal death roots.
Maybe.
But I mean, they just went hard for the technical side, too. So I mean, they balanced out. Like you get a lot of technical weirdness because I mean, those dudes can fucking play.
Yeah. Holy shit, yeah.
But you also get like those primal fucking slams too. So I mean, it's a good balance. I mean, I got every Origin album. I fucking love that band. That was like that and Dying Fetus were like, in terms of like more brutal than the regular death metal I was listening to at the time. Like those were my kind of big, you know, windows into like more extreme sounds and shit. That and like a Broken Hope.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah.
The first Origin album, the one that has like the red horizon on it, dude, I fucking love that album. That is so good.
Oh God, that was. I don't know if I got that one first. I think. Let me see.
I think Algorithm was mine. Is that the one?
Antithesis.
Antithesis.
I think was my second one because I got Echoes of Decimation. That was the one that I got because I saw the cover and it was like, dude, what? It's like the universe is looking at me and saying, "Fuck you."
The one with that weird face on it.
Yeah, I actually had a T-shirt of that because I saw them at Summer Slaughter when they were on it. Completely blown away by the performance. Like, oh my God, that was the most tight, insane fucking death metal I had heard to that point. Like, it was remarkable. But yeah, I ran into Jason Kaiser. He was running their booth, and I bought the shirt from him, and it was that face, except they put Galactus. Like, they built a Galactus, and he was cracking open a planet like an egg, and it was pouring it out in a pan. On the back, it said "Hail Space."
Oh man, I saw them at Maryland Death Fest.
Yeah,
I can't remember what year, but it was a long time ago. Yeah,
this was actually my first record that I ever purchased. Right here.
That's a different cover than the one I have.
Yes, this is a crazy splatter version, I guess. I don't know. Like, I don't even know where the actual cover is on this. Like, because the actual covers.
Oh,
there's the actual cover.
there it is. Yeah,
Finally.
the
But
almost
I
got
think
you.
this one is my favorite Origin album for sure. And
That's a pretty splatter.
I mean,
dude, I love this splatter. It's simple. Well, it's not simple, but it's perfect for the album, I think.
I think the new Origin's really good too.
I haven't heard it yet, but that first song that opens up with like that sort of guitar tone that just is not what you usually hear in death metal was really awesome.
The only song, honestly, I didn't like was the title track, and it was one of the singles, Chaosmos. Like,
it's probably the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, it just kind of felt like kind of basic for them. Like, there's like 3 riffs that repeat, and it just doesn't seem like it's structured. It doesn't feel. It has the brutality of an Origin song, but it doesn't have like, I don't know, like any of the weird, crazy hooks. But there's some really like awesome stuff on there. Like, oh, dude, Decolonizer on there. That is like more D beats. It was like kind of a Napalm Deathish sort of mosher, but they still throw in their twisted fucking, nutty riffing in there. Just a fucking fun song. And the last song, Heat Death, is just gigantic. And Origin's just fun. Yeah. And for a while there, John and I kept running into Jason Kaiser because he's like a road manager too. And he's stepped in and done vocals for bands. Like we saw him step in for Ingested once years ago. And he walked around the venue and was like, wait, Origin's not in the bill. Why the hell is Jason here? And turns out he was covering for their vocalist because he couldn't get off of work to actually go on the tour. So he came up there and had fun. It was like, we're Ingested from Liverpool, as you can tell by my fiercely Liverpool accent.
That's a surprising swap because Ingested has such a deathcore. Like
he was available, and
there you go.
Yeah. Then we saw Jason Kaiser step in for Psychroptic on a tour because their singer was becoming a father. So,
dude, Psychroptic are such a good underrated band.
Dude, they are so good live. Like,
they are.
Those Haley brothers, man. Like, there's some ungodly levels of syncopation there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, have you guys heard this one? And this is really good because I think it's the drummer from Origin on this one.
Yep.
Malefic Throne.
Throne. Yep, that's Steve Tucker too, and
yes. The guitarist from Angel Corpse
and Perdition Temple.
Perdition Temple, Gene Kubelisky or something.
Polabicki.
This is well. First of all, I fucking love Angel Corpse. Perdition Temple, I love too. I own all their stuff.
Corpse, yeah,
this is really fucking good. I really like this one a lot.
Gene's got fucking riffs. Like I love his wild fucking guitar style. Like it's just so aggressive.
I'm getting a package tomorrow from Hell's Headbangers, and I'm getting the 12-inch for this in that package.
I got the CD earlier this year. Actually reviewed it and I dug it. I mean, Steve Tucker's been kind of bouncing around doing different projects while Morbid Angel doesn't do anything, I
would just hate to think Kingdom Sustain is where they're ending it. Like I would just hate the thought that that's
at least it's not Aluminum Anus.
I was going to say Kingdom Sustain is better than an alternative option.
They're touring as I Am Morbid.
Well, no, that's Sandoval and Vincent.
Yeah, that's Vincent.
And no Azagoth on there. And
it's essentially
Tucker,
Left for Dead is what that is.
Yeah, and Tucker's he's been doing other projects. He did a thing with former guitarist from Incantation, Sonny Lombardozzi, called "Rise from Worms" with Flo on drums.
Oh, Flo's awesome.
Flo.
Yeah. And they're gonna. I guess they're working on an album right now because we actually talked to Sonny. He's a solid dude. He liked the Italian jokes we made in the Incantation ranking, but then Steve Tucker did that one too is just I think he's just looking for like other projects. He still has Warfather too, which solid stuff. I mean, it kind of sounds like Morbid Angel. That first album's not great, but the second one's really good. It's
insane having that many projects to juggle and then having to remember all that material. Like,
yeah,
it's like,
well, I think he's only doing vocals for Malefic Throne and Arise from Worms. I don't know if Steve Tucker played bass on Malefic Throne. That might have been Gene too.
He was bass and vocals in the liner notes.
Okay, all right, so he did play bass on that one because I know he just did vocals on Arise from Worms. But yeah, I mean, honestly, like if Morbid Angel isn't doing anything because they dropped off MDF and said that the season wasn't right for touring or the situation wasn't right for touring at all. It's like, dude, it's been better than it has been.
You know what?
This is a good fucking album. I really like this album.
I pull Gateways too. I love
Gateways is amazing too.
I wonder if this is a good time for them to drop an EP. The thing is, Morbid Angel doesn't do EPs. Like
no,
they just
why not?
So I was very disappointed last time I saw Morbid Angel because it was Steve Tucker, but they couldn't play anything David Vincent sang on.
I saw that tour. There's a reason.
So,
was that when they played at the Fillmore?
It was. Charlotte? I was trying to get you to go, and you were like, "No."
I saw it in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Coincidentally, the vocalist of Alluvial was the stand-in vocalist for Suffocation.
Oh, Suffocation weren't there. For me, it was just Misery Index and then Morbid Angel after them.
Wow, we had Suffocation, Revocation, and Withered.
Holy shit. I don't know. Different show, maybe.
That was 2017?
I think mine was 2018. I gotta double check my show. But yeah,
that tour.
All I know, Morbid Angel did not play anything that David Vincent sang on. It was only Steve Tucker stuff. And
yeah, that was
I went in thinking you were gonna sneak in like Chapel of Ghouls or something, but
they said. I think later on that was because David Vincent was doing the I Am Morbid tour, and they made sure to tour around that so they're not in the same city at the same time. But they just decided, like, listen, we're just going to play some all, not David Vincent stuff, just for this tour.
It was still good. Like, they did play Summoning Redemption and then I Am, I think.
Yes.
I. Yeah, they definitely. I.
And Ageless I Am.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of.
Because I remember that now, and when they played in Charlotte, it was the lamest corporate venue that a metal band could possibly play in.
Dude, fucking Cavalera Conspiracy or the new one, they're gonna be there on the 19th.
I just missed them here last weekend. I wanted to go because they were doing I think they're doing all of like Beneath the Remains, and I fucking forgot about it. Like I can't believe it.
I think they're doing both Beneath and Arise.
Bro, He Who Sleeps.
Yeah,
He Who Sleeps off of Gateways is just killer. At One With Nothing too. Sorry,
it's a damn good album.
I'm looking at the track list, and I do really like that album. I mean,
first time I ever saw them was
fine with it.
Gateways. Mm-hmm. With Pantera and Soulfly and Nothing Face. It was the last Pantera tour too. Like they kind of unofficially broke up.
Was that the Great Southern Trendkill?
Reinventing the Steel.
It was Reinventing the Steel.
That was last.
Dude, even at the back of the fucking arena where we saw them, when those flames went off, I felt like I left there with a fucking tan. Like, dude, you all the way in the back, you're like, man, are my eyebrows still here?
It had to be just 90s pyromania and like a.
My little sister wanted to get up close for fucking Soulfly, and the pit opened up behind us, and since Mom pretty much, said, listen, you have to watch out for your little sister. I was like, fine. So, yeah, the pit opened up behind us, and I had to sacrifice my back to protect her. So I caught a lot of elbows and shoulders while she stayed safe. And like, this is so much fun. I was like, I'm so glad you're having a good time right now. I'm very happy for you.
Yeah, I just don't want to get buried in a pit because you're like, I was just here a second ago. Oh shit, you don't want to be freaking out over that. How
I
old
should
is
just
she?
said, like, yo, big guy. My sister just called you a poser. I'm like, what? Yeah, I know. She's talking lots of fucking trash over here.
Dude, I just realized I'm no longer like fully pit certified. Like, unfortunately, it's a sad transition.
Well, I had a
Gonna have
false
to step
start
down.
right away, man. Because if you're under 5'5", then you're just not. So you know.
I see. I'm like,
I mean, tonight we got the closest to the pit we've gotten in a while. Like we were on the edge of it, which usually we hang back. But we decided, I was like, no, let's get a little bit closer. It's not that big of a crowd. Turns out like the 8 people that were constantly pitting were just fucking revved up. There was one chick in there doing like interpretive dancing. Like it wasn't pitting. Like she, in between songs, she was like popping and locking and like kind of doing all sorts of weird robot moves. And then she'd fucking run around like a fucking squirrel on meth.
Oof.
Oh, but the best was the
I've
dude that
seen
kept
that.
getting knocked over. This dude was hammered drunk with a beer in his hand and an Irish flag draped over his shoulders. And he would just walk. He was walking around the edge of the pit, just, excuse me, hi. And then people would run into him and he but he got knocked over like 10 times. And every time he'd get up and like, thank you, I'm good. Right back.
That's
Right
the thing,
back to
man.
walking.
It's like your sense of distance, like when you're fucking intoxicated, it's just not, yeah. And I ran into that issue. I just fucking running into people. You're like, you just seem like you were here. How the hell are you hitting me here? It just doesn't quite. And then you do that several times, and then you get bruises. And then the next morning you try to explain how you got these bruises.
Oh, he's gonna feel something tomorrow. There's no way he won't, dude. And man, that pit was musty. Like fucking John and I were joking. I was like, dude, the next time we go there, I'm gonna get one of those like tiny travel size deodorants. I'm just gonna chuck it in the pit and see what happens. Either I'm gonna uncap it and
scatter or something.
I'm gonna uncap it and like get it ready. As soon as someone fucking walks by all shirtless and smelling, just gonna just get them real quick. Like, what was that? I was like, never mind, you're cleaner now. Go away. Like, you don't smell like a bum's nutsack for once.
Especially if there's some crust punks who end up in the pit. Like, oh man,
dude, this pit was wild. But yeah, we kept getting fucking hit with people, and like, all right, we gotta fucking. I'm trying to watch the stage and watch them at the same time. Fucking John caught a shoulder in the chest. I was like, "You good?" Like, I think so. I'm all right. But he almost got knocked off his feet. I had to catch him.
Dude.
But yeah, I'm gonna hang back in the next one. It's just too much being alert. I don't like that.
Depending on the show for sure. I don't know.
One of the worst feelings, man. Like when you get your actual wind knocked out of you, like that, it's scary, man. Because you're like, you legitimately can't breathe for a while. You're like, oh, I don't know how I'm gonna make it through this.
You're like double checking.
I'm gonna die.
I've come close.
Was that it?
I think it was Aborted and Benighted. They were both on tour, and Benighted was on, and they had strobes going big time, and I was like dead center to the stage, edge of the pit, and someone slammed someone right into me, and I caught an entire person in my fucking chest, and I made an audible whoo when he fucking hit and sent him on his way. I was like, I just need a minute. But yeah, like had to kind of catch my breath again. It was like close to like getting that full on knock the wind out of you thing. But yeah, you can lose someone real quickly if they're flashing those lights. Like, all right, I can't tell. Like, this is like a stop motion fucking movie now.
Dude, all I know, because I'm gonna keep mentioning this for probably the rest of the year. I was at a 200 stab wounds show at the Milestone. Chris, you know the Milestone, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Sold out they fucking sold out the Milestone. I talked to the people there that it was like one of the first times they sold it out, and it was just a bunch of young kids, man. It was crazy. I felt like an old person.
All right,
And
200. Are they like one of those?
Can't imagine that feeling at all.
I remember the first.
Yeah,
time.
I know you can't, but someone else might. I don't know.
I remember the last time I was an old guy at a show. It was tonight.
All I know is I tried to enter the pit like a couple times, and it was too much. And all I know that summed up like the whole experience. There was like a little snapshot that I got on Instagram from someone that was in the pit. They were like, I pitted to 200 stab wounds, broke 4 toes, great experience.
See,
God damn it! What the fuck are you doing?
I hope they got a decent health plan because
these fucking kids,
these goddamn kids, making it sketchy for everybody because they're too.
And then they're it's all going on fucking TikToks.
Parents.
They're making TikToks in the fucking pit.
They might
There's
be.
nothing
I was
metal
not part
about
of the
that at
TikTok,
all.
but they might be. I don't know.
You don't need all 10 toes to walk, though. I mean, technically,
that's true. So they were probably fine for school the next day.
Yeah. You do need the big toe.
Yeah, those are the best toes.
Take the pinky toe all day.
Pinky toe's just hanging out. I don't even know it's fucking there.
No, I'm good.
Like someone just invited it and it wouldn't leave. There's actually, we ran into some fans, like some young fans of the channel. Like, I think the one kid said, I've been a fan of your channel since I was 17. It's like, so you're 21. And okay. And then he was like,
I hate that shit, man. Because you already like comments when people do that, man. Like, yeah, well, back when I was in high school, and if I can give you no point of reference, you're like, well, I don't know what that means. Is that like a year ago?
So what's the reference?
His dad brought him. His dad was there, and I was like, "Fuck, you're my age."
Ooh.
Like, oh, so yeah, I'll just be old, I guess.
Yeah.
But
I mean, that's the thing. Like, you know,
I mean,
Stab Wounds was a sick show. I thought it was awesome. Like, they killed it.
It's a young crowd. Like, I mean, they're gonna
a young
play,
crowd. It was a young band, and they killed it.
Well, you've seen they're touring again. They're doing a winter tour with Undeath. And Phobophilic.
Yep. Oh, that Phobophilic is killer.
Oh,
I love that new Phobophilic one.
That's one of my favorite.
Don't have it yet, but it's awesome.
Oh,
Enveloping absurdity.
Good God, is that good?
That's it,
dude. That's some of the best fucking death metal riffs this year are on that album. Ooh,
I like to do this when Nick is here because he never gets to sense the enjoyment of colored splatter and.
That is cool.
You don't get this with CDs.
Well, mine's smaller and takes up less room. That's what she said.
That's true. As a matter of fact, I was actually I was panicking, man, because I was looking earlier. I was like, "Fuck," because for my car ride tomorrow, I wanted to put in the revocation, and I thought I lost it. So I cannot lose this revocation.
Can I go on
that new revocation is sick.
Can I go on a hot take for revocation though, real quick?
Like,
didn't you see Phobophilic at Snug Harbor with Primitive Man?
I saw Mortiferum. Mortiferum was man. All right. Which they were awesome.
Oh, Mortiferum's amazing.
They were, yeah.
Mortiferum.
Mortiferum, whatever you want to call them.
That's what they said live. Like, we're Mortiferum. It was like, Mortiferum sounds cooler. Who said that?
I agree with Mortiferum.
Well, what's the hot take here?
All right. So, Revocation peaked at their self-titled album.
Oh,
their Relapse self-titled album. I have been a fan of them since Existence is Futile.
Yep. That's where I jumped on.
And I love that because that was a lot more thrash with a little bit of death metal. And I think they lost what made them special for that album. Chaos of Forms.
Chaos of Forms good.
The self-titled. Like all three of those albums, there were like some songs that were just super unique you wouldn't hear them from any other band. Like, I'm telling you, Dismantle the Dictator, fucking The Leviathan Awaits,
No Funeral.
No Funeral.
No Funeral's so goddamn catchy. Oh, what is
yeah,
the
dude? Remember the one from the self-titled with the banjo, and then Archfiend.
Archfiend. Oh my god, that
Yeah,
song's great.
Archfiend. And
Anthem
then
of
with
the
Deathless,
Betrayed
like,
is also really good.
Invidious, Invidious. I think with the banjo from self-titled Revocation.
See, honestly, I think Deathless and Great As Our Sin were like high water marks for me too. Especially Great As Our Sin. I think that one's underrated. The song Cleaving Giants of Ice up there with one of the best songs they've ever written.
So I will have to recheck that, because that was Great Is Our Sin is when they lost me. Like Deathless, I was like, I felt it was a step down because I kind of got bored with it a little bit.
Great As Our Sin is the first one they had Ash Pearson on drums.
Yes, I love Dubious Coil. That's the other thing. Like him, the previous drummer, I thought he was great. Like Forests and Fjords off of
that is a damn good song.
Yeah, great song. And Numbing Agents, Fracked off of
Fracked is wicked. They're covered Dyer's
track.
Eve.
The Gift You Gave, Dyer's Eve. Yeah. Entombed by Wealth. And then like Deathless I thought was cool, but it was just, I thought it was diminishing and more just that usual death metal sound.
I don't know. I still think they had the good blend. Like whenever they got like faster, like it was always that thrashy faster. Like it was like, all right, they're definitely like channeling a lot of Slayer still, and you know, just maybe filtering it through a little bit of Vader.
Yeah,
I just felt it less and less. You know,
Deathless is when it first got on my radar.
Okay,
back in the
Madness Opus, like
dude, Madness Opus is an amazing song.
That opening riff is a swift kick in the dick.
Dude, have you listened to that EP, Terra Genesis?
Yep, I actually have a copy. Like that one's kind of rare.
Holy shit, that's tough to find. I would love to find a copy.
They played here at a like a small club in Toledo years ago with the Faceless when they were still.
Oh shit! Yeah,
together.
They were part of that whole Scion Toyota thing.
Yep, I have a Scion copy.
I remember that. That's why it's very hard to find.
Yeah,
yeah. Whenever I see one of those, I pick it up.
Killer EP with the title track and the Grip Titans.
The Grip Titans is so catchy.
Yeah, seriously, great music video too.
And how weird was that a car manufacturer was embracing grindcore?
Well, that wasn't the only thing they did. They did stuff for High on Fire and Enslaved. Both had Scion EPs.
Yeah.
Red Fang too.
Oh yeah, Red Fang did have one.
And they have one. I think they did one with Arsis too.
Corrosion of Conformity had one.
And I think Pig Destroyer were on like a Scion comp or something.
They were, yeah.
I can't remember.
That was kind of wild because I remember getting it at a Revocation's booth,
dude,
and I was like,
Wormrot had an EP.
What? I didn't know about that.
I'm pretty sure. Sound, I think. Let me check.
Let's see.
Which, Chris, do you like Wormrot or are you iffy on Wormrot?
Fucking Gates of Slumber, man.
I've never really listened.
Holy shit! I didn't. Oh wow! I didn't even know about that one. I don't have
like
that.
The last thing they put out too. Like, and then like after the Wretch.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this EP, Noise, by Wormrot was off as Scion.
Yeah, they had a Scion thing.
Yeah,
which is weird. Again, the car manufacturer.
It is.
What if
they didn't last? They did not last.
What if
exploded.
Bed Bath and Beyond put out metal comps or something? You know, like I mean, it's pretty much.
I'd go there more often, I guess.
I think the Scion was aimed at like the college crowd, and I don't know. It was just what's supposed to be like my first sports car, basically. I think that was the demographic. Yeah. But everybody I know who had one, it's like those things are not. because you buy a car, you basically end up with like usually a 5-year cycle. You pay that thing off or whatever. But a lot of those cars do not really make it that far. Usually end up with some transmission issues or whatever.
I don't think metal bands help sell them.
Were they an
Immolation
offshoot
had
Toyota?
one, by the way. I forgot Immolation had one.
Yeah, no, the Providence one. I don't have the Scion edition.
Yeah.
I have the self. I think it's a self-release version.
That's a pretty pricey one too, man. If you can find an OG of that, like
I bought it from Immolation when they played in 2019 in MDF. Like they had it on the tables. Like I don't have that. I'm gonna buy it.
Oh shit!
I bought it from Rob Bigman himself.
It's not the Scion edition.
Nope, it's the regular self. Well, that self-released version still goes for a fair amount of money too, because I guess it's kind of rare anyway, because they didn't do a lot of prints.
So self-released of who?
The Immolation Providence EP. Or was that? Hold on here. I'm gonna double check.
Dude, yeah, Immolation had an EP from Scion.
It's crazy to think about. Like, there was a period in time like that even
it didn't work out, I don't think, for what they wanted, but it's still like a part of metal history.
Yeah,
self-released. So that's just
all right, pull it back around. Sorry, let me blow you up real quick.
Yeah, so mine's just the self-released version.
That's cool.
Yeah,
it's a great fucking EP.
I like the artwork, dude. The artwork is cool.
Yeah, much like anything that Immolation releases, it's good. It's really good.
That was back when they were still using that logo. It's like man, it's there, but doesn't do much for me.
It's big block letters.
It's big block logo.
It's like the Dying Fetus logo, with the big block letters. Like, yeah. I mean, if anything, that makes it more clear than what that logo actually says.
Benny.
Yeah, he just woke up from a nap.
I hear that.
So now he wants some dry food right now.
That bastard.
I know. He's a bad boy.
Don't we all?
He is bad.
Just a little bit of dry food, please.
Well, I need to give him dry before bedtime so that way he doesn't wake me up at 4 a.m. to eat.
Dude, it's like an hour and a half.
Yeah, actually, I am gonna head to bed too because
I was trying to be in bed by 1:30, but it's 2:30 here, so it's such just life.
Yes.
I'll be okay. I just finished up my last beer for the night, so.
Oh well, here before I go,
work will be great tomorrow. I can't wait.
I got some shirts though.
Oh yeah, let's see the shirts. All right, one sec. Oh shit,
that's pretty sick, man.
Yeah, I was like, well, it's the Pazuzu one, so I have to get it.
Who's that?
For Alluvial.
So who is their original guitarist that you were bragging? Where's he from?
Wes. He played in the Faceless. He played with Devin Townsend.
Faceless. Okay.
Glass Casket.
Yeah, I saw them they opened up for Rivers of Nile on their spring tour.
Here.
And it was good.
Nice blasphemous revocation shirt.
Pretty sick, man.
Spiky Jesus.
You gotta love it.
He's going through a punk phase. And then because they had it and I didn't. Bazinga!
Yes.
This one will go over well in public. I'm certain of it.
Oh, I love it. Beautiful.
That's a good one.
And just for good measure, they put the logo on the back.
If they didn't already know.
So yeah.
So
but I didn't
tomorrow I'm getting a box from Hell's Headbangers. And then I think by Saturday or Monday, I'm getting a package from Osmos in France. Ooh. I ordered some stuff from them. So I'll be ready to chat about some stuff like next week or whatever. Some of my new stuff that I just got.
All right.
There's some distros like Osmos or it's Svart or two where like I usually wait for a sale because it's not always easy to justify the shipping.
Rotted Life has a lot of good stuff.
Well, I'm also getting another package from Plastic Head in the UK. I think I'll
know that one.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna catch y'all later. I'm gonna try and get some sleep. It's been fun.
Right, man.
Likewise. Good seeing y'all.
Yeah, guys. Thank you all for jumping in.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Got some shot eye. All right, Logan.
See you
Bye,
all.
Chris.
All right. Bye.
Peace.
Night, guys.
See ya.